Open the gates to paradise.
일단 신호래 누나 한번 써보셨는데 일단 담담 선수 신호래 누나 어떻게 생각하시는지
신호래 누나는 어떤 조합에 들어가도 좋을 것 같은.
어떻게 좀 마음에 드시나요?
아, 최고인데요.
예, 안녕하세요, 광준입니다. 이번에 에픽7 월드 챔피언십 기념으로 해서 신호래 루나가 새로 출시가 됐는데요. 이번에 소문만 무성했던 신호래 루나 알아보기 위해서 제가 슈퍼 크리에이티브 이렇게 몰래 방문을 했습니다. 와, 안쪽에 에픽7 관련 물건들이 정말 많은데 지금 에픽7 유저들이라면 모두가 가지고 싶어할 루나 피규어랑 바캉스 유핀의 피규어, 그리고 저 안쪽에 월드 아레나 챔피언십 트로피까지 확인을 할 수가 있네요. 하지만 오늘 우리 여기 방문한 이유가 신호래 루나를 알아보기 위해 방문한 것이기 때문에 저 안쪽에 신호래 루나를 한번 찾으러 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 와, 이거 이번에 공모전 올라간 슈 같은데 진짜 이런 것들 스킨으로 나오면 너무 좋겠다고 생각이 들어요. 근데 이 세리아는 캐릭터가 이제 좀 많이 출시가 되긴 했는데 그래도 이렇게 나오면은 또 유저분들이 부담 없이 즐기지 않을까 싶네요. 와, 여기가 이제 슈퍼 크리에이티브 직원분들이 근무하시는 장소 같은데 지금 보시면 서브컬처 게임 제작을 하시는 에픽7 직원분들답게 게임이랑 애니메이션 관련 물건들이 굉장히 많아요. 저기 오늘의 우리의 메인 목표. 와, 이거 지금 작업하는 시안 같은 게 진짜 외형만 봐도 정말 뽑고 싶게 캐릭터가 만들어진 것 같네요. 이제 우리가 진짜 궁금한 거, 또 실시간 아레나 관련된 성능 아니겠습니까? 신호래 루나 알아보러 저쪽으로 이동해 보겠습니다. 자, 우리가 이제 위에서 사무실에서 신호래 루나 간단하게 일러스트랑 좀 확인을 해보고 왔는데 실시간 아레나 성능을 알아보기 위해서 제가 모시기 힘든 두 분 한번 모셔봤습니다. 자, 나와주시죠. 네, 제 왼쪽에는 이제 2022년 월드 챔피언십 본선 진출자 휘트 선수 모셨고요. 자, 그리고 제 오른쪽에는 2023년 월드 챔피언십 본선 진출자 담담 선수 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 예, 담담 선수 먼저 이제 좀 근황을 묻고 싶은데 지금 많은 에픽7 유저분들이 담담 선수가 에픽7을 그만둔 줄 알고 있어요.
제가 에픽7을 접은 건 아니고 닉네임을 최근에 변경하게 되었는데 힘내라 너구리라고.
힘내라 너구리.
네네.
귀여운 닉네임이네요.
좀 귀엽죠. 네.
휘트 선수 이번에 되게 멀리서 오셨는데
네.
이번에 슈퍼 크리에이티브 맨날 보고 싶다고 하셨잖아요, 방송에서.
사업도 되게 의리의리하고 분위기도 되게 화기애애하고 창작을 하기 굉장히 좋은 건물이구나.
약간 좀 자기적인 멘트가 좀 있는 것 같긴 한데 진심으로 알도록 하겠습니다. 신호래 루나 평가를 직접 해볼 건데 그러면 먼저 이제 담담 선수는 글로만 봤을 때 이 캐릭터의 성능은 10점 만점에 몇 점 정도 생각하고 계시나요?
당연히 외모와 같이 10점 주고 싶어요.
외모같이 10점.
기본 속도도 굉장히 빠른 편이고 3스킬이 가지고 있는 봉인 효과가 딜러들을 굉장히 많이 카운트 칠 수 있는 그런 효과이기 때문에 메타적으로 가장 강한 영웅이 되지 않을까.
저는 9점 정도 생각하고 있습니다.
혹시 1점이 감점된 이유를 알 수 있을까요?
좀 공격적인 캐릭터인데 이제 수비하는 입장에서 어떨까 곰곰이 생각을 해봤는데 막지 못할 캐릭은 또 아니라고 생각해서 네.
실제로 또 때려보고 맞아보기 전까지는 또 캐릭터 성능 모르는 거거든요. 그래서 실제로 테스트를 한번 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그래서 신호래 루나 이제 실성능 테스트를 위해서 양 선수 이제 모의 전방에 다들 초대를 해봤는데요. 휘트 선수 먼저 신호래 루나를 사용해 주실 건데 혹시 어떤 덱을?
또를 기반으로 해서 단단히 한번 찍어 눌러버리겠습니다.
저는 신호래 루나 3스킬에 영향을 덜 받을 수 있는 라이아를 사용해서 한번 막아보겠습니다.
자, 이거 일단 들어가서 좀 지켜보겠습니다. 자, 타그의 구서가 살아있기 때문에 소울번을 사용하면은 전부 해제를 하면서 강화 불가와 봉인 효과를 적에게 누적시킬 수 있고요. 정말 스킬 컷신 다시 봐도 정말 잘 나왔습니다. 자, 일단 강화불과 봉인이 걸렸는데 영향을 받은 게 없고 게다가 달콤한 응원을 사용하면 지금 저걸 다 지우는 게 확정이거든요. 자, 일단 해군 내려랑기부터 좀 빨리 잡아내려고 하는 휘트 선수입니다. 자, 잡아내는데 성공을 했어요. 담담 선수 일단 달콤한 응원으로 아군에게 걸린 디버프를 전부 다 해제해주고 있는 모습입니다. 자, 여기서 셀린의 직감 발동하면서 실험체 세제를 적중시켰고 담담 선수
아마 제가 진 것 같습니다. 이거는.
이거는 담담 선수가 경기를 포기하면서 GG 선언을. 휘트 선수 이제 캐릭터를 한번 사용해봤는데 마도사 루나 어떻게 좀 마음에 드시나요?
아, 최고인데요.
지금 확실히 담담 선수도 자유기사 하루엘의 호의를 좀 사용해서 버텨주려는 모습이었는데 신호래 루나의 해제에 당하면서 해군대로 랑디가 한 번에 잡힌 모습입니다. 한번 상대해 보시니까 어떠신가요?
저도 지금 어떻게 막아야지 지금 상상이 지금 안 가는 상태입니다.
그러면은 순서를 바꿔서 담담 선수가 이제 시너레 루나를 좀 사용해 볼 예정인데 어떤 느낌으로 사용을 해주실 건지.
좀 안정적이고 수비적인 시너레 루나 사용법 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
네, 그러면은 바로 다음 경기 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 오? 얼마나 느리게 세팅한 거죠?
일단 평타로 좀 가내보겠습니다.
저는 여기서 3스를 바로 쓰는 것보다는 2스킬로 딜 누적을 하는 방향으로
아,
가겠습니다.
그렇죠. 시너레 루나 같은 경우에는 지금 미제이 가능성 아카테스가 대기 중이기 때문에 와, 이 스킬 컷신까지 오,
오.
데미지가 좀 위력적인데요? 살짝 숨 막히죠, 지금?
힘을 믿으세요. 핥아줄까?
이게 스킬 효과 무효기 때문에 데미지는 누적이 되고 기절에 걸리지가 않습니다. 피트 선수 입장에서 좀 부담이거든요. 자, 그래서 평타
여기서 케어를 해준 다음에 야신가 타이니로 방어력 감소를 걸면은 제가 볼 땐 어떻게
가능할 것 같다.
가능하지 않을까.
자, 일단 여기서 케어 스킬 이건 케어가 아닌데 아, 기절로 케어를 한다.
예,
자, 그래서 시너레 루나의 턴을 한번 소비를 시킨 모습입니다.
땡기고
그래도 좀 문제가 있긴 하거든요, 지금. 작년 마스코트 캐릭터 해군대를 랑디가 좀 태산 같은 상황이에요. 자, 여기서 보검 나옵니까, 안 나옵니까?
무조건 나오죠. 이거는 4명이 맞았기 때문에 안
아.
뜨는 게 이상하다고 할 수 있죠.
자, 확실하게 발동을 해주는 모습. 자, 근데 추가타는 한 번도 발생을 하지 않고 있어요.
아
그래도
이건 놓치지 마라.
자, 전환
버틸 수가
하면서
없는데.
자, 23년도와 24년도에 마스코트 캐릭터 전부 등장하면서 라이아가 굉장히 좋은 캐릭터라는 평가를 받고 있긴 하지만 그래도 이걸 다 헤쳐나가기에는 좀 많이 힘든 상황이죠. 자, 그렇게 경기 마무리되면서 담담 선수가 승리 가져갑니다. 일단 시너레 루나 한번 써보셨는데 일단 담담 선수 시너레 루나 어떻게 생각하시는지.
시너레 루나는 어떤 조합에 들어가도 좋을 것 같은 지금 굉장히 강력한 캐릭이 될 거라 예상하고 있습니다.
확실히 상대를 해보셨는데 시너레 루나와 해군대로 랑디의 조합 어떻게 해보시나요?
속도 기반 댕방 가능할 줄 알았는데 1스킬, 2스킬도 이제 밸류가 좀 어느 정도 있다 보니까 상대하는 게 녹록지가 않네요.
자, 그러면 시너레 루나가 지금 승리를 가져가고 있는데 자, 담담 선수가 휘트 선수가 사용하는 시너레 루나를 한번 막아보겠다고 합니다.
조금 특이한 조합일 수도 있는데 일부 유럽이나 일본 사이 유저들한테서 사용되고 있는 저항 덱을 좀 사용해가지고 한번 막아보겠습니다.
이거 담담치 수비력이 뭐 철옹성 같은데 한번 뚫어보도록 하겠습니다.
그래도 타그엘에만 의지하지 않는 본인의 자체 적중을 좀 챙겨준 휘트 선수입니다. 효과 적중이 100 정도 있다고 했는데 어떻게 저항 가능한가요?
제 메이드 클로의 저항이 350이 넘기 때문에
350! 와, 실제로 라이아만 걸리고 나머지 캐릭터 걸리지 않은 모습이에요. 담담 선수 평소에 효과 저항 덱 같은 거를 자주 사용하는 편인가요?
잘 사용하는 편은 아니지만 시너레 루나가 만약 등장한다면은 충분히 이제 선택할 수 있는 템 세팅이라고 생각됩니다.
오, 여왕님의 서비스를 사용해주지 않았습니다. 자, 제뉴아는 체력이 50% 아래로 내려가지 않았기 때문에 들깨단의 단장이 발동되지 않은 상황이고요.
네, 여기서 루나 추가 데미지가 있기 때문에 은신을 또 벗기면 모르거든요.
이거는 논란의 여지가 좀
이거
있겠는데요.
논란의 여지가 좀 있겠는데요?
추가 데미지로는 은신이 안 벗겨지는
그랬나요?
자, 이렇게 되면 자, 어떤 캐릭터를 좀 노려주실 예정인가요?
일단 메이드 클로이를 노려야 할 것 같은데 아울이라서 이게 잡힐지 안 잡힐지 좀 의문이거든요.
소생도 좀 문제고
사실 이제 와서는 누굴 잡으나 안 잡으나 비슷한
그렇죠.
상황이
라이아를 잡아낼 수 있는 게 아니라면 자, 일단 메이드 클로에 자, 일단 부활은 했어요. 부활은 했는데
저는 여기선 저거래 귀족 헤이스트 먼저 잡아주면서
자, 록스피릿으로 소울번까지 사용해주면서 히트 선수의 저거래 기족 헤이스트를 잡아내고 있는 모습입니다.
열심히 할게요. 다 같이.
뭘 원하는 걸까요?
이거 못 이기겠는데요.
자, 일단은 담담 선수가 시노레 루나 깔끔하게 흔히 말하는 효과 저항단으로 막아내면서 3세트 승리 가져갑니다. 자, 한번 막아보셨는데 효과 저항 괜찮으신 것 같으세요?
시너레 루나가 마냥 무적은 아니라는
마냥 무적은 아니다.
사실을
확실히
좀 확인할 수 있었네요.
이건 조금 더 굴려봐야겠지만 그래도 아직은
그래도 부점이
그래도
맞다.
부점이 맞지 않을까.
양 선수의 이제 시노레 루나에 대한 한 줄 평가 한번 들어볼 건데요.
시너레 루나는 에픽 세븐이다.
에픽 세븐이다. 그 자체란 소리죠. 그 정도의 성능을 가지고 있다.
그 정도의 성능을 가지고 있습니다.
팔방 미인이다.
팔방 미인이다. 그 정도로 못하는 게 없다는 소리죠.
그렇죠.
양 선수들 최고권에 있는 선수들인데 굉장히 평가가 좋았거든요. 그래서 지금 이거 보시고 계시는 계승자 여러분께서도 시노레 루나 꼭 만나보셨으면 좋겠고, 게다가 시노레 루나가 마스코트로 등장하는 E7 월드 챔피언십 2024까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. 계승자 여러분, 전부 우리 에픽7 월드 챔피언십 2024에서 만나요. 안녕.
안녕.
Ever since I defeated the witch, I haven't been myself. The hallucinations, they just keep getting worse. You will all disappear from my sight. What was that? Why am I wielding the witch's power? Me, the witch?
Is it enough? This Aiden doesn't have much shield left. She's got to deal with 3 characters by herself. This might take out the Yufine.
Here's the salvation. Is it enough?
Oh, just
it's
barely
not.
not enough. But this Aiden doesn't have her counterattack anymore.
Yes,
It has a
out.
2.
Look at that fixed damage too from the buzz. Just adding up.
728.
Yeah, this is not looking so good for Witch's side right here. The 20,000, 21,000 health Abyssal Yufine
That's
coming
it.
out,
Oh
and
man. Pull something out
Paul,
crazy. We do get a counter
there is
attack.
a counterattack. Do we see the AoE? We
No
don't.
AoE.
No salvo for now.
He did land a hit though through the evasion.
I think your only hope is you have to go for this Blood Moon Haste into a salvo.
We do soul burn, right?
Yep.
Still Ken is still
You
there.
do survive, you do a lot of damage, you need to
a
get a
little
lot of
healing.
counterattacks on this Ken.
2 down.
Okay.
2 more to go.
Are we gonna
Boopus.
see a counterattack into a salvo? That could just end the match.
We
You do see the
Counterattack.
counterattack!
And the
Into
salvo.
the salvo!
Poopish.
That's gonna be enough damage.
And Ken doesn't have enough
No,
HP.
this should
They'll
kill him.
survive! I can't believe it!
And that's it.
enough.
Poopish
Oh my god, and he wins!
comes back. Look at that.
Super bad, giving it a
Survive.
lot of
One
thought.
more turn.
5 seconds. All right, rip the skill 3. Shout here.
Is gone.
Alright, just takes her out right then and there.
Okay, so
But how do you fight this guy?
that's what we've been wondering for the past 5 minutes. I'm sure that's what Kukurbat's pondering as well.
That
I
S3
don't know, I
is
might
ready.
be thinking about the here and now.
Yeah, he just
Frenzy
now he's giving
5.
himself the CR boost.
I don't have the time
Oh boy.
for
To
Another
boost
one.
slash into the only source of damage, and the team is back.
My God! What a
That's
slap in the
Blood Moon
face!
Haste.
you think
Emma Celine who?
Oh, poor Kukurbat, man. Look at him.
Talk about
A
feeling
lot
the
of
pain.
RNG.
That
Yeah.
wall can't do that.
Hey Luna, out of the way.
Last Miss Korean.
Hey,
Yep.
don't talk to her like that.
6% faster.
You should be proud of yourself.
Settle down, Car.
Get out of here now.
Bankai!
Put your life on the line.
Oh yeah, now
Grab the
that
blade.
removes stealth, which is really awesome. Oh my god, just taking her out!
I think
That new EE for removing the
this is
stealth.
why I
just-
thought when Poopus didn't ban it, there's.
If you
I
see
wonder
it,
what he's.
it's
Okay,
too
you'll have to take out that.
Oh wow.
late. We still have hope.
Okay.
Doesn't risk it. Go
Xander.
for it. Another claw.
Oh,
I don't really
No
doesn't
stuns!
land any
Into the
stuns.
Zero
elbows!
stun.
already.
It only could have landed on 2 people, to be fair.
Put your life on the line.
This, oh no, this Corinne is doing so much damage.
Oh,
It's a miss, but still
Right.
damage.
is she training right now? What's she doing?
this is
I think he's gonna rip S3 here because he knows the haste will die and it's gonna do a beast coming out. There's enough to knock her out.
Flash.
Oh yeah.
Here I come.
Oh my god.
Most
Letty.
definitely. And we have the
Xander.
I hate this.
Trauma. Bro, Abyssal Yufine.
Oh,
Poopus
Poopus
is
is waving,
waving.
dude.
He's
Brings
waving.
it
'cause
down,
it's
and that's it.
Whoa.
2-0 win for Xander.
This blade desires
Yup.
blood.
Big damage gonna come through here, and it dropped all over Sonic and Crew. Oh, 3 units! All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go gambling. It's time.
Hold on. Hold on.
Is he
The
going to
Peyron's
bust?
still there.
Or is he going to take it off?
Double edged sword.
Oh my goodness!
Here's Shenya with a passive. Okay,
Not
Ron's
the only
still
one who
alive.
can activate immortality.
You have to hit him.
No counterattacks.
Oh,
No
no,
more
no, no, no.
Oh!
Oh, another counter attack coming out. Devastating damage dots the battlefield. A proc of immortality on the Juno. He fights back, but that immortality means Kairon is standing.
All he's got to do is dodge, counter, and also, hey, hope he counters some more.
Got through one more, but now.
Let's
There
go
it is.
gambling!
Wow!
Oh, and
There it
that
is.
is it.
Off the shore, there's a ship coming to sail starboard port.
You know it's coming, and when it comes, even against tanky units.
Hold on, she survived. How? There's no way. She has no HP. Well, now she gained back HP, but a second ago she had nothing.
Going to do it. Victory is
That's the captain. That's the warship. Bringing the warship.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the game. Exactly what is going on. They're going to be hitting so hard since so many of them are HP scaling units. We're going first right into the last rider crowd. Luckily, no defense break to be seen, but this ambitious Tywin might say no, no, no.
Let's see Flash.
That S3.
I don't really enjoy this.
Ooh, defense breaks
Well aware of
three.
what you're planning.
Was that enough? You still got the counters.
What he wants to run through this matchup. Lone Crescent Bellona pushes herself up on this combat readiness bar, and she is going to start all-inning that Navy Captain landing. We do not want her to go.
She
we
survives.
do not want her to pop off. And there, Albedo counterattacks, but will give 4 stacks over to the Bellona. Bellona bats back again. That is so much damage in one single rotation.
So many crits.
I can do it too.
And with the
So many
UP?
opportunities, especially if she might be finished off here. No, surviving by just the slimmest of margins. But if there's somebody who's always
Here
ready
comes
to
the mobile
finish
weapon.
the job, it's Last Rider Crowd back, and it's going to be those bars you have to keep
And
in
the
mind.
counter.
As they're
Albert.
activating, they're getting up, and of course that's not enough. There's another one,
Samu
a little bit
feeling
of a
the
dance, a little bit of a
chills.
jig from Samu. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. And as happy as he might be, there's misery, there's trauma on the battlefield, and it could end the fight right here and right now.
The
Pushing
frantic
back the
strike.
enemy
Oh,
team.
KHM
That's it
taps
for
out.
KHM.
That's-
Staring down the entire board state. He's going to drop his staff. We fish for the hit
Another
on
counterattack on a single target there. Landy has one clear rule when it comes to operating on the sea,
Salvation.
and that is thou shalt not get away with it.
On
The
your
sword
feet?
comes down clear, and it blows her up immediately. There's no protection. What was the Armin even there for? Immediately, the linchpin of Samu's draft deleted off the face of the board, and she might not be the only
that
one
it?
saying goodbye just so soon. The Dragon Bride Senya is following up with plenty of damage to turn them to dust.
Samu shaking his head.
Goes to the soul burn as well. Extra attack is going to come through. Carmen
Now
is
that's 2 down.
Gone. Wukong, the lone soldier, hanging on. The Laya eats another dual attack, drags the Savior Autumn this time. So much damage coming through. I don't think Sama has it. Pulls the dual attack, and now
Another
maybe
counter!
This
You're
Landy.
not allowed! I don't want to hear any of it. Get this nonsense off my ship, says Landy.
Wukong, here's
swinging that
S1.
staff. We got the last
Another
counterattack!
from the
Are you
captain.
allowed to stop? No! There is
And
no
that's a full
stopping
life!
on this ship! Full speed ahead towards victory!
This way. Sorry. But I have no intention of losing.
Pleased to meet you. I'm sure we can be of great help to one another.
seeking revenge must pay the price. Tremble with fear! Goblet of Oath. Heed my call. Everything falls to the wayside in the face of ruthless power.
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life! So I hope you're ready for... Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 그렇지. 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
Rise to glory! Welcome everyone to E7WC. Today is the Asia qualifiers. Of course, I'm not alone. I'm G-Clef. With me, we have Car6 and Fart Pancakes. Welcome, welcome everyone. Car6, we've said hi to you before, so let's go with Fart Pancakes first. Fart, how are you doing? Welcome to the show!
Hey, what's up everyone? How are you, G-Clef? How are you, Car?
Yeah, doing good, doing good. You excited for the Asia qualifiers?
It should be interesting today. There's I saw the list of everyone that's in the top 16, and we see a lot of new people in addition to some common names that we always see, like Omega and Hazamarei. So this should be an interesting round of matchups today.
It's going to be. It has to be because it's Asia's server. Every server seems to be having some type of different spice. Car6, how are you doing? What do you think is going to happen today?
Always a pleasure, G-Clef. Fart, good to see you too. Asia, I think Fart said it best. We have so many strong players here, and after the season of upsets, I can't wait to see what Asia has in store for us tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be some packed action again. And as you might already know, Asia, fully geared, top speed, you know it. So this might be the region where we actually might have some more imprints coming in the draft. We had just one match throughout Japan, EU, and also Global that we had in the first week. So this one might be a little faster. So buckle up, grab onto your seatbelt because we might have some faster games and drafts coming to you guys. Before we go into the games though, let's take a look at the overview. Again, champion of E7WC 2024 will be getting $50,000 USD. That's only for the champion. Second place, 20,000, and we go half and down to 2.5 for 5th to 8th as long as you make it into the main matches. And the top 3 gets to come to South Korea to be offline on the stage for the matches in front of the audience. So it's going to be great at the finals, but we do go through the qualifiers. We started last week from Global, Japan, EU. We've been through that. Today is Asia, July 13th, and tomorrow we have Korea. We'll be finalizing the qualifiers and then go into tournament draw the week after. And then there's a bit of a break before the main matches. And then after that, we'll be starting that day 1, 2, 3, 4 with the top 8. And we go through the double elimination starting from the main matches. So it will take some time, but as long as you get into the top 8, you get your second chance of the best of 3. So we already do have some of the players coming from Global, Europe, Japan. So it's time to find out 2 players. Again, another 2 players coming from Asia going into tournament draw, and then we'll go into the double elimination tournament format as we just said. So let's look a little bit more about the players. So we have 16, not 8 this time, 16 of the best from Asia server. Car, is there any face that you want to talk about from these 4 players? Car? Bart? Did I lose you too?
Yes, no, sorry. Getting a little feedback on my end, but G-Clef, you mentioned that Age is known to be a little bit slower. Biru, or faster, I should say. Biru is a tank down, slower style player. So I can't wait to see what he has to offer. And Nezuko, I've known for a few years now, and he's actually a free-to-play player. I don't know if that's changed at all, but expect more skill-based play instead of gear-carried play.
So, free-to-play. There's nothing wrong with it, but as long as you have the skills, the brain, you still qualify and maybe get through. So, the 4 players, and then can we have the next 4 players? Oh, some big names. Fart Pancakes, did I lose you? Are you there?
She's here. I think we just have a little technical difficulty hearing ourselves.
So,
but no worries.
No worries,
G-Clef.
of course.
Omega here on the left.
Oh, Fart Pancakes.
We all know him as Elf Mage. Fan favorite. Expect him to take it all. One of the best in the game. And I was actually talking with Washdog a little bit last night alongside players like Zoul. So I think we're going to have some great matches.
Yes. Fart, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome.
Sorry,
back.
technical difficulties,
That's
it looks
all right,
like.
That's all right. It's only the beginning of the broadcast. Welcome to have you back. Omega, will this be the year? Finally the year where Old Mage Omega can qualify for the main matches?
Well, we'll find out. But there's a lot of good contenders in this top 16. Even though we see a lot of the same names like Omega, Washdog, we have a lot of newcomers like second in this list. So this is the time to shine for a lot of these underdogs. And we never know what they're up to and what kind of tricks they have hiding. So from the previous qualifiers we had from Global, Europe, and Japan, there were a lot of good underdog stories, so maybe that'll happen for Asia too.
Certainly, yes. As we go through the list, Hazamarei, Zoul, Shuizhe, and Curve X.
I think Farty brought up Hazamarei. Very, very strong player. Going up against Zoul, which we're going to watch on stream. And Zoul was telling me the other night, that he's not that confident. I don't know if he was joking or not, but Zoul, after what we saw from Xander on global side, anybody can win this. If you're here right now, you can take the whole thing, especially in this best of 3 single elimination format.
Single elimination. That's the thing. If you lose once, if you lose 2 games, you're out of the tournament. If you get into top 8, there's a second chance. But before that, this qualifier can be brutal because it's single elimination. If you make 2 big mistakes, gone. Hazamarei, Zoul, big names. Also Shuizhe and Kerbex. These 2 more players joining in as the new players from Asia. Of course, the final 4 on the list: XN, SHEHUN, Xijing, and Liu-Mu-Chingen. These 4 players did have Xijing last year, but other than that, don't recall exactly any other information about these players.
Yeah, it looks like we have XN, SHEHUN, and Liu-Mu-Chingen are new to WC. So this will be interesting to see if they can make a name for themselves this year too.
We do have a lot of players. Does seem like their nationality from China, and we'll see, because a lot of these new names, especially in the first round, seems to be kicking in this year, and the meta is not the same. Even if you can have speed, you can have the band protection, but before that, it just seemed like we have a lot of bans on those speedy units. So we'll see if these 4, or one of these 4, 2 of these 4, make it out of the groups. That's enough for the player introductions. I know we've been getting a lot of events, lots of password boxes in your mailbox, and you certainly do not want to miss any of it. I had a rough time going through all the passwords at once. And I couldn't figure out which one's which exactly. And
They need to name the boxes.
Yeah, they do mention which server the boxes are from, but sometimes it's the same and then it doesn't come in the perfect order. So make sure you just, you just gave up. No. Make sure to get all the leads, because right now in game, I believe, was it 8 buffs?
All of it, G-Class.
Yeah, all of it basically, right? 8 buffs, all the buffs you can get: experience, gold, rift, hunt, spirit, you name it. It's all there right now. So you need these leaves and gold. And of course, some of you are stacked with gold, but you never know. Maybe you might be running out of gold later. There's always,
that just means you're not shop refreshing enough for Emma Luna.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you're not crafting enough gears.
Or both.
Or both. I'm certainly using a lot of my time because of these rift buffs, and my Wukong's working very hard. And going through the events, if from the main matches, we'll have more events of the rune drops, AP, charms, gold, extra, all of that. That's interesting, because as you can see from August, we do not have the rift buff. I think a lot of us are
Maybe
looking for that.
be added later.
Maybe they can. Oh, maybe that's a special gift, but I have no clue. I'm just theory crafting here. I actually have no idea what the special gift will be for the finals. And then we have more events. That's not it. And unexpected password box. That's what I was talking about. The password. I don't exactly know when, but it will be revealed sometime after the overview, maybe in the middle of the broadcast today. And watching video, that is for later. I believe that is for the main matches. It's going to be in the game, in the event section. When it's created, then you can get these energy covenant bookmarks. Mixing medals, which we all wish that we could get extra right now, but that'll take some time. And more events coming to you guys as we go through the entire tournament for the 2-month journey that we have. Tournament tree, we talked about these players, but it has to be one from the top 8, one from the bottom 8. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. Who do you think is gonna make it from the top or the bottom? You can name one or both. Car?
I mean, I can tell you who I'm rooting for. And I like players like Biru, Nezuko, Omega. But if I have to just pick one, G-Clef, you already know it's Omega, aka Elf Mage.
Omega.
I'm gonna have to second that. Sorry, I'm a huge Omega fan, so always rooting for Omega. But I agree, Biru and Nezuko are also great contenders.
A huge fan, of course. But what about the bottom side? There has to be one from the bottom, not just the top. Lots of new names on the bottom too.
Yeah, lots of new names. Only Hazamarei kind of stands out as a well-known name. Everyone else is new blood coming in here, so this is their chance to showcase their skills, their knowledge, and see if they can come up on top to become a well-known name too.
Amen, Farty. That means Zoul could be the hero of the bottom side bracket.
Oh yes, that's a big match from the 16. Hazamarei versus Zoul. Oh man, the winner. We have some miracle runs. Some from global, like Xander going through some really big names, and then eventually made it out. We thought it was possible, but he proved himself already from the qualifier, defeating all 3 big names through into the main matches. So that might just happen to one of the 16 today. Omega didn't really have too much luck going through the qualifiers for the last 2 years. So
yeah,
maybe
I think
this
it's kind of a meme that he doesn't have the best tournament luck. And honestly, this year's E7WC, it'd be easier to say the big names that have dropped out thus far, like Hoopist, Winter Wish, Phantom, you name it. So tonight, I might not be any different.
Oh yes, as might be a repeat, might be something new, and I believe I have something ready for you guys. 3, 2, 1, boom! There we go. 13 Blaze Dingo. Wait, is that right? 1, 3
Yeah,
Blaze.
13 Blaze Dingo. Why Blaze Dingo today?
I don't know. They keep on. Maybe they're trying to get some new ideas for the password.
Okay.
And I believe this is not the only one, so make sure to tune into the entire broadcast to stick around and check out the second password of the day. But 13 Blaze Dingo is the password for today. I believe you should get the mailbox. I can't check it right now at the moment, but that should be right in. And make sure to write it down, give it to your friend, recommend. I actually have a lot of close friends who just started Epic 7 last week, and they opened the mailbox and said, what are all these passwords for? And then you have a friend that hosts the tournament, you don't watch the tournament? And then I gave him all the passwords. Make sure to, make sure to spread the word that this tournament is happening. And this is one of the best tournaments of all time, because the meta right now is, whew, I'm loving it. Broadcast a little bit longer, but the game itself, it's so tight, neck and neck. Lots of 3 gamers. I love it so far. And I hope it repeats again for the Asia server.
I also want to see a lot of interesting picks where someone's not following the meta or doing something experimental or risky. So it's always the risks that will either be like the determinant factor for winning or just losing. So I like these big risk takers. For example, we see a lot of people experimenting with Benevolent Roman, or we saw Xander bringing out the Spez. And then
Spez play.
The success from the Spez picks had other people following up with the successful Spez picks too. So there's a lot of people leading the way with these off-meta picks.
And we'll talk more about the meta picks with the matchup. We start with Omega versus Issac. Oh my god.
Straight
what
into
a matchup!
Yeah, so last year, both these players were in the E7WC 2023. Omega, I believe, lost to Apocalypse, and Issac against Real Life, both in the round of 16.
Both lost. Both dropped in the round of 16. This is incredible. At least one of them will pass that round of 16, but...
G-Clef, sorry to interrupt, but take a look at that win rate. My God, is that even possible?
Is that
He's
right?
a raid boss.
There was
What is
no
that?
one else around past 80. We had some couple of 76 and 77s, but okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, 78
is the
wins
man
and
to
10
beat.
losses. He's a beast.
That's right. His most pre-bans are the Para and Ran, which we see a couple players try out. And here we go with Isaac. A drastic difference in their win rate. But as we've seen in the past, you can't really count on that, right? Because this is a best of 3 single elimination.
And very different. Most Vanguard, a Broman in there. We've seen a few of him. And far pickings you just mentioned, who could be the outlier, the special picks. And maybe Isaac's got something else in mind.
He hasn't had the best run, though. So hopefully Isaac can be the one to really showcase his power.
All right. Without further ado, we go right into the draft. Let's wait for the pre-picks. Omega on the left, Isaac on the right. First match of Asia qualifiers for E7WC 24. Let's bring it down.
That's
Round of
right.
16.
I'm liking
All right,
Isaac's
so we
hairdo.
get to see a lot of slower pre-bans. We got the ML Haste. Very, very safe, strong pick right now off the table.
Oh, see Phantom Politis locked in first.
Stage belongs to everyone.
And Laya responds with Janua. Quick draft from Omega.
Yep, these 3 units you see always early on, just so powerful.
Yeah, very, very
I'm curious
safe
if
early
Isaac
picks as
here
well.
will try to get some synergy. Maybe with like a ambitious Taiwan.
Laya so far, the most
you'll
picked
make an excellent
unit
specimen.
from the first week.
That's Dealer Ray.
Now we have
Just
the
such a powerful
important
unit with
lockpick.
support, control, and even has some explosive power as the game goes on.
Thinking long and hard about this. Oh, we got the Knockwool pick. Okay, very, very good unit into the Genua, but into Laya might be a little weird there.
And locking it down with Lua. Gotta have some speed on that unit from Omega. Quick response again. And right,
Yeah, we have a
Xenia.
Lua versus Knockwell lineup.
Laya, Genya, Lua. Some fast units kicking. Green Celine.
Right. Blood Moon Haste is still available.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I misread the pre-bans.
Look very appetizing.
And Landy.
Yeah, Zio is the one pre-ban, but there he is, last pick. Kind of strange to see Senya and Haste so far down here.
Briar Witch. No E yet, guys.
Definitely good into the Blood Moon Haste and revealing the stealth from the Celine and the Knockwool, even the Politis.
So we'll be
gotta
locked
love
with the
that skin,
ice area.
too.
Waiting for the postmans.
Very curious to see here.
And by the way, again, guys, New Moon Luna is not allowed in the qualifiers. Will be available in the main matches and the postmans, Iceria and Green Celine.
Yeah, got to get that Celine out of there. Isaac opting ban out the last pick. Briar Witch.
Briar Witch definitely a great ban there because she will be a counter for Isaac's entire team. You don't want the defense breaks, you don't want the unbuffables, and most importantly, she is a direct counter to Blood Moon Haste.
Good thoughts in, starting with Politis off by 2%. Lua following up. Here's Isaac.
Of your life.
Do a little dance, get a little CR pushback.
Oh, lots of resist.
Yeah,
Either
perhaps another DR Gen?
15%?
Yeah, could be 50% too.
There's a sleep.
It looks like somebody forgot their place. You weak.
Skip that.
We get these resets in.
Suffer an eternity of pain.
Keep our eyes peeled.
Lua.
A lot of
Oh.
resets there. I think that was a full Monty.
So even though Isaac was able to take the first turn with the ML Politis, there's not a lot that he can do here with no follow-up, so all of the rest of his units are just sleeping or reset.
Do my best.
Ouch. Those big owl damage. Sticking in.
Yeah,
Here is
that's
Laya,
right. I think
30K.
Elf now in a demanding position.
Now.
Decent damage popping out there from the Genua pull.
I will make this moment.
And we see this a lot. We rip the skill 3 from Senya just because in case we reset, our back line unit takes half, we get our skill back.
There's Blood Moon Haste. which unit? Steal?
He gets the strip, gonna get the follow damage.
Lots of heals. It's as if that damage never happened.
So be it.
Exactly why Blood Moon Haste is so good right now. That strip
Lands
plus
the
heal.
2-turn, I think 50% chance D-break.
Your guard is down.
And here's a bite from Genyo on DDR. Ray is gone.
Ray's out of there. We do get a barrier though for our troubles.
Even activating the Blood Moon Haste passive here, so
I don't want to do this.
Omega's gonna have to be very careful about what he does next because Blood Moon Haste does have a chance to heal up his team and revive that DDR.
That's right, and Isaac can now finally press his skills. 1 turn passing by.
But it doesn't land a lot of debuffs, only one on the Laya.
So who does Nako go
one on
into?
Gen.
Well, he definitely has to be careful activating the Senya. We do get a seal though. So now we can freely attack the back line.
On the quick Senya.
Showtime.
We still have the cleanse, so we get the cleanse there. Now it's as if Knuckle did nothing.
I'll be
Full
the one
cleanse.
deciding how this story
Things not looking too good here for Isaac.
Good right now.
I'm growing tired of this act.
How much
Haste does
damage?
have his skill 3 and it's boosted.
How much damage will Blood Moon Haste? Not going to pop
Whoa.
it now.
Yeah, he's holding it. He does get the strip. He wants to get that killing blow and not leaving her up.
Yeah, Isaac does have the blood aura. There's the buff. Oh, maybe wanted to get this debuff in first.
We don't really have any skills left on the Knuckle, so all she can do is just push back here, keeping this Laya from taking any turns.
Yeah, right now we're playing a game of just kind of tapping lightly here, dancing around each other's thresholds.
Disappear through the cracks of
Lua
time.
already back.
Does get the sleep though.
Oh
It looks
my.
like somebody forgot
Oh
their
man,
place.
so since we didn't get any skills off from the haste, looks like we're not gonna revive that
Will be forgotten.
Death Dealer Ray.
And not a single
Even the
Yeah, and we have the
soul
soul burn to boot here with ignore F-res. That's gonna put our haste that we were holding on another turn lock.
Oh, the damage is stacking now. Omega slowly putting the damage in. Can Isaac
Slowly
come
putting
back?
the nail in the coffin, G-Clef.
Yeah, things are not looking good for Isaac right now. His whole team is just reset, sleeping, controlled.
And Haste.
See Phantom Politis not doing a whole lot right now.
Haste is supposed to be the main damage and he was just asleep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and he
he's
had
been
the
asleep.
chance
He's
to
been
use
holding
his
his skill 3.
S3. Not
One
sure why
counter.
Does
he
get a
held
counter
it.
here though. Could get the strip into the heel.
Those who cannot read.
No debuff on the Senya, so now she gets the cleanse, get that fat barrier on.
Activate the passive, the oath on Senya now.
Chuck it at him. Let's see the damage.
Oh
The
man.
rock power.
He's gone. Isaac
That
took
should be
way
off the
too
road.
long.
So much stronger than the vampire.
According to plan.
And Omega secures game 1.
With Isaac tiptoeing around with this match, it looks like he kind of threw any chances he had of trying to make a comeback when the DDR disappeared. He just kind of held all his skills and didn't rip everything he had, and then he just let Omega have his way and just slept and controlled his whole team.
Yeah, that is how it looked. I think after losing the DD Ray, he's on the back foot. He maybe identified that haste skill 3 wasn't going to be enough, wanted to wait a little longer, but as we saw, the Lua lockdown was just too powerful.
Well, if he was willing to take a risk, maybe just get the haste to get rid of the Laya, bring back the Death Dealer Ray, and then hope that Death Dealer Ray will sleep everyone, get those Venoms off, and maybe have a chance of turning that match around.
And that's
No,
right.
you're right. In hindsight, it was definitely not the play to make.
Isaac, some questionable decisions. Maybe didn't feel 100% confident about his play here. But he is indeed a very strong player. Even against Omega, let's see what he can do. It is going to be game number 2. Best of 3, so if Omega wins, that is it. Going to the quarterfinals. But it seemed like Omega handled that very smoothly.
I think you mentioned this, G-Clef. We're seeing a lot of game threes, right? 2-1. Not a lot of 2-0 sweeps. So
Not
Isaac,
much.
come on, bring it back. Even against Elf Mage, show us what you got.
Well, it's also a chance for Isaac to test the waters with that first match. So if he can learn from his mistakes, maybe he can turn it around in the second match.
You're correct, Farch. That Genua had a lot of ER, I assume. Here comes the pre-ban.
We did see some resist.
Luad Nakwal. The band protected heroes. Banned out
Okay.
now.
Would you like to be my next meal?
And this time around, Haste is taken first.
Don't be nervous now.
Bit of switching
Now
hands.
Omega is taking the Sea Phantom Politis instead,
And the
along
combo.
with the Genua.
You do not understand.
A Fire Politis. A nice counter pick into that Genua. And there's that Benevolent Roman we saw.
I think
He
these
has
are
this as
great
one of his
picks.
most vanguarded.
Yeah, so this is great follow-up against the Sea Phantom Politis and the Genua, just because the CR pushback from the Sea Phantom Politis can be countered by the Benevolent Roman. So this is probably his pocket pick here to deal with a lot of people picking Sea Phantom Politis in the meta right now.
Well said, Fartsy. His main gimmick, right, is that kind of anti-CR push.
Exactly.
Alongside some crazy debilitating debuffs.
Isaac. Perfect strategy, but will it work against Omega? Conqueror Lilius. Another fast unit locked in the middle. With another
He's
16
definitely
seconds.
keeping the tempo, keeping the aggression here.
Yeah,
else is a
very,
good
very
pair up?
typical of Omega. Taking his time now. 3 seconds on the clock, though.
The stage
Oh,
belongs to everyone.
Okay.
Liar. I was like, oh, Rumka? Do we
Yeah,
have
you got a little bit of a different Earth Warrior.
Okay.
The Bankai lady herself. We saw her put in a
interesting.
ton of work.
Last Karin did have some really good showing, especially on her first turn. Usually deleting Nakwal, but she's out of there. And
Yeah, and
Death
Isaac
Dealer
locks in
Ray
that
just,
Death Dealer
finish
Ray.
him.
Hopefully we'll have a better showing this game than last.
Last Karin is indeed
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Omega opts
What is
for
this
the
about?
double cleanse in the last 2 picks.
Ah.
But there's not a whole lot of DPS pickup here. We have the Laya and the Genua on Omega's side, but what if Isaac just banned
If he
the
bans
Genua?
the Genua. We're going to be in for just cycle to chuck them bass guitars.
Oh, no. Instead, though, it's going to be Destina. Last piece, Karin. Banned out.
All right, guys, I'm so excited to see this Broman.
All right, let's see
I want
if
him to do well.
Isaac makes this Broman pick the new meta.
You've seen a couple.
He hasn't
but-
been doing too hot.
Yeah, has been doing some work, not a major work last week. So we'll see if Isaac can show us something else with the benevolent Roman.
Despair.
Starting with Conqueror Lilius. Omega, one away.
Yep, first turn from Omega.
The children will help.
Getting the
Pass it
proc
from
from the
Politis.
Fire Politis here.
I'll take your life.
Looks like a damage Politis, maybe?
Astral Guide.
Do not interfere.
He is immune to pushback, but we do have that taunt, that provoke. A lot of souls there on Isaac's side. 40 on deck. We do opt to burn some here.
Oh, he
Gets
got
the
a
stun on the Polys.
stun.
We got some poly on poly action.
Oh, got resistance. So we'll be activating the captain.
I'm beginning to wonder if this is actually a damage Politis now, because that only did a small
Ooh.
fraction of the Genua's HP.
Humans are truly
But
That's right,
when
but
she
this could
popped,
be
there were
enough, Artsy.
no
Just feel
debuffs.
sorry for them.
There's S3 Starfall. Got some good debuffs in.
He does get the proc, 35%.
Worry not.
Oh, some good resist.
Now everyone goes to sleep here, probably.
This all
Yeah, that was a
runs its
potion vial
course.
on this DD Ray.
Let's see how many goes to sleep.
Life or death.
Oh, resistance on the
Poison,
Genua.
Trust me. I'm
Yeah, a little unfortunate, but he did hit the other 3.
Appetizing, but
We do have a soul from the ML haste to ignore the F res on the Genua, though.
That's right, so he gets rid of the immortality,
Into
gets
the
the kill.
My best.
the damage source. As you mentioned, Car, he's gone. Was this all part of the calculation from Isaac?
Now, if this Lia decides to cleanse, that's gonna be
and that is GG.
Okay.
That's it. All right. So it looks like the Broman didn't do a whole lot there.
Well, he did get a little proc action. I think the main thing was we kind of said, right, Elv's damage was really in that Genua, and that Polish just using all her resources early, was able to burn out all his offensives, and he landed the kill.
Well, actually, let me take that back. In the draft, the Benevolent Roman probably did do a lot of work because Omega's response was trying to figure out how he's going to deal against the Broman. So Omega didn't pick a lot of DPS in his draft. It was a lot of cleansers trying to deal with the debuffs coming in from the ML Politis.
Marcy, all I'm seeing is that he did more damage than Blood Moon Haste. Look at that.
And that's pretty hard. How can you even do 4 damage? Maybe our API.
The barrier.
How do you even do 4 damage?
That immortality buff is 3 damage. 3 HP right there.
Okay, understandable. But he did get the immortality buff out, which mattered one of the most for Isaac. So we go into game number 3, which is what we wanted. Some good band pick going around here between the two players.
Oh my god, now I'm nervous now for Omega though.
Nervous for
now
Isaac,
this is going to be nerve-wracking for both of them because now they're both having to tiptoe around each other's drafts even more
they're both
urgently.
2023 competitors, but as we said, Omega, aka Elf Mage, hasn't had the best tournament runs. I hope he can make it through. No offense to Isaac. Isaac, do your best. But
Let's see.
I want to see what Omega has.
If this will be the year for Isaac or Omega.
Yeah, that was a great game too.
Oh, respect Roman Dan. Love it.
Yeah, if you don't know how to deal with it, just ban him, get him out.
This song was meant
Picking up the Sea Phantom Politis again.
Yeah, which is on the pre-ban. They just kind of trade the first picks.
A lot on the line.
situation is critical.
The Fire Politis again. Should be the same setting for Isaac.
Victory is within our
Scoring
grasp.
through
And an
Meat
early
Beef.
Celine. That Politis did put in a lot of work, 40 souls.
Worthy of my courtesy.
And first
In the
haste
last match.
from Omega. Genua in that locking position. Protected by
Yeah,
the
I like
ban.
this Genua pick, especially into the Celine. Because if the Celine has the highest attack, Genua is one of the units that you don't get punished as hard for pressing buttons.
But with Celine's recent
know
buffs,
how this
she does have the
ends.
EE that procs a stun. So even if we get the proc on the Genua, he might get stunned and end up doing nothing.
We'll see. Maybe that's the counterplay.
Yeah, stun. It's one of the counterplay for biggest counterplay. Closer, Charles, we're racing. All of a sudden, Isaac. With
Seems
couple
like with this lock, the ban protect on the Karen
I vow to
shows
be
that Isaac is really confident that he's gonna outspeed this Politis probably.
A bold move, Isaac. Bold move indeed.
Closer, Charles, pretty fast unit. Pera ran, they're already pre-banned. What else do you have? Can you outspeed? Lua also banned.
I think that's what Omega here is considering. He does have that lock-in of the haste plus Ksenia.
Assassin Sid?
Are you gonna speed contest against me? Against Omega?
He's
Thinking about
debating.
10 seconds.
Thinking about it. He's hesitating. He's like, will I
Another
outspeed
trial
this
to
guy?
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
plays it safe.
Throws in the curveball.
I like this play.
Well.
Tank down instead. Let your opponent have the first turn initiative and just take over from the second half.
And Briar Witch, I say we have to finish up for Isaac. So lots of close picks. Some damage secured in the middle. So what else do you ban?
Isaac may opt to just ban the... I was thinking maybe the mid, but no, opts for the ML Senya instead.
ML Senya and Briar Witch banned out from the equation once again. And we are left with 4. A lot of damage from Isaac. This could be quick. As you go into game number 3, Omega on the left, Isaac on the right for the winner. One
Both
game.
of their tournament lives on the line here.
Oh, he does not outspeed.
Oh, by 1%!
Yeah, that was a
RNG?
all in play there on Isaac with that Vanguard.
Here's the activation, the intuition into Arrowell.
Does activate that Politis.
Oh, we got the stun on
Two
the Genoa.
stuns!
And the haste.
Ah, that's big.
Perfect for Isaac.
This is gonna do a lot of damage.
For Omega.
It's too late to say sorry now.
Oh,
Not enough to kill.
Almost 20k, holy.
But here's Closer Trials. Bringing the entire team up.
My mission is my top
CR
priority.
pushed.
For now.
Omega in big trouble here.
If you see it, it's too late.
Slash
Haste is out.
to death.
Politis still has her turn.
Genua's not procking. Looks like Elv is gonna be out of this match.
Elf hands off the device.
He said, Jesus, take the wheel. Oh my god.
All those debuffs landed from the Politis.
And that's GG! Omega drops from round of 16 once again. Isaac moving up to the quarterfinals.
Well played, Isaac. Look at that.
Oh,
Taking
man,
out the
feels
88%
bad.
win rate man himself.
Raid boss down. Once again, looks like Omega will not be making it to
Fartsy, this
becoming
really
the
is the
WC
year.
champion.
The year of upsets.
All the big names that we know from round of 16 have dropped. Not
Just
many
so
actually
tough,
made it out
G-Clef.
from, even from round of 16.
Yeah, and the crazy part is, right, if it was a best of 5, there was a loser's bracket, a lot of these guys could have the time to adapt, come back, make adjustments. But when you only have up to 3 games, man, that's it.
Man, this Genua did not resist in the final game. Even with that much, we don't exactly know how much ER. But
First
it did
game here,
break
that DD
through.
rate was deleted. Isaac was holding his Blood Moon Haste. Omega easily takes this one. And then you're going to see in game 2 and on, Isaac kind of adopts the Fire Politis game plan.
That stun really working well. And I believe that S1 stun should be about 40%. There's no one above 40%. And
Here we go, the Baroman.
For the extra turn.
Yeah, this is where he dumped all his souls.
Looks like the payoff from Isaac's experimentation on these drafts actually paid off.
Yeah, once Broman led that to a pre-ban for game 3. Good solid play. There was the strip.
Yeah, that Soul Burning Nor ER.
And game 3.
Final game.
Yeah, a bit strange. Must be some
Look at this,
different.
the double stun we see come out from the
Ouch!
S2.
What a painful
And
moment.
the silvery damage. They buff Celine so much.
She is pretty incredible. And Closer Charles, first appearance in the tournament.
If you see it,
Had that CR push for the extra blade, not just Serin, and had the Karin kicking it back. Isaac, well, that was really well secured. The Fire Politis, we've seen it a few times, not too many, but this was one of the certainly most strategized Fire Politis that we've seen in the tournament so far.
Yeah, the crazy part is too, Elf had first turn. His Sea Phantom Politis was faster.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
so it just goes to show that even though you're speed racing, just because you take the first turn doesn't always mean you win.
And Fart, there's a mention that you have the best mic of the tournament.
Color-wise?
Color-wise.
Or quality-wise?
Plus quality-wise, I'm pretty sure. Oh man, Omega, another big name, just poof, gone from the tournament. And maybe in the future, maybe next year, Omega. But thank you for qualifying and trying once again. But this just proves to show even 80-something% win rate just sometimes just does not work in the tournament. It comes down to one best of 3 in the qualifiers, and sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't. I think Isaac really played this one out smart, using that Broman to be sort of leading that to the pre-ban, and then allowing a lot more room for the Fire Politis. So there's a lot to talk about from match number 1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
the win
so it
rate's
looks like
deceptive. Go ahead,
Isaac
Fortune.
definitely learned from his mistakes on that one. We saw a lot of questionable plays, and then it led up to games 2 and 3 where he just really picked it back up and seemed to outdraft and outplay Omega.
Sometimes you can be picking your favorite unit, the units or the comps that you're used to, but for the tournament, I think you really have to step outside the box a little bit at least if you don't have that range. Omega certainly does have a whole lot. You know how much times he streams and goes on RTA, but sometimes if you're exposed, you need sometimes for the tournament, you need to have a specific style, something else. And Isaac really, I think, did his homework to go against Omega. Car? Any
I
other
think that's
words
just
about-
part of the issue. When you're the number one, right? Everybody has a plan for you. And Isaac proved it right there.
That's one of the weaknesses if you're exposed a little too much. I'm pretty sure Omega had some different settings. A lot of these players coming into the tournament round of 16 because they've dealt with a lot of other players from the other servers during the preliminaries in the game. They actually changed a lot of the setting, making sure that maybe have more ER, less ER, different EE sometimes on Celine, getting the stun or the highest attack. So they would make these little switches, but which is impactful enough to actually bring you a win sometimes. A surprise factor could lead you to win, and I think Isaac really did his homework well enough to bring down Omega. Some RNG give and take, and I think in the middle don't exactly know.
Those stuns,
That
getting
those
the
stuns.
perfect stuns where they were needed.
But even Elf would say that's the game we play. You have to
Yep.
count for the RNG. It can happen at the worst time.
Yeah, RNG give and RNG take, so we never know what's gonna happen.
And on top, I don't think anyone was really expecting that Closer Charles. Is that really a viable pick right now in the RTA? I don't think I've been seeing that character for a long time.
I don't think it's a meta
lot
pick.
A lot of people are kind of reluctant to pick him just because he tends to be a lot slower. So it's really hard to draft him when there's a lot of fast, high base speed units. But in this case, a lot of those openers were pre-banned.
Yeah, you're right. One of the fastest, Ron 129 banned. Peira also. I was sort of surprised that Omega started out with those pre-bans. When you have these speedy units, maybe is that part of the strategy? Do you pull all the equipments out of those two characters when you just decide to pre-ban those two?
The para ran, right? Yeah, that's definitely a game plan involving when you have those out of the picture, it allows him to address his first few picks much more easily.
Just to speed contest, especially because we're talking about the Asia server here with a lot of good equipments. Okay, that will be it for the first matchup. We do have the next matchup ready, and we'll tell you a little bit more about these two players. Hazamarei versus Zoul. Another big match in the bottom 8.
Yeah. Zoul looking big indeed from Colombia.
Colombia.
And I think we
Hazamarei
would say
first.
here, G-Clef, Hazamarei is the favored. But
The fan
just
favorite
like in
or
last
Car 6
game,
favored?
I would say the statistically favored.
Aha, let's bring the math in. All right.
Yeah, so Hazamarei does have a name for himself. He did try to play for WC last year, but he lost to Stone in the quarterfinals.
Brother Stone, quarterfinals. Won against Kohane in the round of 16. And his opponent, looking a little scary, like a poopus from Asia. Zoul, with some pumps there.
That's right. The win rate a little under 50, but may not matter.
You never know.
I noticed between these two players, for Hazamarei, his most vanguard unit is the Peira, and then pre-ban the Zio, whereas in this case for Zoul, most vanguard is the Zio, and then the pre-ban with the Peira. So it looks like both players are going to have to switch up their playstyle for today.
You're hinting that both Peira and Zio likely to be banned in the pre-bans when we go in? Maybe.
So,
We'll see.
yeah, no speed units, no speed contesting, it looks like. Or maybe they let it through, who knows?
Yeah. Zio usually win out the speed battle. There's not really another character that can actually speed battle Zio. So
Most
that's-
definitely. Just such a good character to have for players that can't have insane speed.
sometimes you put too much speed. Oh, you can do some calculation, and you don't need to put maximum speed on this guy. But he will still, with the passive, go with the first turn. Sometimes if you put too much, you just don't do enough damage.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of Janua. Dragon Bride Senya, of course, we've seen. Haste, all the usual suspects. Lai is going to be up there. And then their own personal twist.
And I do have some stats from last week. Zio, number 7 on the list for the most pre-banned. So most pre-banned was, of course, C. Politus. And then Death Dealer Ray to follow up. Knockwall, Haste, following those numbers of the most, most pre-bans from last week.
Interesting.
And of course, most picked, I did mention Laya, by far. By far,
Yeah.
Laya.
I think Fartsy brought up earlier, G-Clef, there was a match where Elv or Omega could have been in a position with just Laya. And this unit does everything, right? Support, so tanky, can finish the job with kills. That's why she's get picked.
She's actually a
lot of
good
time.
1v4 unit in the right circumstance.
Yeah, she can always provide the later anchor damage, so to say. And we can also cleanse. And following Laya, picked 39 times, 5.7% will be Captain Landy. Landy, last tournament, banned, pre-banned, post-banned, just slashed everywhere. But she is not being banned.
She's still here, and she's making a name for herself. I think we saw like Xander in Global do really well with her still.
That's right. She's got that
Definitely a
extra
lot
hit.
of RNG wins with the Captain Landy. As long as she counters and she procs, sets sail with her ship, that's a GG.
Fartsy, don't get me started on the Landy. That unit is still a terror.
Yeah, I think she's unethical, and she still causes me trouble.
Which is crazy,
Far,
right?
but
With
you're
all the
right.
units that have come out to answer.
Yeah, your prediction did come out right, though. Zio, Albedo, a little bit surprising ban, but Ranpera banned out from Zoul.
Ooh, okay, yeah, that Albedo could be a little telling. Has a fear for that, maybe anti-cleave tank style.
See Paldus with
Hazamarei deep in
Genua
thought.
is open.
There's a possibility he does follow up with a Genua just because he's a strong DPS right now, but it might be questionable picking him into the Death Dealer Ray.
Nansad goes for the ambitious Tywin. We can rage him up, and that guarantees our skill 3 to ignore Ephras.
Hazamarei going for a safety pick first. Hiding that DPS. Now switch over to Zoul. Here's Genua.
Yeah, doesn't want Hazamarei to have all of it.
And
Can't take all the rage units.
Guys, we still have the Senya and Haste on table.
And Laya, if you need an extra hand. Celine.
What is he thinking?
long and hard.
Important part
Who's gonna
from
be
here
in
with the
the-
band protection.
Yeah. Especially with that Celine pick there.
Does he have? We did see
Knuckles,
Knuckle
definitely a
comes
great
out.
pick into those first 3 units.
Hazamarei will need some damage though on his side. I expect this 4th pick to be something that can do some heavy lifting.
Some damage source. I think that's what we're looking for. Celine, Genua gone. What else do we have? Haste.
What does he opt for?
Some
Yeah, Senior Haste
longer
could be
game?
one safe pick.
Shall I let you dream?
Fire Robbie!
Interesting. Fire
Against Celine?
Robbie.
Elemental
Fire Robbie's great into
advantage?
Celine.
Yeah, great into Celine, great into the DDR. Somewhat.
Here we
I
go
think
with that Moon Bunny.
Moon Bunny is definitely a great pickup here to deal with the Knuckle.
Zoul last pick here, bud.
Yeah, cleansing. That's Soul Weaver, really good. From the stats, we've seen her a lot more in the prelims, but not as much in the tournament. Finally, we're having some Moon Bunny.
Yeah, just as very, very strong support whenever you have those kind of units that she can counter hard.
She does counter
What is he
those,
gonna opt
I
for,
believe,
though?
extra turns from the opponents.
That's right. That's right.
Zoul. Thinking really hard.
He
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Out of
interesting.
nowhere.
The Milim pick.
Does he need
This man
more
said, "Forget
damage?
the haste, forget the Senya. Give me the Milim."
I wonder if he's
Dragon
picking
Punch.
up the Milim just to reveal the stealth on the Knockwool and the Sea Phantom Politis.
Ah, you're correct. That's
On
what-
top of that, too, right? He's not in too much danger of her dying early.
top model.
Well,
I think
until
this
that
is
last
a
pick.
for sure ban on the Moon Bunny, just because that Knockwool's not going to do a whole lot with that Moon Bunny there.
And likewise, I was going to say, we need to get that top model Luluka out of the way to protect our Milim. We need her, give her time to de-stealth and kind of take control of the match.
I think this is our first Milim in the game. We've had her picked once. We'll see what's
Yeah,
out.
but if she's getting reset and sealed from the Knockwool, she may not be doing a whole lot.
So we'll see what happens in game here. It's Hazamarei versus Zoul. The second match of round of 16. Of course, starting with Politis. She does come very fast.
Always fast, always a pain for your opponent. 50% resource reduction is just so strong.
That too, her passive.
To the right, then to the left.
Alright, so it looks like Hazamarei is taking the risk for that Celine here and just ripping these S3s.
Take the hit. Intuition.
Oh,
Ouch!
she's almost gone!
Just
A little
bones
unfortunate
left.
though for Zoul.
Step back.
Only one
Going to
target to
Soulburn
hit
again.
here.
This is going to do so much.
Say I didn't want
Tyrant.
Oh my gosh, almost one shot.
to encounter
That's less than 10% left.
is to meet your demise.
Alright, let's see if we land. Oh, the miss on the Milim!
Oh boy.
Very, very fortunate for Zoul.
Hazamarei in trouble. Now, Lol, who do you seal?
Two, debating. I'm assuming we go for the Milim.
The manifestation of
No,
Oh,
opting for
seal
the genuine
on the
instead.
Vanilla.
Do you smell that?
There's a seal.
That's the smell of death. Such arrogance.
Alright, so now we stun.
Flash for the
Did
stun.
hit, I think.
How many do we get?
Oh, everyone
Oh
got
my.
hit except the stun on the Death Array.
Yeah, that's fortunate for Hazamarei.
Huge,
We do ignore
huge.
F-res, but it's not a guaranteed stun or D-break. Look at that damage!
Ooh, with the defense break.
of a moment.
You might just see a comeback. That's two.
Don't be nervous back here.
That
And a
Celine
third
looks like
for a
she's out of
3-kill.
commission, and I'm not sure if this Milim's gonna 1v4.
Oh, boy.
He's gone.
Millie was there.
Holy mama.
She was standing. And that's all she did in game one. That's Hazamarei with sliver of health. See Politis. A-Taiwan surviving those hits. Hazamarei grabs game number one. A close call. Zoul had the right switch early, but not enough to get those kills entirely. Some HP left. Oh, what a game.
Hello, hello? What a game indeed, G-Clef. Got disconnected there for a little, but God, I saw the damage.
Yeah, unfortunate drafting from Zoul's side just because the win con for him was looking like that Bunny Dom, which made her the obvious ban because he didn't really have anything else to deal with the Knockwool in that draft.
Yeah, I think you outlined Knockwool was going to be so strong into the Milim. C-Fan and Politis also cutting off resource reduction. I'm not sure if he was trying to flex a little, just ran out of time. But having the last pick, or last ban, that Tomoka on top, was just a little bit too much for Handle.
Yeah, in an ideal world, if that was a super fast Milim and she just, you know, revealed the stealth, nuked somebody, maybe that could have been a win. But into speed units like Knockwool and Sea Phantom Politis, if you don't have anything to deal with them, you better get those cleansers ready.
That's right. It's a tough Epic 7 world. We go into game 2 with extra P-Band. Zoul might have
Don't
to come
count him
up
out
with a
just
different
yet.
plan this time.
Yeah, he really needs to shape up the later half of his draft. This time he's going to be in first pick position. And that Knockwool was such a problem, we just get her out of here.
Solid choice.
Tired of this act.
And haste.
Definitely a safe pick with that haste.
Yeah, the Milim a little bit too unsafe. We liked it, Zoul, but you know what? Pick the safer options right now. All right, Ambitious Tywin, Genua still available. Let's see what Hazamarei opts for.
Still picking up the Tywin.
Yeah, and he did such work there at the end. Those D breaks, landing I think 3 out of 4 stuns on top of it too.
Good stuns must be some high effectiveness.
Well, he had the rage, so everyone's definitely gonna get hit with those debuffs.
So much rage, right? The Phantom Politis eating that DD Ray debuff on top of it.
Laya haste combo.
Yep, the
So now he's trying to turn it around. Got a cleanser to deal with these debuffs coming in from the Sea Phantom and the Ambitious Tywin.
Hovering over Strays though.
I'm with you.
Ain't no way.
Oh. And protect on the Celine.
Yeah, we saw in the last game she left 2 units at 1 health. The
So that might
S2
be
almost killing off that Emilpolitis. The S3 Soul Burn bringing Tywin to like 5%.
That is a situation that you would call gear gap.
Really could be.
Prepare yourselves.
And in between the games, because this is round build, you can't change the exclusive equipment.
Ah, okay.
So you can't bring more damage to the intuition or the blinks. So
unless
if
it's
she
a brand
attacks
new
the same-
Celine, we
Unless
can
you like
assume
change
that
your
he's the
imprint
same.
or something, that's possible. I believe Celine's imprint is attack on herself.
I like this Fire Robbie lock-in. Even without the defense breaks, she just is going to do so much work.
I vow to stand by
Okay,
your
the
side.
ML Senya. We got a lot of tankiness going on Hazamaray's side.
Unconditional loyalty.
Got a lot of tankiness on both.
Feels amazing.
Triple
And when we
Earth.
have those tanks, bringing that Gala.
That's a lot of Earth
No.
units coming in.
Araminta!
Oh, and the Fire Aramintha!
A different Fire Mage!
Some burns, stunts. What's he thinking?
I like the Fire Mantha. We saw the Broman. Now we got the Fire Mantha again.
Some pocket picks. I love it. But
Just like
instead of bring
Broman,
a
not
win.
the best showing, but in the right hands, I do think she can do a ton of work.
I'll be the one deciding how this story
The
ends.
Lua pickup into 3 Earth units?
Interesting. That S3 might not work as well. Waiting
This
for
would
the
be
post
very
bans.
interesting on seeing who's going to be banned on both sides.
And also Laya is on the right.
And
All
get her
so
out.
we've got
Laya's
the
out of
Laya
there.
Lua ban.
I'm not sure, though, how much Fire Mantha can actually do here.
Well,
Guess
looks
we're gonna
like
have
we're
to
going to
find
find
out
out.
That's exactly what we want to see. A lot of Earth units for Zoul. Let's load up the game, New Moon Luna.
The odyssey of your life
All right, we're pressing again.
was meant to bring you here.
Get the Celine activated.
Intuition.
Victory is
Yeah, and with this now, he can pop the Ambitious Tywin if he wants.
That should certainly be enough damage this time.
100%. We saw the damage in the last game.
If you get hurt.
I think she even did more damage. One gone.
Now he has to think
3-4
long and hard.
situation.
Where does he want to get this Senya S3? Because if he kills somebody that's not haste, we don't want him getting his passive proc.
Belong to me.
Into the
The
Aramintha.
Aramintha, we
Should
don't
it
get
be
to see
enough?
what she does.
Oh my.
Oh, barely.
Survives.
But the Ravi with the speed down takes the turn.
Do we finish
Surely
off
he's
the
gonna kill her
Aramintha
here.
Raged.
I think you have to.
Do you take the risk? Go for someone else?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Gala.
Alright, let's see if we're cooking with this Araminta here.
And now there's a buff on haste.
Should I turn them to ash? Bye-bye.
Boom, bam, stun.
Ooh,
Double
two
stun action
stuns.
here.
Quick snap.
This speed down, though, is very brutal for Zoul.
This
He
is
wants to
getting
capitalize
old.
right now.
Shall we put an end to this little game?
The Blood Slash with the buff. And that's enough
Gate
to
with the
bring
boost
Gala
and the
back.
swings back. Or the
That
Gala,
was
excuse
so
me.
much damage.
You're making me get
And we're going to see more damage here, G-Clef.
The slash with 1 HP.
You should feel honored. Just
29
Oh, wait,
she's
she
alive.
survived? What?
Situation. But that
There is a burn, though.
Aha! So it doesn't matter much, and there's a stun on Rob.
Yeah, we hit the
Now we have
front
to see if-
line unit there because we don't want to cleanse. When you crit fire Robbie, she gets to cleanse a debuff.
let's show them what we've got.
Another stun.
Stun!
Guns.
I think leaving this fire myth up was a mistake.
Perfect
Let's carry
lockdown.
out my plan.
Full control. All right, we do see a
Actually
cleanse.
got the crit on the Gala too.
Huh? Is it my turn?
Chip damage adding up, though. Do we hit the 50-50?
If she does, Robbie does not get the
Oh, got
turn.
crit.
And
Zoul, let's go!
Hazamarei locked
That
down.
Araminta cooking.
What a game.
Look at Zoul. Ooh, I like that staircase in the back. Fancy. Yeah, I think the big decision there was opting for the Gala over the Fire Araminta. There was some RNG, but the double stuns, the burns, we kind of just locked it down with her being at 1%.
Clark,
Yeah,
did you
I think the
okay. Oh, yes,
MVP
Clark.
was definitely the Araminta there, keeping all the debuffs down and stunning everyone.
Did you guys happen to see how much damage Araminta did? Because I don't think she did too much overall.
Yeah, she wasn't really there for the damage. She was there for the control.
Aha.
Most of
That's
the damage came from the Gala, almost one-shotting the ML Senya, the haste, one-shotting the Sea Phantom Politis.
And the Celine with her opener, right?
Yeah.
She can do some damage here and there, G-Clef, but it's more like chip damage. She's really there for the stuns.
Yeah, Zoul already has 3 other characters who can deal damage. And that was... It seemed like to me Araminta was used as in somewhat like a fire poly that we had in the first match. A lot more lockdown with the stuns.
Yeah, they do perform a little similarly, especially with that kind of S2 activation. We saw she got an extra stun even after the first 2 with the skill 3.
Sad. Another game 3 that we have on our hands. Hazamarei still on the left. And it says no, guys, but that's Zoul, as you can tell, on the right.
Yeah, I think actually, G-Clef, it's supposed to be like soul. Zoul.
Like Zoul?
Zoul?
Like you have a soul.
Like Soul with a Z.
He's a soulful player.
He's a Zoul. Okay.
All right.
Haste.
Blood Moon Haste. And that Sea Phantom Politis taken out.
Looks like they're both playing the safe route on the opener pre-bans here.
Who do we have left? Death to
And
the Red
every
Dawn.
game going to the final round.
I vow to be your companion.
Alright, first pick ML Senya here. Playing it really tanky, really safe.
And Haste is not in the picture anymore.
Zoul.
Interesting that he takes Ambitious Tywin with Phantom Politis still not present.
Lot band.
He's still definitely a great unit.
Laya was still there. Almost
And
forgot
maybe we're
about her.
kind of just stealing the powerful cleansers here.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah, not only is she a good cleanser, but she's also a great DPS.
Yeah, both of these units, right? They kind of fulfill a lot of roles. Tywin maybe more for the mitigation, debuffs, Laya for everything.
For damage, CR push, cleanse, and
She honestly does way too much.
1 hit target damage. I would believe if she's a Soul Weaver.
Yeah, kind of similar
Hazamarei has
to
to
Hand Guy, Mediator Queric.
Yeah. He has to think real hard here. How is he gonna pick these 2 units to deal against an ambitious Tywin and a Laya?
That's right,
question.
Fartsy. He needs to plan out the rest of his draft here because he's not going to have some cleansers available.
Robbie favorite.
Politely get
A
out of my
Gala on the
sight,
Vanguard.
loser.
So these two picks are definitely great counters into the Laya. But against the A Tywin, is Hazamarei gonna get rid of that A Tywin ASAP or just let his team get stunned?
Oh.
He's gonna have to respect it.
Seems tough. There are still 3 more units available.
All right, Zoul now needs to
slots.
consider what units do you want versus the Senya Ravi Gala.
Do you have to show some more damage? First Abyssal
There's his
Yufine of the
hypercarry in
day.
the form of Abyssal Yufine. And I think we were talking about this, G-Clef. On global side, a lot of the players have shifted to running Elbrus over Holy Sacrifice.
For the counter.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Zoul is on.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Two carries!
Another
two
counter.
carries. Although that Emma Landy pick isn't too strong into the Gala and the Fire Ravi.
Because of the crit damage?
Yeah, so the Gala can crit on the Landy, and so can the Fire Ravi.
Look at this draft on the side of Hazamarei. Jinu a 4th?
If I have the breakthrough, I'll bring in plenty of damage.
I guess that's going to be his answer versus things like Ambitious Tywin. He has a lot of nuke potential on his side.
Not really going for the debuffs. Making those characters' first 2 picks. It's kind of half used in
Obey
function.
if you wish to live.
Get ready.
And I like that. I wanted to see some kind of debuffer here from the side of Zoul. Unfortunately, he does get banned out. But it did demand that respect.
And Emelsenia banned out. Removing that big buff.
We're going to see an explosive match here, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll see. What game?
You taste
For that
despair.
quarterfinal, see Lilius.
Not fear death. Seizing victory is seizing the
Going
future.
with the S3 with the Victor.
You know
Figure
it. You
up.
love it.
I'll take
A
your
lot
life.
of damage.
3 attack downs.
Now who's gonna get the provoke here?
Looking for the
Can
pushback.
you even reach me? Unconditional.
Oh, no
resist.
provoke.
It feels amazing. Those who chase pipe
All right.
Tywin.
We were mentioning the way to deal with this guy. Let's just
usually
nuke him.
meet a bitter end. Is it my
Oh,
turn?
Not
23K.
quite getting the nuke on that 8 Tywin there. But it looks
Man,
like he
even
is
though he
gonna
did
get
proc
the
his-
focus damage.
Let's see what you can do.
Here comes the bite. And
No
bites
crit,
enough.
but finishes him off.
Well enough.
Everybody now.
I'll send you
Oh.
all away.
Gala taking a lot of chip damage there.
Here I come.
There's that crit that Farsi mentioned.
Vigor plus the attack up on Ravi. Oh man. And
Another
the counter.
counterattack coming out. Look at that damage on Abyssal Fiend.
Some insane numbers.
For real.
Continuous passive.
Don't come any closer. I got
That Gala is
114
hanging by a
health.
thread.
Right, that's what she's meant for with her S2 passive.
Oh, and Land. Oh, what? How?
Landy's still there.
Landy has HP left.
But not anymore. 2v4 situation here for Zoul. He's in big trouble.
Got a lot of buffs on that Genua. We got Vigor, we got Rage, we got Attack buff.
How's this?
And
And a Wind
extra
Rider
bite. 35k
A lot of damage.
with the vigor buff, the rage. So much buff on this guy, and Hazamarei will deliver the first best of 3 for him
Calm
going into
collected.
quarterfinals.
G-Clef, I said it was going to be explosive. I didn't know it was going to be that explosive.
I
definitely kept the aggression there, and it paid off.
Fire, you had a really good pick it during the draft saying Captain Lady into Galililius and Ravi? You had that big question mark, right?
Yeah, so I definitely think the Yufine was a great anchor there, hyper carry. But then the follow up with the Landy kind of made that draft fall off going into the Gala and the Ravi, who, you know, it doesn't make sense to pick somebody into your counters, right?
Yeah, double counter. Unless you're going to post ban it, but it leaves Zoul ended up banning Emelsenia instead of other source of damage. And
It could have just been a situation like we saw with the Milliman Game 1. Unfamiliarity, lack of roster, lack of depth, especially when you go to Game 3 and a lot more bands start stacking up.
Captain Lendy, coming into today had about 56% win rate out of 39 games. So that's a pretty positive win rate.
It's not my fault.
Look at this Celine damage.
At least we got to see the exciting matchup with the Fire Araminta popping off here.
Yeah, fatal mistake for Hazamarei. Look at the lockdown.
No stuns. Sometimes it's given and taken away from you.
So it looks like out of all the matches we're witnessing so far, these stuns are making a big difference in a lot of these determining factors for who's going to win and lose.
Oh, are you hinting Dark Corvus? We've had one.
Or why not
Just one.
bring out the ML SHEHUN?
Why not?
We did see her quite a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if she makes a debut today.
Yeah. Bring out some counters or just built-in no stun units. Yeah, this was game 3. It seemed like this Dragon Euphine was doing some counterattack.
The Fire Ravi doing the counterattacks too, though, G-Clef added up so much. And then you see this 1-2 combo here. The greater attack buff, you're about to see 40,000 damage, close to 35.
Yeah, that was insane. Getting one with the S1 and then extra hit the bite, just taking out the another. The reason why Genua is so hard. This bad captain just delivering so much damage. And one of the biggest, I guess you can say, the weakness that he has is going to sleep and the stuns, right? Because of the passive proc. I believe that's the reason.
Yeah.
Oh, for Genua's weakness? Yeah.
And other than that,
overloading
Genua
threats.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Unit has to have a weakness. You can't be perfect. Well, New Moon Luna.
We're still trying to figure out how to deal with her, and the best way to deal with her is just pre-ban her.
Okay, pre-ban.
There are some answers, guys, but I don't want to spoil.
Ways?
We'll get to it, G-Clef, when we get to it. But I've already seen some of these top players cook up some answers for her.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll have those answers. She'll be allowed in the main stage matches later on. So before the quarterfinal starts, we will hit the commercials. You never know when the password is going to pop out, so make sure to stay tuned. We will be right back after the break.
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive is the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 그렇지. 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
And welcome back everyone to the Asian Summer Qualifiers for E7WC 24 so far. And from lots of servers, big names dropping out like flies from round of 16. And we're having these new names kicking in for the roster. And looking at these names for the quarterfinals, we have a lot of new players who has already made it. Let's take a look at the tournament tree immediately. I believe it's ready for you guys. There we go. And the password, if you missed it, I told you guys to stick around. It's, I believe, a thank you 0713. So hit that password in. That should be in your mailbox. And hey, Car. Hey, Far Pancakes. These names. Oh, Nezuko.
I was looking at that right now, G-Clef. A 2 over Biru. Both of those players I really wanted to see. It was unfortunate they had to fight each other in the very first round, but that's the way things go. So Nezuko still in. Isaac with an insane showing against Omega. We just watched Hazamarei, so they'll be up against shuizhe. And then SHEHUN and Xijing. I'm going to have to do a little research and see, but I'm sure the matches are going to be amazing.
It's going to be for the quarterfinals. We will have every single player, the free-to-play dream, and free-to-play hero Nezuko still alive in the tournament. And against bodongpao. And the winner from the first match we had, who beat Omega 2-1, Isaac, alive. Second, 2-1 Watchdog in the round of 16. Hazamarei still alive. And shuizhe there with lots of 2-1s. Except for the very top side of the bracket, was everything else was 2-1. Would love to see all the matches. Smilegate, please, can we have all the matches uploaded on our YouTube? That would be the dream. I would like to see the matches and at least see what happened.
Exactly.
For the other
Biru
players.
Nezuko one, I want to see what happened there. And as you mentioned, 2-1 is kind of just the name of the game in this format. It really goes the distance in most cases.
Yeah, it really does. Isaac, second, and okay. That's tournament tree. Get a screenshot. You have 2 more seconds. 1, 0. Let's go to the next matchup. Here is the top of the bracket for the quarterfinals. Bodongpao versus Nezuko. Yes,
Nezuko, the free-to-play player champ. I need to double check though with him after if he is still truly free to play. Regardless though, right? He's an amazing player, and I can't wait to see what he has to show. Bodongpao. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up his page here though, and I'm curious to see.
Yes, Pancake.
Who's gonna take it between these two?
Oh, I was just gonna help you with bodongpao's name because it kind of looked like the B and the D's kind of throwing you off there. But yeah, it looks like he's a new contestant on the WC, so this might be his first time.
And the win rate a little rough, right? But very deceptive. That doesn't mean they can't beat their opponent, even if you have 88%. Not naming names, but it's happened in the past. And one other thing, Fartsy, you're mentioning the Dragon King SHEHUN, right? Look at this from bodongpao, most vanguarded.
Oh.
Alright, so it looks like we don't got any stuns or sleeps happening on bodongpao's side.
Yep, and
so
Valky
Nezuko
mentioned
definitely
that
playing a lot.
bodongpao means
go
railgun.
ahead.
I'm gonna get that mixed up a lot because I grew up in a district called Bodong, the opposite of Dongbo. The opposite of Bodong. So I'm gonna get that mixed up a lot. So better be careful. But here's Nezuko on the other side. A Landy, most guard.
Yeah, besides that one match with Navy Captain Landy against the 2 units that kind of do really well into her, she's had just such an insane success rate throughout this entire tournament. Last year's tournament, just a very, very strong unit. So I'm not surprised to see Nezuko have this as his most vanguarded.
Nezuko, Elbrus. Sometimes I know the dream of all the free-to players. We want to have full maxed out Elbrus all the time, but we might just have a little less percentage on the counter when we talk about Landy and others. So here is game 1 between bodongpao and Nezuko. Nezuko on the right, bodongpao on the left. The pre-mans, Zio, Nakwal, Haste, ML Politis.
Okay, so Senya is available, but the Haste, the ML Poly at the scene, Zio, which we've seen a lot in the past, and the first pick lock-in of Conqueror Lilius.
See Lilius start?
Yeah, setting the pace, setting the momentum, right? You get that big buffs for your team, the attack breaks on your opponent, and then you can follow up with a provoke or a dual attack.
Yeah, but she's still strong, but there's a lot of high-tier characters.
I think
bodongpao definitely keeping the consistency with his DDR pick, and he goes into the A Taiwan for the stun, so he could be playing a lot of control here.
Yeah, I like that kind of combination of the Taiwan plus that Death Dealer Ray. And we've seen the Silius and the DD Ray being picked very, very early on throughout this entire tournament.
Oh, are you guys smelling what I'm smelling? I smell
This
some
is exactly what we saw on
Nezuko's
Nezuko's profile sheet, right? He likes the R-Wall, he loves the Navy Captain Landy, a very standard kind of tank down draft with a little bit of versatility in your opening with the Conqueror Lilius.
And on top of that, I'm smelling some sensitive touch potential from Nezuko, but yes, Cart Pancakes?
I was gonna say that a Navy Captain Landy pick is really good into the DDR and Taiwan just because she can't be slept, she can't be stunned. But will the rest of the team be able to follow up?
She still has to be very wary of those defense breaks though, right? If we were especially playing a hyper carry situation, that can still add up so much.
Unconditional loyalty.
Gala.
It feels amazing.
We're seeing a lot of Fire Ravi today, especially in the likes of Navy Captain Landy against a lot of Earth units. And last pick, covering a Blooming Litica? I don't think so.
I think we're moving away from into Blue Warrior. What else is the Blue Warrior?
He's just kind of going through the
Light
roster here.
Warrior.
Round
Do
out
we
the
have
draft.
S? The big S?
All right, he's going through the
Let's go
entire...
to scrolling.
He's going...
Araminta.
Fire Araminta!
That
Nezuko,
scroll.
my man.
The longest scroll of the tournament.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, it was a similar kind of lineup when we last saw Araminta pop off.
Yeah, so Fire Araminta is kind of a good pick here just because he's going to overwhelm bodongpao's team with a lot of debuffs. So A Taiwan won't be able to cleanse all of them. And even though Ravi does cleanse every time she gets crit, the Fire Araminta doesn't crit, so she can still stack these debuffs.
Oh, the
Yeah, and that's exactly what I think he was thinking. Tries to get a cleanser in the last pick position, but Nezuko opts to ban that out.
Ocean Breeze Luluka not making it in, and Gala banned out from bodongpao.
I'll make you taste despair.
Here's game one.
Scar those in our way with destruction and fear.
Classic Conquer Lilius opener.
If you wish to live,
Most likely going to opt for an
I'll make you
S2.
kneel before me. Shall
Does
we
get the
begin?
pushback and the provoke.
Oh.
We have the Araminta. We need to be wary, though, of the Taiwan.
Bye-bye.
That's... some good
So
stuns.
we did proc, but we get the stun. Look at that triple stun. So many burns on the field.
This won't hurt a bit.
No stun though on the Death Dealer Ray, so we're gonna get some sort of rebuttal here. Can't sleep the Landy, but in terms of everyone else,
Oh,
That's the smell.
no one going to sleep.
All right.
not too effective there.
Not a single sleep.
protect. That's what I do.
What just happened there from that
Those
DDR?
who stray from the path of righteousness shall be punished.
Could be a mix of RNG. There was a lot of buffs on there, Araminta. We do land.
Meatheads.
There was a cleanse again.
Deal with it.
Extra
For the
hit.
soul burn.
Let's go.
A lot of cleanses from the A Taiwan there, so no more stacking debuffs overwhelming bodongpao's team. Perfect duel with the Emma Landy there.
Specimen.
Silius pulling the right unit.
How dare you pick a fight with
So
me?
bodongpao did sort of survive that initial onslaught. Here's where he's gonna try to clap back.
Can defeat
Now the
me?
sleep didn't really work. Let's see the stuns.
That's big.
You
Triple
Good
defense
D-break.
break. None landing on the Landy though.
fire.
Sober. With the extra.
Yeah, this should damage really adding up, and Landy is very, very close to unleashing her big skill 3.
Good chunk of damage stacked in already. Can you survive? Do you even
And
have
she does have her
enough?
skill 3. Sending it in. Gonna do some decent damage here.
bodongpao. on Landy.
I made it in the nick of time.
Get a Venom stack proc there too from the Death Dealer Ray. Puts her to about 50%.
I'll take your life.
Luckily, no counter there for bodongpao.
The time has come.
Life or death.
No Landy pull this
Very
time.
fortunate as well. We didn't push that Landy, yeah.
That Landy's also almost full rage bar, so that's gonna be really scary once she takes her turn.
It could have been there from either the silliest pull, from any counters that might be happening here, but luckily, she hasn't filled up the meter just yet. Tywin, no skill 3, does land the provoke. Look at the damage just from that D-break.
bodongpao still in this.
Stand by your side.
And we're seeing a lot of work being put in from the Guardian Ice Crystals from the Death Dealer Ray. Even though he doesn't have a true support, it is adding up quite a bit to keep his team like at that middle.
Strongest turn with the cringe.
Oh,
It's enough!
she's still. Oh, it looked like she was gonna live that.
It was right on the line.
And that's GG! Without the Landy, there's no damage! Nezuko could not survive, but bodongpao certainly did. That's game 1.
This camera angle is quite interesting.
Oh, and look at
Very close up.
this figure and the boxes.
Yeah, very nice figure. We saw that from Xander too, right? A lot of these guys have some impressive backgrounds. But I think we're seeing here the power of Fire Ravi. The Navy Captain Landy, though, was so close to getting a push-up either through pulling from the Conquered Lilies, from any extra out-of-turn counters. But wisely, bodongpao kind of survived that initial lockdown and was able to take out the single hyper carry on the side of Nezuko.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was just too much tankiness on bodongpao's side that the Fire Araminta just couldn't keep up. As long as she gets her debuffs down, then bodongpao wouldn't be able to do anything. But with all those cleanses and the lack of stacking debuffs, she just kind of fell off and lost her pace there, so she wasn't doing a whole lot after she got provoked and stunned and slipped.
Yep, some good control units allowed from bodongpao, and that Fire Ravi seems to be a good counter for Navy Captain Landy. We have a lot of units that can surely crit, and it's been a year, and now there are so many counters against this Landy. But you never know, she might still...
My fingers are crossed for Nezuko, just like he's doing in his icon. He's got to bring it back here. He is down 1. And as we've seen, a lot of these games can go the distance.
We'll see. Game 2.
I think Nezuko's just a one big anime fan with the fingers crossed there, trying to represent Gojo. And
not
his
only
name
that, Farts,
for
yeah,
Nezuko.
his name, right?
Yes.
Yep, we got the background figures for bodongpao.
For bodongpao, and then Nezuko with his name, which, by the way, Demon Slayer was fire last season. But that's beyond the point. Emil Senyo locked in first, Dragon Bride Senyo. I just said it was fire, all right? This is just the last. But here we go, bodongpao. Got to be feeling good here. Up 1 against Nezuko. And I believe, G-Clef, right? Nezuko 2-0'd his last opponent, Biru. And Biru is no slouch.
But he already dropped 1 game. Has to win 2 in a row for Nezuko to win and move on. Here's bodongpao.
Taking his time for sure.
Yeah, Laya was just ignored last game.
Which is usually what we see first pick, but these players are opting to go a different route. A little bit of a different here with, the second pick Genua, followed by the Ambitious Town.
We got the 2 rage units on bodongpao's side, but no Sapiens and Politis to get them their free rage, so this should be interesting.
All right, a Navy Captain Landy again from Nezuko. He's not backing down. Will we see the reoccurring Fire Ravi? She did not get banned.
bodongpao's got Genua this time. Not a direct counter to Landy.
Yeah, so now bodongpao's probably really hesitant on picking up the Fire Ravi.
Albedo for the trip?
Her skill 3 could be very, very powerful here, setting things up, and just overall mitigation. It is an interesting pick, though, in the Vanguard position.
Maybe Asia has some different take. I remember Albedo was
And the
banned.
Dragon King Sharoon, it's finally here.
This is actually a pretty good pickup, just because Nezuko already has 3 knights on his side. That's 3 potential defense breaks coming in from that Dragon King Sharoon.
And then you have the Ambitious Taiwan on top of it, and we have the stun potential from Arwell to proc our Dragon King Sharoon, the Queen of Anti-Stun Sleep.
Full light team? What else are we missing? What's the final piece of the puzzle?
I don't know if it's going to be another light unit hovering over an Abigail here. I don't think so. We have maybe actually for a hyper carry plan. For this Navy Captain. No, instead we're going to go for the debuffs and Fairy Tail.
maximum debuff with Aola too. Nezuko.
Yeah, those last 2 picks here, instead of more mitigation, we're just going to opt to try to control our opponent. Both of those units do kind of get past the mechanics of the Dragon King Sharoon.
So now bodongpao has to pick very carefully here because it seems even if he picks up a cleanser for those last 2 picks on Nezuko's side, it might get banned. If he goes for the Fire Ravi,
We saw how strong it is here
That's right,
in
Clark.
many games now.
Yeah, if you protect the Landy, I'll make sure you can't. That's a Fire Ravi crit. Ever since her major change in Fire Ravi, she is very viable in
Major
RTA.
changes indeed.
A Tywin! That's what all the debuff was for.
Okay, so the Aola is still present. But we do have, I think you were mentioning the skill 3 from the Albedo, G-Clef. We do have opportunities here for bodongpao to answer the hyper carries.
Here's game 2. Let's go down 1. bodongpao about to escape to the semis.
is everyone just slow or is that Genua really fast?
Well, these units aren't super known for their speed, but that's a great observation. 60k health on this Lanny. We're soul burning from the rip, adding up his chip damage. This time around, no Taylor Ray either for the Guardian Ice Crystals to kind of keep people healthy.
Here's the captain passive.
I won't stand down. I will deliver unto you your salvation. That girl.
Does stick the unbuffable.
Dragon King?
So we could go for some interesting plays here.
Greed and
Really good lands. Even Zoul burn.
avenged by my hand.
Yeah, so we do the soul burn. We just get that Genua with that unbuffable there. It's not going to proc his buffs.
So if you hit,
And now we're set up for the kill.
he's gone.
And we got the Elber's proc. Does she tip her hat? No, she doesn't.
No
That
salvo.
Genua would have been gone if she did.
You're right. Directed onto Arrowell for now.
Another trial to overcome.
Chip damage going out here from bodongpao. Arwell finishes the job there. Well played from Nezuko.
Now bodongpao. Only 3 left. That's Fire Ravi.
And look at the bar. She is locked and loaded.
Despite your looks, you're a vicious dragon.
Next turn.
Careful, please move aside.
Give me the
All into
silence.
this Albedo. Yeah, full control. Chip damage adding up. Dragon King Sharoon does have her skill 3. We're letting it rip. Is this too little too late though?
Yeah, getting those free cleansing skill nulls.
Deep break
on
does
the-
land though, but Landy's gonna push up. And the skill null is huge here, plus the cleanse from the Aola.
The AoE, we forgot.
Yeah, that unfortunate proc there. The Dragon King Sharoon ineffective. That's what he kind of needed. The skill null just making things
And
work.
the counter
And another
attack.
counter attack.
Deal with it.
Make it even worse.
Plus another hat tip.
You lack discipline.
Okay, let's see the damage. It may not be enough to kill the Ravi, but this is so bad for bodongpao.
Call the warship. Incoming.
This just goes to show what a menace this
Oh,
Angel of Light
Sharoon.
Angelica is.
She did live here, but like her skill 3's gone. She's not very effective here. A lot of these units can't be
Oh,
stunned.
another Elber's proc.
And this,
Why
she is just out of control.
I made it in the nick of time.
And the Arwell has her skill 3 still.
And now we can use all the stuns.
Will be brought down upon you.
It did not crit, so there is no cleanse. And that should be it for bodongpao. Nezuko going to tie it up 1-1.
Another classic Captain Landy game.
With no choice.
Even with the Cascade, with the Fire Ravi.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Yeah, with that pushback, there's no lapping here. And this is all she wrote. bodongpao probably just taking some time to think. There it is.
Nezuko, the dream free to play, survives in game 2.
Well played, Nezuko. We kind of had just so many answers for the DK Sharoon there. Keep that Navy captain alive. She did very much high roll, right? She went crazy. But I like the game plan, and it all worked out beautifully.
And on the other side, the Fire Ravi didn't really counter. Was she not on the counter set? Or I don't recall
Could be.
exactly.
She also
what game
wasn't.
I'm actually not sure what the Fire Ravi was on, but that Landy was woke. She woke up and chose violence, and she just non-stop popped off that match.
Mm-hmm. This is the one match we saw, right? Where the Fire Ravi is good in the Navy Captain Landy, but Nezuko just had so many answers to protect her.
The Fire Ravi. There's still a chance that she can 1v4, but not in this case. Now tied up 1-1.
Yeah, the candy just did way too much.
And the extra
We
pre-bans.
see a ban?
Oh,
Yes! All right, bodongpao opts to get that Navy Captain Landy out of there. Realizing Nezuko was really relying on her to be his style of carry. It didn't work out game 1, but game 2, it seemed undefeatable.
And ML Sharun
I vow to stand by your side.
banned. There's Dragon Senya.
I protect. That's what I do.
Nezuko seems to be liking the Arwell.
Do my best.
He likes this very tanky playstyle. I'm curious to see what his hyper carry will be now that Navy Captain Landy's out. We did see an Abyssal Euphine potentially.
First Laya in this matchup ever picked.
Which is a little strange, right? Usually they're fighting over that in the first pick position. Both these players opting not to need Laya until this game 3.
The other bans behind are Emma Politis and Haste. They're also banned. Emma Haste, I mean.
Okay, is bodongpao going to switch it up this time? Usually he picks an ambitious Taiwan usually around this spot, but maybe opting for something else here.
He's probably
really surprise
hesitating
Nezuko.
on that Tywin pick just because there is the Laya there, so she may just cleanse any debuff that goes down.
Oh, did he steal the Abyssal Euphine knowing that Nezuko maybe wanted that?
Prepare to win.
And we got the Crimson Armor, lots of mitigation there.
Oh my god, the Specimen
Let's pick
says!
up.
He picked that up pretty quick too, maybe expecting that his opponent might take the Abyssal Euphine.
And that's ban protected.
And the Elvira, just to make things worse, going to cut out all that resource generation from the Euphine.
You have to go back
Anti-fighting
hard. This was
spirits.
what I was hinting when I was smelling things. I
Ah,
smelled
okay.
sense. Yes.
The Spez coming out, huh?
Yeah, that's been the
Nezuko
combo.
picked that
Silius,
very fast.
Arwell, and says TJP against the shields.
Arwell starts the game with some shield, so he could go for Barrier Inversion from the rip.
This sword knows no mercy.
Last Viscarin, please stop smelling says. Oh, Spez, okay. Got it.
Yep, answer there for some evasion. Curious to see if Nezuko will deem that worthy of a ban. Last pick now for Nezuko. He needs to round out his draft, give bodongpao something to worry about.
Oh, Peyra's available. That's right. There's some speedy
They
units.
were into a DJB though?
Oh, yeah, that's not a good idea. Unless you're going to ban it.
Oh, me again?
A Celine last pick, okay.
There's Light Current on the other side, Celine on the right.
I think if he bans the Corinne, his Spez is relatively safe to do Spez things. And as we saw from D. Xander over on the global side, this Spez unit can put in a lot of work. We do get his biggest counter out of the way. Both last picks getting banned out now. This could be a Spez show.
It could be. There's Arwell with a DJB and
Yeah.
the Fiend. Yeah, as far
Just from this draft alone from bodongpao's side, it's not looking great with that solo hyper carry Euphine because she's not getting anything against that Spez and the Elvira.
And it comes down to this game 3, starting with Laya. Let's go.
Oh man, 1-1. Both players tournament life on the line. And I think I'm favoring Nezuko here with the Specimen says.
Trust me.
I don't.
Counter.
Ooh, we got the Ogress.
First the
Elvis off the
Elvis.
rip, so that will be no Holy Sack. Not that it matters, because Specimen says does have Extinction on his skill 3.
You look like a treat.
Just letting it slip. S1.
Here comes Kick Girl as G-Cliff puts it.
Elvira. To go for the kick.
I don't like to be.
There we go.
Oh,
Into that
Senya.
ML Stenya.
Let me savor it.
I vow my
Yeah,
life
big
to
D
you.
breaks.
The capturing sacrifice.
This moment
The big kick, and
Are we
here's
sending
Senya's
this-
toss.
unforgettable.
Okay, opting go for the R will here. Gonna try to take down all the mitigation before we handle the spez.
Okay, focusing.
I can do it too.
A true knight
Some
picks
more
their
damage
battles
stacked up.
wisely.
From the escort.
Don't ever ignore the power of someone.
This
With
might
Any
matter a
resist?
lot.
Protect.
Yeah, this should cover his effectiveness. We do get the stun, and now the specimen says the attack
go!
is going to be countered by the attack break.
This
But this is a
Armin!
defense broke.
Try harder.
Oh, going to the Crimson Arm and big damage.
The soft touch
40k damage.
for the extinction.
All together.
Let's go.
And that is a reset there for Specimen says.
You're right.
He can send it again if he wants, keeping his evasion buff too.
Going out with friends is quite fun, actually.
Could be a pretty big inversion here from the...
Yeah, there's some
DJ
damage.
Bazaar.
Oh, the hit.
You got the blind on the spez. That's gonna be really risky for him to rip any future S3 unless that Laya cleanses it.
Yeah, but unfortunately the Spez is going before the Laya. So he will have to potentially wait one turn. Or risk a huge 50-50.
Leave me alone.
You can steal nothing because of Elvira.
I don't really.
And
Another
we got the
counter.
Elder's Pack.
This damage is adding up though. Arwell's out of here. And with
No
full
more
immunity,
escort.
I'll eliminate you.
we do land the Beguiles on 2 units.
Oh. Attack down and blind.
This.
Okay, just opting for the S2
Oh,
here.
2 misses
Oh, there's a
and the proc on counter.
I vow.
Oh my god, the chip damage is adding up. Yeah, she can't do her big skill 3, the activation, but she just needs skill 1 to chip down.
Another moonlight. Can he survive? This one? Miss! Oh!
The chip damage is
He's
almost there.
barely hanging in there.
Okay,
Here's
we
the
do
cleanse.
have the skill 2 from the Laya though.
And the push!
We will push up as well.
Dead yet?
We need to dodge any counters here.
Can you survive?
No Elbrus, okay, no proc.
Which target? Is it on your fiend?
I think we have to go for the, well, but that's gonna
He's got
activate.
one
It's
play.
a tough call, yeah.
Senya's in the
He's got
front.
one play.
What
he
does
goes
Nezuko
for
opt
first?
for?
On Senya!
Goes for the Senya.
That's not enough.
And this S1 should seal the deal here.
I can do it too.
That spaz gone.
It's just like a dream.
Laya skill 3 is ready.
I can't take it.
No soul burn on that S3. Oh, goes
No
for the
Senya
Senya.
finally
All right.
taken out.
Still plenty enough.
Everybody now.
Yeah, and with the virus on the field too, the Fiend still can't get her resources.
This is quite fun, actually.
Fiend still
He
0
saved those
stacks.
souls for
Oh, stun.
Elvira to get her S3 back up.
Stun might matter.
I think that is the, yeah, great call on the soul burn. That way we can overlap, because otherwise we'd be kind of sitting here without that extra immortality.
Another guile. Plus extra
Now
turn.
she's going to be able to reactivate, as Fartsy said, with her skill 3.
It's a good look on you.
And
That
we still
actually
have a
landed deep
one-turn
over.
cooldown for the DJB cleanse, so we're going to be sitting on that. Oh no, defense break.
No.
But she's
little
not going to be healing up.
unfortunate.
You want to see?
Sometimes even
Damage
armor
is
needs
stacked.
What a close match. 2v2 situation here.
Who's going to take this? Another stun!
I think it's favoring Nezuko here. That is a very smart play with Elvira here.
Another slash and
Now
dash.
Dan is adding
Beguiles.
up. Her skill 3 is ready. Is this enough to finish?
And the soul burn!
Soul burn for good measure. I think this is it.
Spirit of rock!
Sorry.
Your feet's
23
gone!
can get out. Oh my god.
Damn.
And that
And there
should
is
be
no
it!
chance. Yeah, no chance for Desert Jewel Bazaar here.
Cost GG, bodongpao does not survive. Nezuko moves on to the semis. 2-1 victory.
Wave of the Nezuko
And there's
figurine,
Nezuko!
A mascot. D. Xander has the little plush rat.
The figure
Poopus had his
battle.
dogs. Nezuko has the Nezuko figure.
And a clean bad for the RNG. Love it. Love it,
What
love
a
it.
back and forth match. God, that Abyssal Euphine, even though she didn't have resources to activate, was just doing so many Elbrus procs. The chip damage actually taking out the specimen says came down to a 2v2 situation. But as we said in the beginning, that's why Laya is so strong. She can finish matches on her own.
And by the way, that
Yes.
Elvira pick. Insane. Yes, Pancake?
That was quite a good pick there with the Elvira, because she actually carried that match, even though that Spez was kind of losing on the RNG runs with all those debuffs.
Yeah, Farty, do you want
to
tell the people why you were questioning why he didn't soul burn that first Laya, right? And then we saw afterwards he was saving it.
Yeah, so that was definitely a good call there. He was thinking a few steps ahead on how he was going to handle that situation after Spez disappeared.
Had that full trust that the damage should be enough on, I believe it was Senya in the front. Yeah, this was game 2 with Angel of Light, who we can't see her as much anymore. Since we have few ways to deal with these debuffs now.
Very big back and forth. Honestly, well played from bodongpao. He put Nezuko on the ropes. That last game came down to the wire. But Nezuko's the one to take it here. This Navy Captain Landy in game 2 was just insane.
Nezuko
just felt oppressive. Maybe unethical, as Farsi would say.
Even had to pre-ban for the next game.
Look at this, just every time. Tip of the hat, Elber's counter.
A lot of Elber's procs happening in all these matches too. Coming from the Yufine, coming in from the Landy. Unfortunately, not enough from the Yufine on bodongpao's side.
And Spez. Got Spez game.
He may have not been the star of the show, but he definitely put in some work here.
He did. Plenty of damage. And the claw. No stuns, but still. I think Nezuko wanted to...
That was looking real close when that Yufine was proccing so many Elbrus procs, and Nezuko still picked it up with that Laya at the end.
Yep.
Yeah, he stayed calm, stayed composed, played to his win conditions, which was leaving that Elvira up to counteract that Abyssal Yufine and wait for those skill 3 Layas.
You can have that many counters, but no stacks. That's one of the reasons why you had that Elvira. She's not being seen too many times. I think that's her second appearance, third appearance in the actual game.
Abyssal Yufines, right? And you want to bring her out when she can counterattack those fighting spirit units.
Yeah, Elvira is definitely an underrated unit, I feel like, but the reason for that is because she doesn't really provide a lot of damage. She's just there for the utility. So, again, one of those units that's great in the third phase pick.
So you're saying we need a slight buff in Elvira?
No.
Well, we've had the buff version of
her. I think she's good
her.
enough as she is. We don't need more broken units. We got enough for that.
She did break the RTA because she was way too strong.
Yeah. She's good enough as she is. She's perfect for what she was meant to be used for.
So I'm saying buffer damage Kappa, but you never know when that's gonna happen. It might not happen, it might happen, but that's surely a really big win for Nezuko. And we're moving on. Next, I believe, is going to be Issac versus Second, the two contenders that we have seen a little bit because Issac, of course, against Omega, that was a big match. We do have the matchup ready. Let's go take a look at that first. Yep,
so Second did end up beating Washdog too, yeah.
And I believe everything except for the top 2 matches were 1-2 game score.
That's right. And Issac must be riding a high. I think he got the biggest, the probably favored to win the whole dang thing out of the way, so he's now the one to beat.
Let's go scrolling my sheet into Second.
We saw this already. A nice 60% win rate. That Vanguarded Broman, which he did bust out. And then you see all the usual suspects here between the Haste and Senya. Issac, the Omega Slayer.
And with the Broman, let's show that once. See if that will work against different players in different aspects.
All right, this is what I was waiting to see. So Second also with the most Vanguard of the Dragon King SHEHUN, pre-banning the Zio and another Albedo. We saw a few pre-bans of Albedo actually from different players here in the Asia server region. And then his most picks are very, very common as well.
Yeah, these most picks and most pre-bans, it's always from the left. Most 1, 2, 3. So Genua was the most picked, and then Senya, and then Politis. for all the players' data. Same for the pre-bans. Zia most pre-ban, and then Albedo to find. And all these datas are from the championship preliminaries for the past 2 weeks. Before as is mentioned on the bottom, 63% win rate there for second. And
which, G-Clef, I'm ready to throw out the win rate. Just throw that out the window. I think it's so deceptive. It leads players the wrong way. These guys are showing that that part doesn't matter. Anyone can win in this best of 3.
You still do need to watch all these matches, because for the main matches, I believe, every year we had those win predictions, and you got double the energy if you got them correctly.
Oh, that's right.
Remember?
Okay,
So you do need to watch and remember all these players who are moving into the main matches.
Start getting that fantasy band draft ready.
Yes, because I did not do well last year. That's all I remember.
I think I did okay. Maybe better than you, but also not amazing.
I think I got less
Right,
than
here we
half
go.
right.
Ooh.
Here are the pre-bans. Isaac versus second. Ranpera. Did not
Moon
like the
Bunny
speed
dragging
contest.
Future
Shall we dance?
Yeah, so Isaac should be used to this. This was the same pre-bans that Omega busted out. The
Mhm.
Ranpera.
Still
That
keeping
C
the
Phantom
Moon Bunny.
Politis, always a popular pick. I don't think we're going to see
Victory
Sid
is
first
within our
pick.
grasp.
No, instead the other Green Thief that has just been
Mhm.
so powerful, the Celine. Her damage has been ridiculous. She poses a problem for her opponents, whether they need to activate or not.
Would you like to be my next meal?
No, I would not like to be.
Yeah, same here. Band protection on the Janua. It's a little bit of a combo.
With the politics.
Very powerful
okay.
units from second.
And the anchor with haste.
Put your life
Do we
on the
need to
line.
oh, a last piece
Oh, interesting pick. This shows that Isaac is probably very confident that he can outspeed that Sea Phantom Politis.
I feel like we said that last time, Farty, and it ended up not outspeeding him. Am I correct? Either way,
True.
that's definitely, he does need to keep that in mind. That's a great point. Fairy Tale Tenebria, second one we've seen so far. Last
Another
one was
fast
banned out. Yeah, no cleanse on the side of second yet, so he's going to be wary of that unless he plans to post-ban it. A Zio here could also pose a problem.
But you can't be faster than Zio, though.
Assuming Assuming the player geared correctly, but that's
yes.
that is for dang sure. Ain't
His
no way.
passive.
Last pick here from second.
Shall I attack?
The Sid. Big damage, speed imprint potentially.
So he definitely does not want to give up first turn on second side. He's got 2 fast openers with the speed imprint to follow up.
Yeah, maybe worried about one of his openers getting banned out, and the other one will be getting a little boost there from the Green Sid.
Then Isaac. Oh.
Briar
Briar Witch.
last pick.
No EE available, everyone, just in case. No extra speed on her.
That's right, extra speed, and I believe extra debuff chance on the D-break. I think that is what the effect does, but won't be available just yet. Let's see the bans here.
5 seconds. Oh. Plenty of damage.
It's got to be the Zio,
Oh,
yeah. So that's
Zio.
why we picked that Sid. And then the Briar Witch posed too big of a problem there for second to leave on the board.
So will not have the first turn. Maybe.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Maybe with the Sid.
Shouldn't.
And the Poly.
Well, Isaac did get outsped last time going into Omega, so he's probably really used to getting outsped by Sea Phantom Politis and not caring, because there's not really a true follow-up after she uses an S3.
Take my hand.
Okay, ML Politis by 3%.
Mm-hmm. That imprint definitely there for the reassurance. Skip and a hop. Big activation.
Fanatic Ball.
We will be proccing.
Good intuition damage. And the stun
Oh,
E.
that was stun.
Oh, yeah, there's the stun E. First time we saw it.
Big stun.
He's going to take, potentially Sid out of the equation here if he wants to.
If you value your life, don't say I didn't warn you.
And now this pick from second.
Exactly.
Not looking too hot. It does trade off with the haste activation though, so his skill 3 will do some big damage now.
Some extra shield coming from Blood and Haste. Genua.
Your guard is down.
The bite.
My God!
Not enough, but close to killing her.
Yeah, look at this barrier. It's so big.
There's last piece
I
Korean.
will take you to new heights.
The blade art.
Here we go, guys.
No
The
one
bomb
has
kite.
ever reached. We both know.
And
Oh,
RNL.
an RNL prod.
What?
Okay.
You put RNL on last piece Korean?
I am the
Isaac does.
The sword is me. This
And he's the
sword-
Omega
barely
Slayer.
even broke the barrier. Still there on the haste.
Isaac, you're opting now. Not breaking that barrier, maybe a little demotivated.
Who else do you go for?
Over.
So, counter attack.
And the counter.
This is gonna hurt.
The full strip.
Futures that will never come. How absurd.
All right, that Senya activation definitely saved her there.
Ouch.
But will she survive this S3 from the haste?
Most definitely not, right?
This MLC is.
That
Hey,
I don't
boost.
have the time
Gotta get her
Double
out of here.
slash.
Press three.
for stupid toys.
Okay.
OP and the basket.
That's a smart play. Second there. Gets that revive. Goes straight into the Sid, knowing he was at the top of the bar. Greater attack buff. Gonna kill this Fairy Tail Tenebria. Gonna get the follow-up on top of it.
Oh my God.
And should be enough to kill the Senya too.
This is going to hurt.
Oh, okay. Goes for the Celine instead.
This was a
Risking
miss.
at 50-50. Yeah,
There's
maybe a little
2,000
greedy.
HP left on that Senya plus a barrier. I think he could have tried to finish off with that Sid there since
This is
Let's see if
S3
this was a
with the buff.
mistake. May not matter too much, but yeah, we do get the AoE style damage now.
Yeah, does that Genua? Another miss.
I didn't win this alone.
But
Didn't
still,
matter
that's
in
enough
the
to get
end.
the game. It's slow, man. Not too slow or overall, as you can tell.
Wow. More anime in the background. All right, you love
Yeah,
to
slow,
see it
man.
here.
There's slow poke. I see it. Yeah, that's second. Certainly not going second with that Sid.
Very well played by Slowman, aka Second. My God, I love that little Blood Moon Haste revive into the Sid, into the extra turn. Just puts that flat damage into Celine, knowing the Dragon Bride Senya S3 isn't going to be enough. His team is so healthy. No matter kind of what the outcome was there, it was all but over.
Okay, Snorlax. That's what I meant. Okay, Generation 1. It's been a while.
So this just showed us that Isaac's last piece Karen pick there in the ban protection slot didn't do a whole lot for him.
You're right.
It's just the barrier was so strong, and I think you did have to take out the Sid though, right? Because if you leave him up, he's just going to get some big damage onto your side of the field.
And also, that last piece Karin didn't do as much damage that we expected, I think. Is it because of
Right,
RNL?
because of the barrier.
Too much,
The barrier
too much
was just
speed?
too much.
Or just too much barrier? I think there's a lot of factors that we have to put into the calculation. Even with that loss, Isaac might not have got as much information that he wanted.
Isaac now on the ropes. He's used to this position though.
As we'll see.
Definitely no stranger to
Yes.
going best of 3.
Yeah, one down as a second looking pretty good and solid with the game plan as we went in. Round 2. Isaac's still on left. Second on the right.
Let's see them bans. What did they opt? What did they deem necessary to get out of the equation? Ooh, okay, the last piece Crane, even though we were talking about how ineffective she was.
Some damage.
Still doesn't want to be
removed.
dealt with.
Be nervous now.
And no surprise, he Phantom Politis. First pick from Isaac.
Celine from second.
Huh? Is it my turn?
Blocked. It's kind of
What else do
crazy
you
how
got
many
for
buffs
us?
she got. And after all that,
She got
she's now
so much to
strong.
talk about, right? The stealth, the extra damage.
The E.
I
So
believe you
many
said she
different
was the
ways
most
to
picked,
buff her.
right? In the WC, what do you call it? The matches before the qualifiers.
The prelims? Yes.
The prelims, I think you said she was very, very high picked, if not the top pick.
She was the most picked, along with Laya.
Blood Moon Haste, all right. We saw how effective that barrier was. This guy does it all. Potentially sustained. Big damage. You got to worry about killing him first. Or if you kill someone else, like we saw in the situation of Sid,
Double
he's just going to ramp up.
Double poly knockwall. Okay, what are you cooking?
That's a lot of debuffs.
That Knuckle pick's definitely good into the Celine and Haste here, but with that Lua, Isaac's gonna have to bank on outspeeding here.
The stage belongs to everyone.
Laya. For that big cleanse.
Definitely a great answer. That's right. You see those 3 units lock into Laya.
She does everything. Damage, some heals, CR push.
Everything in a bag of chips. All right, what does Isaac need now, though? Probably some dedicated damage.
But can't be protected.
Maybe an imprint.
I vow my life to you.
There's a Dragon Bride Senya. Good anchor there.
Even tankier. For extra protection for the incoming source on the back.
How confident are we, though, on our Knockwall versus Lua?
What's a good anchor? Like Landy or Yefine?
I don't think either are good into that Laya and the Haste.
Impact.
My turn. A Sid now from Isaac. We saw that from second in the last round. Gonna be a speed imprint. Can do some big damage as we saw as well.
Recrum Ruana.
Yep, great follow-up, especially after that third pick ban protection on second.
Don't have the Zeo now, but has the Lua. Somewhat of a different drafting style. Very unique from these two.
Yeah, they really want to get this first turn. That's what the swapping Sids was for. Will second be able to punish it, though? No, instead he's just going to ban it out here. Really wants to take that first turn initiative. Will this be enough, though, to get his Lua?
Knockwall Lua.
Even if that Knockwall does get her first turn, and it's not going to do a whole lot with that Laya there, she's just going to reset everything with the cleanses across the board. No more turn resets.
Correct. One of the biggest counters. Those cooldowns. Let's see. Opening the gates. New Moon Luna.
I'll be the one deciding how
Lua's
this
starting
story
things.
ends. Nuisances should be dealt with.
Target asleep.
It looks like somebody forgot
And that's
their
big,
first
right? Because now we can
getting
activate, and Politis will not be able to. Your skills actually go on a cooldown.
Accept your
That
fate.
S2 passive.
Here.
Getting used up there. The Astral Guide. Very well played.
No! That Politis. Fire Politis. And sleep.
I don't want to do this anymore.
The Guile doing a little bit of chip damage. Finally, we get to the Knockwall turn.
It's Knockwall a little slower.
Over here.
Yeah, typically the Knockwalls are slower since she does have a lower base speed compared to the Sea Phantom Politis.
Oh, that's silenced on Laya, though.
Won't matter too much. Given her sweet miracle artifact. Why she's so powerful.
That's why she joined the band.
He does activate the haste, though, and he gets the cleanse.
Oh my.
Or the strip, I should say.
I gave you a chance.
Yeah, and we're just going all in. Look at this damage. We didn't soul burn this time, though.
A little too short.
Might still be enough. Oh, it's enough to finish.
Oh, wow.
And with your anchor out of the way, your Politis being slept. Her skill 2 is already out of the way.
Full team standing strong. Counterattack.
Counterattack. Nothing to strip at least, so we won't get the follow-up. But you are in a tough position if you're Isaac right now. No defense break. Did get resisted. But I don't know how we can get out of this.
It seems like Isaac's doomed.
Yeah, if you had 3 units to take care of Laya and a haste, I don't
D-break?
think this is it. Maybe some D-breaks, but you still have
Damage
the cleanse
not
and the
wall?
Laya.
Your final image.
No way.
Will stay.
Yeah, things are not looking too good for Isaac. I don't think he has enough to deal with the haste and the Laya there.
At least that bind stopped that counterattack, but it's maybe not going to be enough.
Try not to feel so indignant.
Locking one.
We do get a seal, but Laya's coming up next.
It's showtime.
And her
Oh
skill
yeah,
2
she was
is still
silenced,
ready.
right?
No, she actually cleansed the silence, but she opted to hold.
Yeah, she didn't use that cleanse.
That's right. Yeah, he saved it wisely. Second playing very well here.
Counterattack.
Counterattack actually on this Politis.
Hold up. Oh, but it's on Lua. The elemental disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Isaac is just praying for a miracle here. I don't see the out,
Is that
Isaac.
all you're capable of?
Make matters worse.
Here comes the moon
We're getting a
slash.
snipe to the face.
It will end
And Isaac calls GG after losing a 2. Second with a 2-0. That will be a clean victory. The game 2 looked even better for second.
Yeah, I saw a little smile, a nod of approval there from second. And the Snorlax, right, G-Clef, in the background. Looking great.
Snorlax. Yes. Got it. Written down.
We're seeing a lot of underdog stories come up and rise from these new participants this year. Since we saw Elf Mage and Isaac take the
guy that beat.
losses.
That's right, yeah. That's a little bit reminiscent of what happened with Phantom over on Japan. He lost first round, and then the person that beat him ended up getting beaten out. That's how the story of Isaac, who beat Omega, is now taken out by second. It's anyone's game, it really is.
Kind of funny how Slowman is contesting for speed.
There we go, look at this counterattack, full strip.
A little too strong. If you lose him in the draft, you don't have that buff, the shields, the immortality after you come back.
For stupid toys.
And the
Look at that,
basket.
the Sid. 21k to the dome, gets the follow-ups, misses into Celine, but it's over from here. And then game 2, man. Quick opening with the Lua, stops that counter from the Politis, who we saw, I believe, was on counter set. I think second just played beautifully here, right? Played safe, was able to get that anchor out of the way, and from there, it's almost impossible to lose when you're up against 3 squishy debuffer units and you have tanks like Haste and Laya.
Also, Heart, do you think, what about having the knockwall on the back? Because Senya protects the one on the back, right? Or was this activated
Correct.
by?
Yeah, so she would, but the thing is, he focused the Senya down first anyways, right?
Okay, I guess
That's
it
elite
didn't really
damage.
matter.
It doesn't, yeah, in that scenario, it did not matter too much.
Okay.
Yeah, in this case, second had a better draft there just because he picked the Laya in response to the Knockle, and then later he got the Lua in the lock spot. So there were 2 ways to deal against Isaac. No way he could speed contest that, assuming that second had better gear.
That's some really good drafting coming down. Isaac might have did all the studies against Omega, and it did not seem like he was having a perfect draft anymore against second. Maybe his studies really showed off, but not as much for because you don't know who's going to be your opponent after the round of 16. You can maybe prepare for the first match, but to become one of the best 2 out of the server, you do have to go through all of them. But those were the
Not
first
only that,
2
G-Clef, right?
Yeah, Car.
Just real quick, you were saying he didn't do his homework, but that's because Elf Mage, he streams so much, you can see what he's doing. Everybody knows him. Maybe there wasn't as much info for second that he could have studied on.
Yep, but second just pulled out a solid draft, and that was it. Those are the first two matches out of the 4. After the break, we will go through the remaining 2 quarterfinals.
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 그렇지. 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
And welcome back, everyone. Immediately to the matchup, we have Hazamarei's third match of the quarterfinals versus shuizhe or shuizhe.
SHEHUN?
SHEHUN? SHEHUN?
Maybe SHEHUN? That's what our notes are saying. Let's go with SHEHUN.
SHEHUN, okay. It's a hard one to pronounce. But Hazamarei up
We
first.
already saw, right? We saw from Hazamarei, G-Clef, the power he did against Zoul. It did go to round 3, where game 2 looked a little scary, but in the other 2 games he won, it looked very, very convincing.
After getting those quick bans of Albedo and Zio, stuck with that. But his opponent.
Let's check out SHEHUN's. We see a Vanguard protection on the Ambitious Tywin with pre-bans of the Ran, Knockwall, a little similar to the Ran para pre-bans that we see, but Knockwall a little bit of a change-up.
Yeah, so for SHEHUN's most pre-bans, definitely shows that he does not want to contest for turn 1. Definitely a turn 2 here, playing tankier, playing safer, and a lot of control in there with the DDR and Ambitious Tywin.
Yeah, I think he's just going to pick a lot of those meta units you see, Dragon Bright, Senya, Blood Moon, Haze, Death Dealer Ray, and kind of just tank down in that style, and we might even see a little Albedo action, assuming it's not pre-banned.
Hazamarei did pre-ban.
Yeah.
That
I
Albedo.
think he did pre-ban Albedo in the past.
That's what we'll see now. Zio.
Oh,
Genua.
Zio Genua. Same pre-bans, though, for SHEHUN. SHEHUN, excuse me.
This song was meant for us.
Isn't SHEHUN German for something?
Yeah, that's why maybe I shouldn't have said that, but here we go. ML Senya coming out. But we see a potential haste as well. Just take both straight off the rip. No, Celine. And we saw the power that this lady can bring out.
Melsenia. And Celine in basically every match. I don't think we've skipped through her.
Such arrogance.
She's
Okay.
okay.
Yep, the Tywin, that tankiness, that defense break, that potential of stun and activation from the ML Politis.
Fire Ravi getting locked in the
See
protection.
a lot of Fire Ravi today.
The love is being shown from the Asia server.
Usually against units maybe like the Navy Captain Landy with her guaranteed crit, but this time a proactive ban protection. That is our hyper carry for Hazamarei.
I think the Ravi is really good pickup here because she does have the injury to deal against the ML Senya, plus her elemental advantage into that green Celine there.
Yeah, very, very strong for your carry. Lets you kind of press. Oh my goodness!
Seeing the second Benevolent Roman today?
We're seeing this again? Yeah. Our first ice shoe.
The ice
We saw
rat.
a crap ton of the rat and a different kind of rat. This time it's the OG. What
Usually
a
it's the Urban
pick.
Shadow shoe.
Yeah, you know, we haven't even seen Urban Shadow shoe yet today, where the other regions really, really love playing her.
Let's carry
Especially
out
for the
my
injury that you just talked about for the Rai Ravi. Gala Lilius for Hazamarei.
Okay, how do we round out the rest of our draft here? We have some tankiness, we got some support, we got our opener. We have 2 big damage dealers. Can really pick a counter pick here. What would SHEHUN not want to see in our last pick spot?
It's really hard to say because it's really hard to counter that Fire Ravi other than that blue shoe pick up there.
Oh, a little Jabe. We saw
interesting.
that fairy tale straight to the top model Luluka, threatening that first turn kill, potentially into something like the Benevolent Roman.
That model was picked in the previous game, but was post-banned.
Yeah, usually you
Hazamarei.
saw it when it was threatening a squishy unit, maybe like the last piece Corinne, for example.
And the response from shuizhe.
Do you smell that?
Death Ray.
Ray was up.
Okay, I like that.
Forgot.
Let's see the bands. Man, I can't believe a Broman plus Shu came out here in the side of SHEHUN.
I'm really interested to see how this plays out with the Broman here because we've seen a lot of 50-50 so far in all the WC matches, whether the Broman pick works or not. as a counter pick into Sea Phantom Politis.
Okay, so the top model Luluka is going to be present here.
Because of the ban on Gala.
Yeah, and so our Broman is a little unprotected. Maybe we put him in the back row spot, protected by that ML Senya. Perhaps he can live through that and kind of get some control on the field. The Shu is there to counter the Fire Ravi. And then we just kind of have 2 damage dealers on the rest of our side.
That's right.
This is also going to be a big risk on Hazamaray's side because that Celine could potentially proc into that top model Luluka if the Sea Phantom does use the S3 here.
Yeah, very scary, and that's why she's picked so often. Really puts your opponent in a bind on your decision making.
Do you risk it? Nope.
She does not.
Going back to stealth. Here's top model.
So Broman is in the back row, protected by the Senya, but let's see if he just dies straight up.
Oh, it's only 7.7k HP.
You're not bad.
This should be full damage. On Shu.
Goes into the Shu instead,
Into
okay.
the Shu.
Big damage, honestly. Goes to half. We're holding all the skills. That Celine there's a threat. Here we go, though. The Tywin.
Flash.
Wow, we still land so much despite
Three
not having our both.
stuns.
Very, very high roll there, especially considering we held the Politis. But maybe these units don't have any resist.
That is a 30k HP Shu. She is quite tanky.
Quite tanky indeed, but being chipped down this much, she does have a little bit of self-healing.
Cousin Shu.
Shall I let you dream
Cream.
endlessly?
Oh!
And
Celine
that
is out of there.
Celine's
Counter procs
gone.
though. Any
Oh.
push? No push action just yet.
This Fire Ravi.
Now we can freely use the S3 on the Sea Phantom Politis.
Yeah, now that the Celine is out of the way.
Victory is
Got the
mine.
strips on the anti-crit. We still have the defense break on the Broman, so big risk here. What does Hazamarei want to do?
Additionally, the Soulburn on the Tywin, his S3 is going to be ready very, very soon on top of that.
Victory pose. All right.
Attack up first.
Let's do this.
Seems tasty. Going
Goes
for the
for the
rat
Shu,
first.
doesn't
No
get the crit.
no proc.
Yeah, that anti-crit from her skill 3 paying off here. Tywin, 1 turn still on the skill 3. But
Is
his
that rage
team
and
is
attack?
looking rough.
Finish it.
Bugging me.
Oh, got the dual attack.
Yeah. Very unfortunate considering the defense break. A lot of damage going through. Broman finally gets to play.
How much impact can this guy have?
Give up already.
Soulburn!
You'll lose no matter what.
Gonna activate our extra turn here. Now with some silence procs, depending on who we hit, we have higher activation chance on our skill 1. Could get some CR pushback. We need to get a lot of control now from the side of Sheza, who is definitely on the back foot.
Victory is
Pontus
And
and
we got the proc.
Here, take my hand. Where are you going? It's my turn.
Oh,
the
we actually
crit.
got the crit.
Well, the Ravi does, I believe, guarantee crit, correct?
Well,
Even
only
through
if
the
he
crit,
hits,
right?
though.
Well, on the
Because
50-50,
there's a-
yeah. The 50-50
There's
on the
a miss.
elemental, correct.
Yeah.
I vow to love you.
Might not matter at the end. Yes, that's way too much damage already done.
Just around the corner.
Unfortunate. We tried to see the experimental Broman pick here. Unfortunately, it did not pay off.
Hazamarei.
A Fire
I
Ravi.
think now, yeah, just very, very dominant. Played beautifully around that Celine. No activations. You hold your skills. When she gets taken out, then you activate everything. I'm not sure
And
about the
the-
Shu combo there. She did get some counters, but without the push, very unimpactful. That Tomoka actually doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, unfortunate that Rat did not do Rat things.
Fortunate, yeah. Unfortunate for Sheza. Very fortunate for Hazamarei.
Yeah, Shu first.
I think he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, though, and figure out something else if we do see another early Ravi, depending on who takes the Celine this time.
We see this is for the tournament that we have on camera. It was our first shoot, but if it's actually the first shoe of the entire tournament, we would say the first shoe of the tournament, as there would be the UI, but it didn't appear, which means that shoe was played by someone else during the round of 16 from this server or other servers.
Okay. Wasn't this one? I don't think it was global either. It may have been on Japan or EU.
Yep, that might be correct. Because we do miss some of the round of 16 matches.
All right, let's see the bans here. SHEHUN gonna need to make some big adjustments.
Yeah, so just from seeing how these drafts have played out so far, it looks like SHEHUN is really struggling in the speed department because Hazamarei just plays really aggressively, and SHEHUN doesn't have a whole lot of units or counterplay to deal against that other than just having that ML Senya.
We see the ice shoe actually getting pre-banned out here. Maybe telling we could see another Ravi lock-in potentially. Without the Celine though, we may not need it. SHEHUN's opting for a first pick ML Senya.
Was that really needed to ban her?
The shoe? Maybe not. But he could also be planning for game 3, right? Ooh,
So
early
far we
death
see
dealer
all the speed openers are banned out from SHEHUN's side, at least as far as popular ones go.
Will we see maybe something cleansing Alaya potentially? That's a lot of debuffs on the side of Hazamarei.
After NL Senya.
DK SHEHUN potentially could pop up as well.
Oh, interesting. See Lilia's possible pickup here?
I'll make you taste despair.
Never a bad pick, right? Especially when she's not getting
Shall I
contested
let
just
you
yet.
dream?
Fire
Still
Ravi
wait
though
the
from
Fire
SHEHUN!
Ravi!
Yeah, he says you banned the shoe? I'll take the Fire Ravi. Thank you very much.
There's still lots of great picks. Laya out there. Haste also available.
That's right, yeah, the haste. Most likely going to be taken somewhere here.
You dare stop?
Our Payra opener. Okay, I like that. Could contest the Sillies for speed. Has some amazing debuffs.
Of course, Asia server. We have to have some Payras. Only Round was banned.
And you know what, G-Clef, Farty? Man, this skin is so dang good. My God. More skins, please,
agree.
Smilegate.
Yes, please. Even if we have to buy them, I'll gladly buy these
For
nice looking
$2.99.
skins.
One can only dream. Let's see what the pick here, though, from Hazamarei. 5 seconds on the clock. Maybe opting for some actual dedicated damage.
Payra plus.
You think this is a
This is the first Urban Shadow shoe of today, I believe.
Yes, today.
At least from the matches we watched on stream. Now, it's a little interesting, though. That's great into the ML Senya, but the Ravi actually doesn't care too much about injury, or at all. One of the many buffs they gave her.
There's so much debuff on the left.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see some cleansers going on SHEHUN's side if he wants to survive these matches for the long run.
Landy.
Navy Captain Landy, okay. Can't be stunned, can't be slept.
She can
By
be
the first two
restricted
picks.
from that Payra though.
That's
And-
right. A
and
lot
she
of
can also
debuffs
be
to be
dead.
wary of. True as well. G-Club maybe a defense break from the ambitious Tywin. Always very scary, even for Landy.
But there's no guaranteed crit, at least, for now against that Captain Landy.
Oh, me again?
And the Celine!
More damage.
He really likes this Celine pick. That will kind of maybe make Hazamarei hold either Para or Death Dealer Rays, at least in the beginning, until he deals with the Celine like he did in Game 1. Let's see how he rounds out the last pick of his draft.
You know, I think this was a missed opportunity for a DJB pick here, just because it does counter the Payra and it's a cleanse and immunity against the ambitious Tywin.
I agree, but he may just not have one. It seems like he just
Oh,
picked some
that's very
damage
true.
dealers. All right, last two picks banned out. Just get him out of here. A very common occurrence here in this format.
Yeah, Karina and Celine gone.
I think this is the first Karina pick of the day as well.
Yeah.
Please. Karina
Great
coming in clutch.
observation.
What could have been
All right.
that rocket punch.
Asa has to come back here to stay alive.
You wish to die.
Hazamarei on match point.
With a
Payra
Celine buff now.
pretty
S2
fast.
and S3.
Counterattack.
Very, very fast, right? 14% lead.
Some good
There's that
debuff.
restrict that Barty was talking about. Unbuffable as well.
No debuffs landed on that Sea Lilius though.
Goblin of Oath is her artifact.
And now there's a
Give
giant
all that
shield.
you have for the glory of Perland. Obey if you wish to live.
What's our play here, Shayza? Potential provoke, pushback.
Can you even reach me?
Does
I vow
land.
my life to you.
Good provoke on Tywin.
Doesn't your
Senya for the first spirit toss.
belong to me?
Let her rip straight in the Death Dealer Ray, 5800
I
into the 7k fix.
Hazamarei covered by the escort.
I
Some
like that. Start
injury
stacking that injury
stat.
on the Senya.
The doctor
Just in case she gets her skill 3 back, either from a reset activation on the
dark
Navy
shroud
Captain
of
landing.
death is coming over.
Cloud of death.
I hope you find it comfortable.
Cut us.
Life or death.
This Silius is just shrugging off all the debuffs. This is ER Silius, maybe? It was kind of slow.
Oh, another counter.
Little cleanse, but yeah, Rage is now activated.
At least
Copy
that
with a bit of
Tywin. Oh,
clapback.
no more provoke on that Tywin.
Landy at 50 fighting spirit here. The restrict though paying off dividends. Really stopping her cycling, especially with all these activations.
Oh,
That pair is exposed now.
oh.
No barrier either means she won't get the additional stun chance.
Some extra chip.
Venom, look at that detonate. Oh man, Death Dealer Raise. That's one's gonna do so much damage now.
So you learn nothing. from
Extra
last
damage.
time.
And Tywin has his skill 3 with the Rage activation.
Is this a time? With the effectiveness buff.
Now, does he soul burn this?
You think you?
He
And he
does.
does.
I think that's what he was debating there.
Me?
Let's see the
Slash,
debuffs. What do we get?
slash.
Oh, got the Elber's proc.
Basically
Elber's proc.
everything.
Parry goes down, but his team is still hanging in there. A lot of debuffs. 4 defense breaks.
Smell of death.
Death Dealer Ray going to be able to explode a lot of different units here.
One more hit.
Opts to just go for the Senya. 9,000 damage with that injury buildup.
Are my sweet
Urban Shadow Shoe
babies
skill 3
already?
ready. There's going to be a ton.
Wipe them out.
Hazamarei, do you have enough?
It
Yes, for
is.
Landy.
Is down.
Oh, along with the buff.
Yeah, and DD Ray's
Those
going up
Venoms.
next too. No provoke though. Doesn't lap. DD Ray going to be able to pop another unit.
Come.
Almost,
Elizabeth
almost.
Light.
That,
But that D-break is still on top of her.
Focus.
I'll go. Like I
Some
said,
heals,
I
but it's
oh
Hazamarei.
man, not fast enough.
And this shoot is back.
Worry not.
Oh,
That might just be it.
is game. My God.
Game
This will make an
over. Hazamarei wins 2-0. The first semifinalist.
It's looking
That was
very
definitely
calm.
a really good pickup with the Payra pick there. I think that Payra was the determining factor, setting up all the debuffs.
Yeah. The restrict was just so powerful. Even with Navy Captain Landy kind of popping off, she didn't really get too many turns. There was I think Farty said that she didn't, or the side of Shayza didn't pick like something like a Desert Drill Bazaar, which would have been so powerful there. Very inversion, cleanse, push up. Maybe a lack of roster.
Maybe you don't have all the gears, all the perfect, fastest, best gears on every
That
hero.
could be it too, right?
It's
We put our
tough.
speed gear onto a different unit potentially.
Well, it doesn't look like Shayza plays a lot of speed, because we did see that C. Lilius was probably a little slower due to the high F-res build.
She was definitely a resist build, right? She didn't get a single debuff on her, I think. Game 1, that Robbie domination here with the Tomoko opener. Ju very ineffective. Only getting 1 counter, no push.
Pretty
Here we
quick
go with the
game.
game 2. It was just all para from the get-go, landing all these debuffs.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Elbrus procs coming in from that Navy Captain Landy. Unfortunately, because of how slow she was with the restrict, she was not taking a lot of turns at all.
Did she have
And this
some
Death
injury
Dealer Ray,
shut?
this unit is so strong, G-Clef.
It is. The counter. Extra salvos. But you got Payrat to cover from the escort. Some barrier. Oh, tons of buffs.
We landed the D-breaks when we needed them. It was all Hazamarei from here.
There are lots of ways to deal with those buffs. And haste sometimes does the job. But it was just... I don't think haste was banned, right? The entire game?
I don't think
It was
so. We also just
ignored.
didn't pick any cleanse.
Nope, do not see him in the pre-bans. Yeah, both players just maybe not liking haste, maybe didn't have the perfect equipment for him. But that was it. Hazamarei, the third, and moving up to the semis, and we're
A
about
rare
right
2-0.
before. Yep, another 2-0. Some 2-0s happening in the quarterfinals at least, and let's find out the final semifinal list. So it's going to be Xijing versus SHEHUN.
Okay.
Some new names kicking in. And
Yeah,
let's see
we'll
if we
pull
can
up their
get those
profiles.
pages in right now. It seems like we're moving a little faster compared to the other day, just because the games are loading in really quickly, plus some 2-0s happening on screen.
Sure.
But
We're seeing
personally,
a
I
lot
was
of the same picks too.
yeah. Personally, I was
a lot of safe
expecting
Senya picks.
some more Payras, to be honest, because last year and the year before, this is the server, Asia server, where you go for the speed, a lot more Payras, a lot more Ran. But I guess
She does
they're
get
just-
pre-banned out a lot, though, right? As we saw from Omega and a few others, the Ran Para combo on the pre-bans. But yeah, she was so good there for Hazamarei.
I think she was shown statistically as one of the most pre-ban units in that last matchup, but she was let go for free, and she just got picked up and won the game.
The final quarterfinals that we have.
All right, let's see what we're working with. Ooh, a lot
This
of Urban
is
Shadow
new.
Shu. I was kind of talking about how we didn't, surprisingly we didn't see too much of her. I think here from SHEHUN we're going to see a lot potentially.
Same with the Aiden most pick here. This is the first out of all the contestants we've seen so far that have a most pick Aiden.
Yeah, which considering the kind of playstyle that Asia does is surprising, but Ada did not do well on the global qualifiers. Very, very poorly, if I remember correctly.
And
Look at this,
so
a
far,
pair though.
not really.
The banning politics and Ran, Xijing. Sehun's opponent. Ooh, loving the Para. Maybe this is the place where you really prepare some barrier inversions. I know there are only... Are there only two heroes?
For what? What was the question?
For the barrier inversion, the shield inversion.
And then yeah, so DJB and
One of the Espa character.
other Karina, other Espa character.
Other Karina?
Ning Ning?
Yeah, Ning Ning.
I believe it's
Ning
Ning.
Ning. Ah, okay. Maybe we need one more of those shield inversions in the future.
Or a buff to Ning Ning.
I would like that actually.
Yeah, Oh, Hwa Young? Is this a
Okay,
snipe
that's
ban?
surprising. That's a little skew. Maybe some homework done. Maybe just his draft is weak to the Hua pick, the Kit Girl.
Oh, look at Xijing's season pick. Hwa Young was 4th most picked that we just scrolled on top. So this is a
So
snipe ban.
that was definitely some research, right?
Aha.
A target ban coming out potentially.
Homework definitely being done over here. Let's see if that studying paid off.
To everyone.
Okay, Laya, no surprise there. We know the power. You guys have seen it time and time again. Does everything.
Destroy.
Hwa Young player. Xijing.
And that combo is always really nice with the Laya plus the Tywin. Protect your own.
I'm always open to new opportunities.
The
picking all the
Vanguard on the
favorites.
shoe. It does come out. Yep.
Exactly.
We saw that on his profile. It's going to be very nice into the Laya additionally.
Picking comfortably too. Not really hesitating. Hold on.
No, that's a placeholder. He's going through the motions. Let's see, Xijing. There's no shot.
Oh, there
Our
was a shot
protagonist is
last
getting
week.
picked here.
There was a shot, Car. And it
Was
worked.
there? Okay. Consider me
I
surprised
think
then.
it was from the EU.
Let me not.
EU. Somebody used a Rus.
Mm-hmm. And it worked well
you know what?
with the DDR.
And let me see it. Prove me. Oh,
Ah,
that's a good one.
Oh,
Sheltier.
Sheltier.
Yeah, our first Sheltier today. She has been a pick. She's been quite a bunch in the E7WC though.
Mm-hmm. Every day, I think we've had at least one or two Sheltier.
Yeah, you love to see it. Glad the Overlord collab doing pretty well.
I'm surprised that this Naquil wasn't picked in the band protection slot because Naquil is great into the first 3 picks on SHEHUN's side.
Ah, you're right.
So there's something about that Sheltier that he really wants that Sheltier to go through.
Wants that as his carry of choice potentially, and then he picks the Moon Bunny Dominion to counteract that Knockwall 4th pick.
Extra turn could be Burl.
Ooh, wait, we haven't seen a lot of this guy. A Last Rider Crow, last pick.
Where have you been? Busy delivering stuff?
I love Fumir! All right.
You have RGB.
Is he gonna let
Xijing.
Yeah, does he let the Exodia through, or is there a better ban? Could also just take out the Fumir if we want, considering the rest of our draft. We do have answers. Yep, just take out the Fumir. No need to worry about the RGB. And the Moon Bunny, though, gets taken out, so the Knockwall going to be able to put in some work. Last Rider Crawl, maybe just for the immunity there. And of course, Mitt plus some damage, true damage on his bike.
How is this gonna work? SHEHUN seem to be having lots of damage.
And there is some strips on the side of Xijing as well. Okay, Sheltier's
Full
gonna have to put in a
countdown
lot of work.
for the imprints. Yes, here we go. The final quarterfinals match number 4. SHEHUN
Follow my rhythm.
starting with Xijing Slayer.
Fast flyer. The push here goes the Knockwall, followed by the Sheltier.
Quick 3 turns.
Your demise.
Beautiful
Good
animation, by the way.
That's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Here's another great animation if you want it.
It is always.
Big question is, who's gonna get the seal here? The Janua?
Haste?
With the paintbrush.
Oh, it does
We've seen
land.
Haste. Does get. Oh no, the bind. No counterattack from the
Yeah, we
bind.
did
Knockwall.
see
So
the
powerful.
letters of counterattack. Sheltier 9.3k.
Opposite just S1 proccing the Janua.
My goodness, the damage.
You're in for a surprise.
Doesn't break barrier. We want to start getting injury on that live. It's really going to cut off a big chunk of her damage. But that barrier too fat.
There's probably a lack of damage coming from the ML shoe because a lot of players are known for having these F-res ML shoes nowadays.
Let's see the debuffs.
Pretty good. And that Janua
Run.
is already gone.
It's right here.
That shoe might indeed be on ER. No debuffs activating, but the defense break on that Crow.
And provoke.
It's a Bastion. We can see some huge damage here now. Sheltier ripping.
Poke a hole into that ratch.
19k. She does live though.
She lived.
Holy.
But maybe not for long. With some extra injury.
What a hassle this is.
Man, Sheltier
Now, if he doesn't land the
delivers
kill
damage.
though.
Oh, still alive. Okay.
Hanging
We're
on by
gonna.
a thread.
Yeah, now the seal's gonna wear off of the haste. Knockwall does have her skills back though.
So that shoot, surviving for extra turns might matter.
Yeah, because now we're gonna get that activation on the haste, right?
Exactly.
Her living at 1 health while the haste was sealed could make a difference.
Can Haste bring this back?
I think so. Depending on how much damage, I think our target would be something like Knockwall. And his other 2 units are pretty healthy here. Oh, all right. A little duel for just for fun.
Oh, already?
Chucking that
The
bass
bass
guitar
toss.
into the crowd. And not much injury was done. Barely any. Look at that. Still 23k.
We can do it.
Sweet.
Now we got the
Cheers!
skills on a knuckle.
For the
The
CR
skills
push.
are all back.
This is some insane CR push.
The time for
Laya knockwall.
Oh.
Oh no.
Still reset. No counters on top of that too. Plus the seal now.
Oh, the counter.
So he can't skill 3. Can't get the revive. The win con is looking rough. He's gonna get controlled from here. No provoke though. Idol's cheer. Can he push up enough?
Oh no, that is going to be GG. Xijing taking the first. Oh boy, just pure lockdown. And some fast turns, some CR push from Laya, knockwall, shows here damage. Good
Yeah, we saw
lockdown
why he
from
protects
Tywin.
that Shaltir, right? Behind the control given by the Knockwall and the Tywin. That Shaltir just executing units one by one. He beautifully played around the Blood Moon Haste passive with that seal, even 2 times almost after the skill reset. And that's all he needed.
Yes, and Pancake, I have a question. Was this not as good draft coming out from SHEHUN? Because it looked okay.
No, just because there was a lot of aggression and CR
Uh-huh.
pushing coming in from Xijing's side, because we got so much cycling from that Laya and the Knockwall together. So SHEHUN just didn't take any turns. That last Rider Crowd sat there, did nothing. Janua sat there, did nothing. And there was also a lack of damage from the ER ML Shu.
Ah, what if it was ER Janua?
We have seen that, G-Clef, right?
Could have been a different story, right? We'll see.
Yeah, the last Rider Crow, that last pick, it kind of shows why you don't see him as often compared to the other knights. Very ineffective there.
So a lot of units from last year just not having that power anymore because of all the strips. Some powerful characters kicking in. Some reworks, new heroes.
Wait a sec.
Another snipe?
Is this a target?
Another target ban? Let's go
Has to be.
check.
Check the
Blood
top.
Moon Haste
Files
taken
number
out from
4.
Xijing.
We don't
Yeah,
see
I'm checking
Flitica there.
over.
Interesting.
Maybe just a flex? Saying he doesn't need a pre-ban here? I don't know, but that's a confident play when you're down 0-1. Alright, Xijing just kind of needs to do more of the same here.
Actually, Faithless Lidica is a pick that Xijing uses, but not as often as other units he would pick, like a Wyong.
I'll do my
Okay, so maybe it is potentially a target ban again, right? Very questionable, though, to go for picks that Xijing has kind of later on in priority.
Maybe it's a password. MLS H.
Is it my turn?
I give up.
We have a Celine coming
Celine.
out.
We got 2 Earth units going into a Fire unit on SHEHUN's side.
That's a lot of confidence. Celine not the best into units like Janua. Could still work out though, depending on what options we're going for. Now, what does SHEHUN do? I don't know if we're gonna go for another ML Shu, as we saw in game 1. Not having too much damage, can't even break barriers. It was just too slow tempo, which is strange because Shu is all about the speed and damage.
Yeah, some people still having questions on Hwayoung ban. It was a snipe ban for Xijing's 4th most picked during the prelims. So having that backup data.
Hopefully it's not a case where you target ban too much and it's a little bit of a mistake.
And that allows other heroes to be open.
I'm not half
Yeah,
bad.
SHEHUN really going down the wire. Wow, he's going for a last Rider Cross second pick here.
That Heira's still open. Not well this time.
Okay, this time he doesn't have to fight the Knockwall at least.
Immediate pickup right there.
Yeah, she is much faster, potentially.
Yep.
Followed by
Comboing
that
speed.
Requiem Rwanda.
Yes. What? Oh, Zio's available,
Gotta
but
go.
can you really fit that in for SHEHUN?
He could. I feel like SHEHUN could have picked up the MLU Fiend and Fire Politis here to deal against whatever Xijing's draft is.
Well, he did. We were talking about the Savior Aiden and how much SHEHUN likes it. Very strange here. We haven't seen too much Aidens at all.
Oh, the triple fire! Edward!
I think that's probably going to be banned out from the side of Xijing just so you don't have to deal with that.
Yes. Indeed, there's a lot of debuffs from the right side.
And his last pick here will kind of determine what he wants to ban. So let's see what Xijing opts to pick here to round out his draft. An Arya.
Arya. Interesting. Very good pick into the Ed and the Janua.
And the ice unit.
Really good into the Aiden, potentially too, depending on her artifact, right? If it's on something such as Fairy Tale for a Nightmare, it's going to get banned out. And the Aiden, so no use talking about it. But it was a strong pick there.
Both players thinking about the weakness.
So the Edward
The
will
strength.
stay in play, and there are a lot of debuffs.
All right. Start game 2. Can SHEHUN really come back?
Those seeking revenge
Here's Para.
Ooh.
must pay the price.
What if this Ed could be like on something like Injury 2, maybe?
My love to
And the Ruana combo.
Yeah, so the Para holds her skills, doesn't want to proc the Ed just yet.
can become everlasting beauty.
Eternal. Oh.
Showtime.
Okay. Some resets coming out onto the Edward.
Laya.
Thinking long and hard if he wants to S2 or just S1. I think, yes, this was the right play here. Holding the cleanse, just in case the Knockwell rips to S3.
That's right, Pancake.
Knockwell is reset, though, from the Lucky Moana, so she wouldn't have an option.
Knockwell also holding.
Step back.
That's what Celine goes.
Yeah, there's all that Rick Rowana pushback. But here we go, big damage!
Nearly one shot.
Yeah, we see her do this a lot after the buff. She's a tank killer. All right, Crow at least get some damage. Some immunity for his squad. Which, maybe not the best for Edward.
Did I just see Bastion of Hope on that pay run?
You dare stop me?
You might have. I didn't see the Goblet proc unless I missed it.
Another hold?
Yeah, another hold, because S2 does strip.
Immunity.
We're just avoiding those Edward clapbacks.
Not enough damage.
4,000 to the crowd to finish. Nice.
Let's see what you can do.
There's Janua with the bite. Enough to get one.
Belongs to everyone.
3v3 situation now.
Right here. Easy.
Little dual tag, extra chip damage. Knockwell does have all her skills.
You gotta use it.
Flick the marble.
Can't hold it forever.
Actually hit through the evasion on the Celine too.
Yeah, very fortunate for SHEHUN. Paintbrush gets the seal.
Huh? Is it my turn?
Celine on basket.
You're trembling.
Can't get through the shield.
Things are looking iffy for Xijing's side now, just from an element advantage perspective.
Sweet jam.
There goes that S2. Big cleanse CR push.
Finally a turn for Edward.
Opting to go into Laya, knowing her skill 3 is coming up. Let's see the damage. Not bad.
It's on stacks.
How incompetent.
We have a lot to deal with, though, on the side of Xijing.
Back to Para. Finally the stun, but got the kill anyhow.
Taken out.
Oh, me again?
Lands.
Double fire versus our Celine here.
Oh, still
does land
hits.
hit at least.
It's just like a dream.
Laya with that silence. Very fortunate.
Let's not do this.
Because she did have her skill 3. Gonna have to pass it up, though. And we have Janua gonna do some big damage.
That's right. Still holding passive.
This is looking really
Oh,
iffy for
resistant!
Okay.
F-Res Janua or 15%?
Bring in the
Crit
brother.
Para here.
Pipette Lance is what Edward's on. That is Bastion of Hope, by the way, Fartsy.
Should I show you my
Here we go.
secret weapon?
Another skill 3.
It's not my fault if you
Another
get hurt.
crit on the fire unit.
Edward gone.
You dare stop me?
Is this doable? Really? Xijing?
Goblet of Oak.
Heed my call.
Still holding on to it. A huge barrier to go through now.
Big old barrier coming out. Soul burn. Miss.
And a miss.
Oh my.
Raider attack buff.
Oh, it hit!
The proc.
We're winning those 50-50s
This
right
Celine.
now.
Intuition
That's
doesn't matter.
Yeah, that does ignore elements of advantage, but he's immortalized regardless. All right, is she ER or not?
Oh,
it is ER.
He is. Full resistance. Big.
You got a lot of souls.
Another miss.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Still can't stun him.
This is gonna hurt.
And
Ooh,
the
crit.
bite.
Your guard is down.
Heals it back up.
Oh my goodness.
Genua for the win. The ER.
That ER genuinely unfazed. My God, man.
I think that was unfortunate for the Peira. It was mainly focused on having F-res rather than effectiveness. If that was an effectiveness build Peira, I think that could have been a turnaround instead for Xijing's side.
Yeah, it could.
What a pick
Yeah.
from Genua there.
It was crazy because
Almost
that's
reminiscent of those ER Chairons you see sometimes. Yeah, the ER Genua put in so much work there.
Even more
It's
surprised
looking
from
really rough
Celine.
from as well, right, G-Clef?
Yeah, Celine actually getting that many crits against the fire units. Kind of rare.
Well, it was only fair then, right, that the she got hit as well at the very end. Because I think she did have the evasion up still.
That will tie us up 1-1. Some interesting moments as a lot of these players seems to be liking that ER Zenua, knowing that he can be debuffed. The stun, what we said at the beginning of the broadcast, one of the biggest weakness to that guy.
It's a lot of information for Xijing to take note of.
You're right.
He looked so dominant in game 1. Game 2, SHEHUN, even though he was looking so down on his luck, despite the green Celine hitting, he just had that game plan of the Juno working out. Will it work out again, though?
Yeah.
Because this is only a best of 3.
Now.
I doubt Xijing will let it.
Now that Peira might not be having that much favorite, right, Pancakes?
So no Peira pre-ban here, but we do have the Knuckle and DDR pre-ban.
Still available.
So from SHEHUN's side, now that he knows that that is F-res Peira rather than effectiveness, he's probably not too scared about that Peira pick, since his F-res units probably won't get any strips or debuffs.
It's a quick liar.
Hey, get loaded.
First picked.
All right, so there it is again with the Celine this time, though, on his side. So he has the combo. Doesn't have to worry about getting hit there. How will Xijing answer? He has the information now. He knows it has a ton of ER. That's potentially one answer with his ignore F-res if he gets the cleanse, since there is no Sea Phantom Polyvis to activate him. What else, though? What else?
Hey, Tywin. Some sort of damage. Haste gone.
My question is, will we see another Last Rider Crow on the side of SHEHUN? I feel like he's not doing too much, but he just likes that unit, I guess.
Maybe he has all...
Dragon King Shrew?
A little strange here.
Already? Early pickup.
Pick a fight with me.
With a highway.
Maybe Celine stun, potentially? I don't know.
Ah, the exclusive equipment stun.
Maybe if he did his homework and he knows, that's what the...
It seems to
Either
me
that
both
or it's just a
players-
proactive... It could just be a proactive pick to protect his own Tywin. Meaning his opponent won't have the ability to pick it later.
Xijing having a grin on his face. Maybe he has
There's that
something
Vanguard
up.
shoe we saw in game 1. We know it's not a lot of damage considering it's ER. and Infinite Horizon Achilles.
That's probably the first ML Acades we saw this whole matchup, all the matchups today.
Yeah,
for today.
For sure.
Yes.
And real quick, G-Clips, now that Omega's out, I did want to say, I was hinting that there are top players having answers for, the inevitable ML Luna coming out. I think this was one that I saw Elf really, Omega really busting out is one of his answers.
Yeah, but there's that random factor on the buff inversion, I would say. Rimuru? Following what with the
Our first
previous
Rimuru?
villain. Rimuru was first from Asia. Let's see, once from Japan, I believe. Always a big Rimuru collab fans coming out from Japan.
Shout out to Slime. Come on, Xijing.
There's a lot of potential with the Rimuru pick here
Ah,
if we
okay.
are stealing buffs.
Once again, Arya.
He was gonna bring this. Yeah, the Arya did get banned
Playing
out
safe.
last time. She is strong into the carries from SHEHUN's side.
Angel of Light.
But depending on that Aola, we did see a lot of like resist versus effectiveness combinations happening here between SHEHUN and Xijing. I'm assuming we might have to just respect that AOL.
But we already know that Janua does have a whole lot of ER. I don't know exactly how much, but it was enough to get through the previous game. Xijing thinking really hard about the ban.
That's right.
Celine.
The Celine and the Tomoka. Okay, so the AOL makes it through that ER Janua and the Arya, which we didn't get to see previously. So we do have the answer of the ambitious Tywin. Ignore Efrez to potentially land a stun later down the line, if given the opportunity.
Arya
I'm
survived.
surprised that Angel of Light actually made it through. That's gonna be a lot of
Belongs to
debuffs.
everyone.
It comes down to this. Game 3. SHEHUN on the left. Xijing on
It's
the
a lot
right.
of debuffs,
Laya.
but he does have some powerful cleanses on his side. So I think I like that pick there.
Yeah, both players having some
Altogether,
cleanse. There's a Katie's.
Yeah, we want to hold our skills here because that AOL has not taken her turn just yet. Save that cleanse. As we saw in a previous game too, right? This Dragon King Shroon S3 is AoE, so that will proc Angel of Light whenever he decides to rip it. We saw the shoe was on
Actually,
resist,
hope-
right? Game 1, yep.
Yep.
Lack of damage.
Yeah, even with that soul burn.
Like I said, I know. Have time to pay up for taking you
This Arya is going to be very scary though for SHEHUN.
Well, I'm left with no choice.
Angel of Light's turn.
behalf
We're
of the
sending
king,
it.
I will deliver
The judgment of the angels just going for the S3.
Land
a lot of
all the
effectiveness.
debuffs.
Oh god.
There's no F-res on that Arya?
That's a problem.
Even if there was, it's very hard to get enough F-res while maintaining, your damage and your bolt. I'm not surprised a dedicated strip unit or debuffer unit like AOL makes it through there.
Such arrogance.
All right.
Vicious Tywin can't do
Damage
much.
skill 1s, yeah, chipping down that AOL. We do have our skill 3 on Katie's.
But there's only one debuff.
Yeah, and we kind of want to hold that because there's still a lot of threats on the side of Xijing.
There are stuns coming from Tywin. With the Sharoon, with the class debuff.
There's that 8-meter goal. And that big cleanse, that AOL kind of nullified there. That's why Laya is so powerful.
Sweet cheers.
We still have to worry about the AOL S2 though, so I'm assuming we're going to hold. No S3. Go for another stun. Not a lot of targets though. All these units are on ER or can't be stunned.
Resistance.
All right, that provoke does proc the Tywin though.
Do so.
Oh.
Little injury building up. Little lucky dual attack on top.
Who happened to have that increased attack? Katie's.
But upcoming, guys, is the Arya.
Potential.
Trying to just cycle that AOL.
Do not
Deep,
stand
that's
back.
Deactivate.
40%
Gonna
CR
get
push.
into that S2 damage proc.
Let you know.
This will proc the AOL as well, assuming she survives.
Finally, here's the beam. Whoa.
Blessings be with you.
Excellent.
Barely survived.
Lot of
Crossed the
activations.
passive.
As I planned.
The captain's still
It's
there.
just one thing after another, isn't it?
With the rage now.
No
Miss.
Counter
crit.
first.
How's this?
Yeah, this is why Arya is so good here. Does it hit the second time?
Miss.
No, double miss.
I want to
That's
kill.
big. Genuine
Your
yeast
eyes are
rich.
clouded by greed.
Let me wash it all away.
All right, now that the AOL-S2 passive is down, we can really rip the Dragon King Shun S3. Decent amount of debuffs landing that attack break.
Oh.
We get a silence, not too impactful though. Bigger thing is the counters coming out from the Arya. 2 focus stacks on deck.
Arya actually.
And this is looking so bad for SHEHUN. Gonna have to go into the Arya as well. She doesn't really care too much about injury. And as we saw with the effect resist, the damage isn't too high on this unit.
Yeah, we're unstoppable.
No crit, look at that, nothing.
That operation seemed cool in animation, but not doing too much. Here comes the flash.
Can defeat me?
For the debuffs, the stun is triple!
Big! I think that was everything.
Yes, and Acadius.
Triple stun, triple V-break.
You can't change it if you're stunned.
It's just like a dream.
Here we go. Lie to make things worse. SHEHUN now on the back foot. This is all but over.
Boom, gone.
Belongs to everyone.
Liar.
Xijing found his answer to the effect resist.
Right here.
Might see a GG real soon. Still stunned. That is it. SHEHUN calls for GG. Xijing moves up at the last semifinal. Oh, okay.
Oh,
I was a little surprised.
Hold up.
Oh, I was a little surprised. But congratulations, you made it to the semifinals. Oh.
Congratulations, Xijing, my man. Very well played. The just dancing around the AOL-S2 passive, there's one really thing that's going to stop. You have the ignore efforts from the ambitious Tywin to answer all the effect resist stacking on the side of SHEHUN.
Yeah, I thought we had Napwell popping into Xijing's camera there. Well,
there's a lack of damage from SHEHUN's side just because we did see everyone was built around F-res and cleanses, so there wasn't really true impact as far as damage goes.
That's right, and leaving the Arya up just let him stall so long, and she's pretty much as you guys saw, right, when Jinua just misses those hits, that Arya is just going to get so much value.
And Laya just going through. I think Laya's win rate is kind of crazy today.
I feel like it's just crazy in general, no? He's that unit.
Yeah, the only true counter into Laya is just nuking her right away or getting that injury stacked up. But as we saw, this ML Shu didn't really do a good job at that.
Yeah, ML Shu, one of the most popular for injury. What else? What other heroes are really there for injury? Like
Fire Ravi.
Okay. Ravi. Fairlian used to be a thing, but not as strong anymore.
Show you my secret weapon.
Ilinov?
It's not my
The
fault
ML
if you get
Ilinov? Maybe in the future?
With a buff, maybe?
With multiple buffs, you mean?
More buffs?
We'll never know. But I wish we get to see more Ilinovs. I believe we had a couple Ilinovs last year.
Well, if we're speaking about wanting buff, G-Clev, I feel like that unit could use some love. We maybe just will get the ML Ilinov coming up soon, though, if any Ilinov fans out there want to play her.
Yeah, if you went through the story. And also our thumbnail of the day is actually ML Ilinov.
I saw that.
Yes.
She's growing on me. I think I have a hot take where I wasn't
Very
the
cool
biggest
design.
fan. I love Ilinov.
I love
For some reason, I didn't really like the first iteration. Now that I saw those other kind of profiles, I think I have to play it.
And
Here's
these
the game
ER.
3.
How much ER do you actually need against these Tywins?
It doesn't matter when you ignore F-res, G-Clef, and that's how he played it. That provoke got that Angel Light, S1 into him, procs the rage. That's all she wrote.
Even though you can go through the effectiveness. Sometimes not enough, sometimes enough, sometimes 15%, so it was tough. But ER Genua seems to be very strong. A Tywin, of course, that ignore. It seems like we will have more heroes ignoring those effectiveness. Just breaking the rules.
Surprisingly, we're seeing a lot of A Tywin as a popular pickup with the control because he provides so much, especially with ML Politis existing too. So everyone's just A Tywin all day, and surprisingly not a lot of counterplay against that.
Unlike
even
the other
with
Golden
ML
Boy,
Sharun.
Fartsy. Last Rider Crow there, not looking too effective. Tywin is just
just destroying Car's camera as he's frozen on my end. But that calls, guys, for a break time before we actually go to the semi-finals match 1 and 2 to decide who is going to be coming out from Asia server. Only the top 2 survives out of the 4 that we have now. They're frozen, but will be unfrozen when we come back. So when we come back, semi-finals of Asia qualifiers.
Standing frozen in time, encrypted in the stillness. On my pace, so sharp and baby. Deeper than the abyss, the grim darkness. Within me, just won't stop whispering. Just remember and I'll never forget. You was in your breath, you'll never forget. Shout it out, I leave you still behind. Fall deeper and deeper, turning hands with shadow, walking through the night. Shadow to pieces, my heart caressed under the moonlight. Draining in anguish, trying to dance my camera into eternal dance. Till once again back in the light of day, everything
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes? Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life! So I hope you're ready for... Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 그렇지. 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
Melanie? Christy? Where are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Where am I? Please, no. No more surgeries. Don't come any closer. She could come back. She might kill everyone. Though there was one person who held me close, no matter how hard I pushed. No matter what I do, or how much I hurt her. But one day, she just stopped coming to see me. Is she afraid of me too? Luna, where did you go? What do I have to do to see you again?
So you're the one that Luna holds so dear.
welcome back everyone to the semifinals. It's time to find out the top two, and I can clearly see you two have not brought enough Efres to not be stunned.
I got unlocked into oblivion there. I think I was making the funniest face in existence.
Yes. I have plenty of ER. I had 260 ER, so I wasn't stunned, but you two maybe need to change up a little bit. It's a stun meta, guys.
I think Efres is a useless stat.
After all those matches?
Buff
Wow.
ER.
Yeah, I think
Well,
ER...
we clearly saw if you have F-Res, no damage, right?
Yes. Sometimes no damage, but sometimes enough to get you through some of those stuns, especially the Janua. But it's time to talk about the semifinals. We do have the tournament tree updated. Let's take a look at that first. First semifinals, Nezuko versus Second. And maybe Nezuko,
nice.
maybe Second. Let's see who moves up to the main matches. On the other side, Hazamarei versus Xijing. Lots of strong names. Maybe some names that you might not have expected to be in the top four.
Yeah, Second and Xijing in particular, very, very impressive watching their games. Nezuko I knew was super strong. He's always been a tournament contender. And I think Hazamarei, besides Omega, was really one of the other favorites, given his track record.
This should be interesting to see if Nezuko and Hazamarei will maintain their titles as being well-known winners throughout WC, or if Second and Xijing kind of raise their underdog story and create a name for themselves through this as well.
Let's go straight to the matchup. Go into semifinals number 1. That is Nezuko versus Second. Let's bring it down, and only one of these two will survive. Oh man, Nezuko has the finger. Let's see if he can survive through all the odds.
Crossed.
Fingers crossed for the win.
Yeah, just to recap what we saw from Nezuko earlier, very, very powerful ML Landy player. There was some, a little bit of opposition. Players did counter it, but he has a lot of versatility in his drafts. So I expect to see more of the same. He's going to lead off with that Landy, kind of tanky with the ROL backup. And then if his opponent does indeed have answers, he'll make adjustments as it comes.
You're right, Nezuko. Pretty solid. But Nezuko was indeed really good, but I was really impressed about his opponent. For Second, his drafting style was so solid.
Yeah. And,
this one should be interesting just because if he's taking notes, maybe he'll come up with a way to deal with this protect the Landy comp that Nezuko seems to like pulling off.
Definitely. Given what we saw, I wouldn't be surprised if Second has a game plan. Really comes down to who kind of takes initiative game 1, and then the game 2 player is going to have to make some big adjustments. This is the DK stream most vanguarded though, and let's see if that kind of makes an impact versus a player like Nezuko.
And the sleep stunts have been having some impact, and not too surprisingly, one of the high strength rate right now of the tournament is actually Death Dealer Ray. Went down a little bit, but still 73% win rate.
Yeah, he's just a unit that you can early pick, late pick. He does so much for his team. A lot of times when you don't know what to pick just yet, you can even pick him proactively, and he always seems to provide good value.
Yeah, that's why he's getting banned all the time. We have the player cameras. Let's go on the left, Second on the right. Here comes semifinals for Asia server qualifiers.
For all the marbles.
If you win here, at least 2.5k guaranteed in prize.
Ooh, not bad.
Oh, Landy ban.
All right, so that's how we're going to answer
Did
it
his
from
homework.
game 1, yeah.
It's showtime.
Maybe was watching a little bit of the stream too. Laya,
Have
though,
to.
no surprise there. And I think we did see Conqueror Lilies potentially come out from Nezuko. Other players as well opt for this, especially when certain pre-bans are present.
Oh, well.
Okay, so even though we don't have our Landy, we still have the ROL. We're probably going to go for another hyper carry kind of tank down situation. Nezuko very much known for that. Second, though, likes to pick a lot of these heavy debuffers. I think we saw a lot of Knockwall gameplay from him.
Such arrogance.
Ambitious
Yep, and
Tywin.
there's the Tywin getting
And
those
the
stuns.
Knockwall with the Vanguard. Nezuko's going to have an answer for this. Maybe an I Winter. Oh, the specimen says.
Says pickup
His own stunt. Specimen says.
into the A Tywin though. That's interesting.
Just dodge, forehead. Moon Bunny Dominion in the 4th. And let's see.
ER
we have
says?
left
No
for-
way. You're relying on Moon Buddy.
Second really thinking there. I'm looking at his camera. Deep in thought. I mean, G-Clip,
Feeling
if
the
this is
heat.
for 2,500 in the bag, right? Minimum. My God, you better go through all the options.
There's some good packages out right now that you can purchase in game.
True.
Some
Very nice
selections.
packs.
Yeah.
All right, well, second here. You're going to need some damage. Unless we're going to go for a only guitar throwing solo carry. I doubt it. 10 seconds on the clock, though. Hopefully he has a game plan formulated. Something to address the Spez in the form of maybe Shaltir.
Is my top
2
priority.
answers for that Spez.
For now.
Anti-evasion is the name of the game right now.
Big solo damage from second.
Do not be afraid.
Abigail.
I like this. So even if we have some very hard counters, as the specimen says, evasion, we have the Abigail protection, potentially. Unless it gets banned.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about Abigail when she goes through. She does go through!
Okay. She does like a killing blow prevention, essentially. Very, very...
Well, the Knockwall did go through, so what if the Abigail just gets sealed?
I mean, that's why Knockwall is such a problem.
Do not fear
You're right.
death.
Oh,
Seizing
outsped.
victory is
But there's
seizing
still a
victory.
Maya for the cleanse and push up anyway.
Obey if you
But
wish
if
to live.
Maya is pushed back even further, but might not even matter.
Yeah, that's the problem here with this lineup. They're just not for some S1 damage here.
I'll do my best.
Half HP gone on Shaltier.
Yep, giving her passive right. That's about where it should be.
Good pull from Nezuko.
You know who I am.
Here's a cleanse. Sweet cheers.
Encounter me.
And that
Well, let's see, Fart, if what you said comes to fruition. Flick the marble.
Oh?
Not a lot of debuffs, but here we go. Here's the important one.
Only one red.
Do we seal on the Abigail and go for the kill?
Not wall.
Thinking long and hard about that seal.
How do you like this?
I think I saw.
Resist.
Yeah.
No
the
proper,
forbidden
just resist.
incantation doesn't land. No seal.
And I think I,
Looking like
Samsara prayer bead
bad
also on the
news
Abigail for
here.
extra DR and damage.
How dare you pick a fight with me? It's not too late.
Here's time for the flash.
Beg for your life.
Yep.
How many stunts?
Guys does have immunity.
I made
One
it in
stun.
the nick of time.
2 breaks.
Those
That was a
who
big
stray
50%er
the
there
path
from
of
that Abigail. Here we go, though. S3 from the
shall be
Arwell.
punished.
Judgment. Gets a stun. There's a curse.
Insect.
Curse from the Abigail. Yep.
Why don't you beg?
And we're sending it!
Packed home. No concert for
XJG
that
curse
Maya.
A lot of
one special.
damage.
Holy mama.
Only natural.
And GG
Let's
called
go.
immediately. Let's go.
Took out the 8 Tywin. That could have been 3 units gone in one go.
Beautiful
One
play
step
there. Really just...
closer.
Yeah.
That was
Protect
actually quite
the
a good
Spez
pickup with the
combo.
Abigail there.
I am curious to know if how much ER, if it had some. Was that a... Because we did see the Tywin stun, and I don't believe he had ignore ER, correct? I don't think anything
No, he
debuffed
did
him.
not.
He did not.
So yeah, that could have just been a 15%.
Could have been. Maybe
Soulburn, yeah,
some-
Soulburn reduces the
some
cooldown,
ER.
but
Maybe some ER,
regardless.
not fully.
very well played from Nezuko. Showing us that even with the Navy Captain Landy's band, he has other options, and it's a spaz. You love to see it.
Man, it already worked in game 1. That's a problem for second. What a quick game. We're saying
Quick
that
game
spaz could be a
indeed.
problem, and it's turning out to be. So what is
Especially
the correct
with the
ban?
that
Yes, Pancake?
Nezuko drafts. With the way that Nezuko drafts with the Sea Lilius and Arrowell, there's so much synergy for the Spez pickup there, because not only is he getting that extra vigor, but that free stun from the Arrowell, which gets banned out here.
You trying to start something?
And
Yeah, without the Arwell on board, let's see if Nezuko still opts for that Specimen Says hyper carry. So you're gonna have to dig a little deeper to find some other activations.
Maybe, since there's no
Dragon Bride
Napple.
Senya though, first pick. That's an option of a stun right there in the form of Ambitious Tywin, if he wants it.
There are way too many stunts.
Remember though, Second loves the Dragon King Shroon, so he's got to be a little wary of that.
Ah,
The
good
situation
info.
is critical.
There's another way of stunning with Fire Politis.
Yeah, very common counter pick in Bijinyo.
Is this damage or effectiveness Politis? We'll see in game. And the response from Second.
All right, Second. Yeah, thinking hard. This is always where it really matters, right? You have your band protection spot. You want to formulate the rest of your draft while also accounting for what Nezuko has on the board, but also what he might ban, or sorry, pick on his own side as well.
So what are we thinking? Some
this is
cleanse? Yes, Frankie?
I'm not sure if a cleanse is needed here, but I think a Tywin is definitely a good pickup there.
It's just like a dream.
The
We see
only
this a lot.
hesitation for Laya is going to be with that Politis proc.
Oh, potentially
more
a
debuffs.
Paraguard. Okay, we do have the Ambitious Tywin plus Laya, though I really like that combo that a lot of players opt to pick together. You take away two powerful options from your opponent, and it still provides such great value.
I see another good opportunity.
Oh
for
my
TCP.
god! First ran?
Ran into Peyra.
This is some confidence.
How much speed? The slow man. Second.
Potentially could just be trying to bait out a ban as well, and if it goes through, it goes through. Last pick here. I'll bring over a Shoutier again.
30.
There's no
plenty of
Specimen
time.
Says just yet, though, so let's see if he does opt to go for this one.
Oh, you're right. Peyra also gets stunned. Lower chances, but Nezuko might
Really
still be
debating. Because Nezuko's still going to need one big carry, more than likely. He just has the ML Senya on board right now.
Dragon King Shroon here for the
Do you
stun.
smell that?
Nope, DDR.
Ah.
Okay.
A little bit of a kind of scrambled picks there at the last second. No pun intended.
Are you sure
Whoa!
about Jacko?
Okay.
Nezuko!
Nezuko, I like it. Let him cook.
I think this is definitely gonna be
A
a
Ran
Ran
ban.
ban.
Yeah. Okay, so the Ren and then the Jacko. We'd love to see it, but yeah, they had to kind of get taken out. Too many variables in play there in terms of speed.
Some nice random B debuff, plus the damage was secured, but ban off. Nezuko, 1-up, and Peyra
The fun ends
starts the
here.
game.
Yeah, I think
If
even
you
Second
wish to die,
more than likely anticipated
those
this.
seeking revenge
Full buffs, full debuffs.
must pay the price.
Goblet of Oath.
Yeah, the unbuffable on that A Tywin there is not good because now he's not getting his rage.
Is that the color of your passing?
Here's Requiem.
Now that I'm all warmed up,
The Laya didn't get pushed back either.
The children will help.
How many
Play the
interactions?
animation.
Get ready.
Uh-oh. That Genua.
Genua is almost
Genua.
gone.
Do not interfere.
Genua!
We're going through all the souls right now with our politics.
souls!
You are unwelcome in my
Is this it for Second? How do you come back?
stage belongs to
Very strong start there for Nezuko. Is there any chance?
How do you come
We have
back
the
from
S2 coming
here?
out.
Don't worry.
Proc again from
Hold
the
this again?
Politis.
From that many
Oh
extra
my
turns?
god, and the damage. This is over.
The Fire Politis!
This moment
Dragon Bride Senya.
unforgettable.
All burn for good measure.
Bullseye!
You do not understand.
Laya strong,
You should have listened
but
to
can't
my
do
advice.
everything alone. Nezuko will be the first player from Asia
Oh,
to
what is
qualify
it?
for the main matches.
Is that
The quick
what
dance.
dance is that?
The
Look
dream
like the
of
Madagascar
free-to-play
dance or
player
something, man.
through the
Well
qualifiers
played,
in the main
Nezuko.
matches. Incredible play.
Declef Farty, I think that might be the most convincing 2-0 we've seen in almost any of the servers, really.
I think so.
Just so fast, so dominant. Nezuko locks in that 2500 and made it look easy.
Also, that was probably one of the quickest matches we've seen because not a lot of people have been trying to pull off these cleave pops. But with that Peira open, that definitely opened up the possibility there.
I love the winning, the victory dance on top of it too, man. Good stuff, Nezuko. Don't blink, guys. This match is gonna be over quick too. The specimen says dominant.
Nearly took out 3 units
Look at that,
there.
Declef, 65,000. They have the
curse.
curse pop. Yeah, that 2-for-1 special.
Abigail didn't actually know that we would. We had a lot of hovers because she was getting through.
I
the
loved
scopes.
it. Even though like the seal, we're not sure how that kind of interaction went down. Having that extra protection when your opponent is gunning for your hyper carry with 2 anti-evasion units, it was very well drafted.
So let's see how this goes. Oh boy, we thought it was possible. We will see. Let's go. This player finally getting through.
Very
second-
happy for him. Well played the second, but man, he made it look so free.
Second had a really great drafting style during the qualifiers. I mean, this round of 16 and also the quarterfinals. But just coming to the semifinals, it was just not the same.
Nezuko had his number. That's his
He
demon.
definitely had answers to every situation because we know from all the matches we've seen so far, Nezuko definitely has his favorite pocket picks and drafts, but then when he gets target banned, he still has extra answers up his sleeve.
Oh yeah. And they work really well.
Yes, it certainly did. Certainly with the style. And I believe we have the interview ready with the first to qualify for the main matches. Let's talk to Nezuko. Or we might need
Declef,
just one more
can
second.
Can you ask if he's still full free to play?
Yes, certainly will deliver. And Pancake, you got any questions for him?
Yeah, going off of what Car was asking, was the ML Senya, ML Rwana, were those ML5s really easy to pick up as a free-to-play?
Ah, okay. ML Heroes. Okay, I believe the interview is ready. I'll see you guys in a second. Let's hit the interview. Let's talk to Nezuko. Hello, Nezuko. Congratulations. Let's go with the interview. How are you feeling after the win?
Hello everyone, it's Nezuko here. Oh, I still feeling quite nervous, honestly, and I can't believe I just won the whole thing. Honestly, I can't convey my word.
일단 우승에 대해서 일단 본선에 진출하게 됐는데 기분이 어떤가요?라고 물어봤고 일단 이렇게 이긴 거에 대해서 말도 안 된다고 생각합니다. 지금 이긴 게 믿기지 않는다고 대답을 하네요. And let's go. Wow, a lot of questions for you as you're known as one of the free-to-play player. Really, there are some good packs out there right now. Some selectors, some good packages. Are you still full free-to-play?
I mean, for now, I'm kind of still free to play. But however, after advancing to the final, maybe there's some pretty good patch. Maybe I can grab some of them.
Oh, exactly. That was exactly going to be my question. 일단 질문은 아직도 지갑을 닫고 있는지 물어봤는데요. 아직까지는 그래도 지갑을 잘 닫고 게임을 하고 있다고 합니다. 추가로도 물어보겠습니다. So now you're guaranteed at least 2.5k USD for the main matches. Are some of those dollars into your account in the future? Or if you win, $50,000. So I would like to hear some of your answer.
Oh, that's tough. I can't even dream, can't even think myself winning the whole $50,000. But however, 2.5k is already a lot of money for me, and I definitely spend some more on Epic 7, right? It's the best game ever, so why not? Yeah.
일단 지갑을 꽤나 닫고 있다고 얘기를 했는데 이미 조금 가금을 어느 정도 했고 뭐 일단 본선에 올라가기도 했으니까 일단 $2,500 그리고 만약에 우승한다면 $50,000를 거둬지게 되는데 이걸 어느 정도 쓸 의향이 있냐라고 물어봤는데 당연하죠. 에픽 세븐이 최고의 게임이고 이미 어느 정도 썼지만 $2,500도 굉장히 많은 상금이고 거기다가 $50,000를 우승한다면은 당연히 훨씬 더 많이 사용할 의향이 있다고 합니다. And moving on from the prize, your drafting style is unique. What's up with the spaz? We've seen some spaz action from the other servers. Would you recommend using spaz to all the other players?
For me personally, I think Spaz is a insanely strong unit, and people have been sleeping on him a lot. Yeah. And I have been playing this Spaz draft since last season, and he was the one who actually carried me to Legend. Yeah, so yeah, Spaz is one of my goals.
실세즈에 대해서 안 물어볼 수가 없었는데 실세즈 지금 어떻게 생각하나? 많은 분들이 실세즈를 사용해야 되냐고 질문을 드렸더니 실세즈 엄청나게 강하다. 제가 저번 시즌에 레전드가 될 수 있었던 가장 강력한 큰 이유가 바로 실세즈였고 많은 분들이 실세즈를 약하다고 평가하는데 생각보다 강력하다고 이렇게 네즈코 선수가 말을 했습니다. So let's talk about the other side. There's Hazamarei and Xijing. Do you personally know one of those two players, or who do you think is going to make it out from the other side of the bracket?
I think Hazamarei got one of the best, if not the best, gear in Asia server, and for sure he would be the favorable one. However, it's a tournament, right? So there's a lot of other factors that contribute to a win. So can never say never. Maybe Xijing gonna win.
일단 반대쪽에서 아직 하자마레이 선수와 시징 선수가 있기 때문에 개인적으로 아는 선수가 있냐 그리고 누가 이길 것 같냐고 질문을 드렸더니 하자마레이 선수가 제가 알기로는 아시아에서 거의 최고 장비를 가지고 있는 선수로 알고 있어서 하자마레이 선수가 이길 것 하지만 대회이기 때문에 어떤 일이 일어날지 모르겠고 더 잘하는 선수가 결국에 올라오지 않을까 이렇게 답변을 했습니다. Alright, now you're qualified for the main matches. You're one of the best two in Asia, certainly. Any final words that you want to say before we close the interview?
Yeah, for sure. I want to thank SMAUGE for creating such a wonderful tournament, and I also want to say thank you to Mr. A Trainer for helping me practicing doing RTA. And finally, see you guys on the main matches. Happy tournament, everyone.
네, 일단 마지막 할 말 있으시면 다 하라고 말씀드렸더니 일단 스마일게이트에게 대회를 만들어줘서 너무 감사하다고 이렇게 가장 먼저 전했고 그리고 또 HE 위너랑 친구들 RTA랑 대회를 준비할 때 도와준 선수들에게 굉장히 고마워하고 이렇게 대회를 봐주신 모든 분들 감사하다고 전합니다. Nezuko, thank you for the interview so much. Congratulations on becoming the top 2 from Asia and qualifying for the main matches. Oh, wait, Nezuko, is it just because of the character, or is there any special reason behind your ID as Nezuko?
Yeah, I mean, I was quite a fan of this Nezuko character, so yeah, that was the reason why I chose this name.
그리고 마지막으로 네즈코에 대해서 한번 물어봤는데 네즈코 캐릭터에 대해서 엄청난 팬이라고 합니다. Okay, thank you for the interview and good luck in the main matches. See you in a few weeks. All right, I think I got all the questions. Whew.
Well done.
He had a buff that no other players had. He had the power of possibly God and anime on his side, and that's what won him and got him here.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need, right? On top of all the skills, everything calculated, 300 IQ draft, slight buff with the animation and the character. But I think it's also really good to find. And by the way, talking Nezuko, I think we need to have some more Epic 7 figures.
Yes.
Right? All right.
Amen.
More
Not only
can we get
that,
an Emma Luna figure, please,
more accessible,
that we
please.
can buy.
Yeah.
Please. Yes, I would love to. You know which figures that we're talking about. Not just those limited two, but maybe we can have a lot more future. I think that would be really great, Smilegate. But as Nezuko said, thank you again for creating the tournament. But we are not done yet. That was only the first of the main of the two from the Asia qualifiers. Well, Nezuko said it. Hazamarei seems to have one of the best equipments from the Asia server, but you never know. You just never know. All the big names have dropped from all the other servers, and I can only trust so much, right? This meta, just one draft mistake, one stun mistake, one resistance, you're just gone.
That's why, G-Clef, when you asked me who's going to take it all, Car, I said, I can only tell you who's favored, but it's really anyone's game.
It really
Yep.
is.
Just
really
like
is.
Car mentioned before, the win rate doesn't matter here because you can have the best win rate and still lose. So anything can happen with these matches and all these drafts.
Sometimes you need to do your studies, some snipe bans if needed, and I think that's exactly what we need to go ahead before we go into the final match. We do have the matchup ready. Let's go into the matchup. As you all know it, Hazamarei versus Xijing. The final match of the night. One best of three to decide the second player for that interview and the main matches. And after that, we will just be left with the two Korean players happening tomorrow. Here's Hazamarei, same screen, but what did we learn from this amazing player from the previous matches?
He's a great player. He has great gear. All the other players also think he's the one to beat. I did like Xijing's kind of drafts and play style, but I also liked seconds, and Nezuko kind of mopped the floor with him, gave him some good RNG, but yeah, I think Hazamarei is definitely, this is his game to lose.
And I believe Hazamarei used a lot of Fire Ravi.
Yes.
Other than
There was
anyone
actually
else.
quite a bit. He wasn't the only one. There was a lot of Fire Robbie at the start of this tournament.
And Xijing, would like to know. One of his favorite, of course, picked Laya to start off.
That's everyone's favorite.
Yeah, but especially Xijing, because it was always the first pick when it was not banned.
I think I remember a lot of
Surprisingly,
Celine
we don't
too.
see. Yeah, there's no Laya in the stats here for most pick, but so far we've seen that Laya is the most successful unit as far as drafts go.
I think a lot of it's deceptive if you look at the stats, right? We saw that target ban of like Hua Young out of nowhere. So these guys have a lot of different strategies that they have to employ, and maybe some of that could be bait.
We'll see as we get into our final match of the night. Hazamarei on the left, Xijing on the right. Best of three. Let's get the pre-bans. Albedo.
No speedy openers, but Payra is still open.
Yeah, and we saw Para being very effective multiple times throughout this tournament. Live first pick taken away from Xijing.
I vow to stand by your side.
Once
Here's
again,
Senya.
haste is still available.
Abigail.
Oh, wow.
Abigail, early pick.
Did he
That
learn?
is very interesting. He has a game plan he wants to enact here. Obviously, that ban protection unit, I think, is going to be some kind of hyper carry, given that
Has to
Abigail
be.
combo.
Did he just get that idea from Nezuko?
Maybe.
Just from the previous match.
There's that ambitious Taiwan. We all see him so much here. Great proactive pick, even if your opponent doesn't even have that many debuffs present. Take him away from your opponent, provide yourself with some mitigation and some debilitating S3 debuffs.
Take that stun potential away. Just in
What is he
case
gonna
that
opt
Abigail
for?
kills some another Fire
Yeah,
Ravi.
Niklef, you
Fire
mentioned it, the
Ravi.
Fire Ravi.
He's
And
in
if this guy
love.
has the best gear,
Is in love.
this thing does some damage.
He
I
secures.
believe this was one we saw doing a lot of counterattacks as well that were really, really putting on the hurt.
Perfect crits.
But let's see from Xijing. What's this Abigail combo he really wanted? It's kind of an early setup.
Has to be single target insane damage. What do we have?
Because when you draft in this order, right, we can always save Abigail for a later pick. The likelihood of your opponent taking something like that is not high.
Another fire.
So he
warrior?
really wanted to make sure he got it. It's not gonna. There's a savior. Aiden.
That's surprising here because I'm not sure why the Aiden pickup is good here into Hazamarei's draft.
Yeah, we have
I
no
was
dark
thinking-
units, and she has a lot of counters, right, Fartsy?
Yeah, and there was a lot of opportunity to pick up some injury going into Hazamarei's team comp, but I guess that's not the case for Xijing.
Is there?
Maybe the injury not too effective. The Ravi buff, right? She doesn't care too much. It would be good into things like the Laya. But yeah, I think the Aiden is very questionable. I'm not sure, Xijing. He's cooking. Might be cooking too hard.
Rocket punch.
Karina?
I mean, that is an answer into the Aiden, right? Very strong
That's
into
true.
the other picks as well.
Into the Abigail as well.
Ay, Karina!
For that big
Last
rocket punch.
Mm-hmm.
Some
All right, Hazamarei,
supernova
what you got
action.
for us? How do we round this out? A Janua? Always good.
Now Xijing's draft is looking a little questionable just because of the Aiden. I'm not sure what the purpose of her is
With
for,
all due
and then
respect,
the Moon Bunny.
I think it's been questionable since the Abigail.
Maybe.
But you know what? I
Is there
won't
a
say
chance
anything.
that he
I'm
meant
going
to
let him
pick
prove me
Ravi
wrong.
instead of Abigail? Fire.
No, I think
Maybe
he
not.
wanted this lineup. Yeah.
I think this could be Arya ban.
Yeah, the rest of the draft is very manageable from the side of Hazamarei. The Arya, though, very strong. We saw how strong it is into units like Janua. Just get it out of there. And then for Xijing, just take out the biggest threat, I guess, to Aiden in the form of that rocket punch Karina, more than likely.
Both ice units gone and sealed.
Also, with the Aiden pick on the right side, that's a free proc for Genua if that Aiden does counter.
Oh, that's right. The damage should go in for the passive of Genua. Starting with Laya, Hazamarei.
Damn.
Seem to be having a better end of the draft.
Huh?
10k Genua.
I'm ready to be proven wrong from Xijing, though. Let me see what the game plan was.
Yes, that is a pretty fat barrier on the Aiden, so she could be kind of hard to kill.
Fight on Abigail.
You learn nothing
Half
from
HP
last
gone.
Decent damage. That's right. If we take her out, then Aiden loses that protection.
Good number of HP on Tywin. 10 less than 30k.
I have not seen, though, a protect the Aiden comp that
I'll teach you a
wins.
Just this one.
Let me see
Here's the buff though.
how
Moon Bunny.
lucky you really are.
Have the attack up.
I didn't want it to come to this.
The barrier.
Alright.
Life is pain.
Abigail does have a very nice skill 3 here.
Let me end it for you.
Let her rip.
Damage? D-break.
I vow to be your
Yeah, we more want it for that D-break. Big curse.
I'll stand by your side.
I was wondering
until death do us part.
how much damage that she could actually do. Some spear toss
I'm
to
just stacking
Slaya.
up there between the curses. Yeah, those S3 activations. And here we go. The
This
finale
Slaya.
of the Aiden.
Salvation?
24k damage on that defense break.
What do you,
Guys,
what do you
I'm
guys
ready.
say about this?
I'm ready to eat my words. I see the combo, the Abigail setup. Speed tuned perfectly there behind the defense break. The curse. Look how much damage got added up there.
Yeah, with the attack
Now we're
buff.
at risk if we... Yeah, we don't want to hit anything. We don't want to proc any counters where our health was so low there.
Adin, not really the most popular pick in this tournament so far.
Let's see, though, because now that Xijing used his big skill 3s, he still has to get through this Fire Robbie, this Tywin, and the Janua.
Resisted.
But don't count Hazamarei out just yet. He's also
I'm
cycling through
surprised
all the invincibilities.
He did the bunny S1 on Tywin with the risk of putting asleep and giving him that free
You
rage.
trying to start something?
Is Genua still here?
Yeah, we need to take out that
Yet to be
Abigail.
procced.
Dare you pick a fight with me?
Is this the
Now,
moment?
if you let this rip, Aiden does have her counter, and she's going next.
Hazamarei?
could just be a dead Ravi. Potentially.
There's no other way.
Here we go, though.
This has to be the moment. Oh!
There's the counterattack.
Yeah, at this point.
And as you called passive.
I should just end this now.
Captain calls.
Don't worry, I'm here.
I vow to stand by
Little too
your
much.
side.
Holy! 1v4.
These guys.
Can you?
You know what? Let's
the
see.
perfect hit?
I'm not counting him out just yet.
Your guard is down.
The damage is certainly there. 1, 2.
It's just
down.
one thing after another.
A
Oh, he
follow-up.
even cut the Aiden.
That is big.
What?
Send it.
Oh, miss!
No hit though.
But the bite!
How about the follow-up?
Another miss, but
It's
good to
enough.
go! Wow!
Oh, man.
The double dodge, just the
Holy!
chip damage alone. We lost the 70-30s, but it's enough.
See? That's why you look before you...
No
Speechless.
way! That just happened!
No real answer to deal with that Genua there.
I
No
was almost ready
way!
to eat my words. I like the setup there from Xijing.
We ate so
I think
many words
Hazamarei-
in one game.
Yeah, that's the savior Aiden, right? We want to have enough damage on her. The genuine follow-up activation, just the chip damage alone, even if she dodges, it's enough to take her out once you take out her protection. Very well played from Hazamarei. I still take
That
back
was
the
close,
bad-mouthing I
though.
was doing on the
Xijing.
draft.
It was.
Yeah, it looked questionable at first, but he almost pulled it off.
Yeah, Genua was just a little bit too strong there.
What a setup from both players.
I'm also glad that we saw the double miss, right? Because if he did land a hit, we would have said, you know, it was a lucky hit. But I think he had that all calculated.
Even through the
Barring
miss.
a super
Well, it
high
was-
HP Aiden.
I think Xijing's downfall was when he procced the rage on that A Tywin, giving him the free ignore F-res, and then getting that defense break on the ML Senya just to get rid of that Aiden protection there.
But we continue. Hazamarei up 1. Laya, Lilius, gone.
Interesting. Okay.
No more cleansers
to
as far as, you know, free damage units go, so
Let's
I
see
think
some
this is the
debuffers
first
come out.
Laya ban we've seen.
Hopefully we
It
see
is.
Hazamarei capitalize on that ban.
Oh, there's that haste.
Would you like to
Never
be
a
my
bad
next
pick.
meal?
Don't want your opponent to have both of those.
Seems like some Asia
Tywin.
players. There were some players just
That
skipping on
Tywin is
haste.
good.
Tywin always solid.
Yeah, we sometimes see the Senya and the Haze come out much
Uh-huh.
later in the draft, but a lot of times, especially in the later rounds, when you're not sure what to pick, what your opponent's going to pick, they're just so safe. They do so much for your team. They really just round out your draft and make it, much, much safer to start with. What is Xijing going to do? That Abigail into Aiden, I saw the game plan. Xijing, I apologize once again. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out, but I saw in motion the curse.
Oh yes. Hey Car, I think after that, after the previous game, I think we have good trust behind whatever Xijing wants to do.
That's right, yeah.
I have some good
I
trust.
wanted him to show me. I wanted him to show me.
Now there's more hesitation in his draft here. He's not sure what he wants to pick up to deal against that haste
6
and
seconds
the Tywin.
for 2 picks.
Get a
Genua.
load of these guys.
Oh, now he's taking the Genua. He doesn't want to get bopped by him anymore with
Into
the Payra.
Payra opener. Okay. We do have to be
Quick
a little
picks.
wary of the ambitious Tywin, right? If we want to activate our Payra's S2, we could give him that rage buff. So most likely opt to just hold that and use the S3.
Well, if we get lucky on the debuffs and that Payra lands 8 out of 8 debuffs, there's a possibility of getting that unbuffable to stick so that the Tywin doesn't get the rage.
Okay, yeah, go for a little gamble, maybe.
Now Hazamarei.
Hazamarei.
Yeah, taking his time to carefully choose the band protect. Gets
Golden
an
Bunny
extra
potentially
turn.
very strong against that Payra pick.
Yeah, lots
And it's
of
in the
extra
band
turn
protection
heroes.
there, so that favors Hazamarei.
With what?
We got a pretty well-rounded draft. Maybe go for some more damage, another carry in the form of Arya. We've been seeing these players opt for Arya, especially against Janua, and it's been working beautifully when she's let through. I just really love Arya, if you guys couldn't tell. But Xijing, next 2 picks.
You can certainly tell. Xijing.
We're going to need an answer there for Arya unless we plan to ban. We want to make sure that Janua gets a lot of value. Senya's very strong, but it's looking like...
Celine.
A Celine is the
unit.
option?
Violet? I think
Dodge
that's just
gaming
one
again?
after.
It is an answer into Arya.
Really? It's been hovering.
It's not bad. It depends on her artifact, but yeah.
For the last 15 seconds.
I don't think that's the pick, though.
The green...
Maybe he doesn't...
Okay. Wait, Fire? Thief? Janua
Winter?
already picked. Apoc Rob?
Hey, Robbie.
I don't know if I like that either.
Oh,
Okay,
DDR.
Death Dealer Ray.
Death Dealer Ray.
So many scrolls.
When in doubt, some people pick this guy first, some people last pick him just because he's always good.
I was kind of excited for the green violet, but okay.
It's a little risky.
It is, especially when you're down 1-0 against Death Dealer Ray.
Just for the sleep, yeah.
He's willing to let him go through.
Okay. I wonder if both last picks will just get banned out. We do have to worry about... Okay, the Celine actually, so Death Dealer Ray.
This might be a little scary for Hazamarei, just because Peyra can do all of her skills to proc the Moon Bunny, and then let the DDR rip and land all his debuffs.
Yeah. He opted to ban the Celine over the Death Dealer Ray, so let's see what Hazamarei has in store.
Game 2. The final match of the night. Xijing needs a win to survive.
This could be it for Xijing.
Peyra. Quick run.
You dare stop me?
Activates Moon Bunny.
May you be punished by our rage. A slap
Hey.
will do.
Peyra with the
Openers
escort.
doing their thing.
Oh. Peyra on the back.
Let's see if we go for a little debuff action here from the Moon Bunny. Or will we opt to get some buffs? No,
I'm
instead...
actually wondering why we're protecting the Peyra on the back when she can't even be targeted.
The Arya will do a lot of damage. I think he's just going for guaranteed activation there, potentially.
Lots of activation on Xijing's side. Activation potential, let's just say.
Okay, Tywin doesn't have his rage buff, but he is letting it rip. Not a lot.
Resist.
Good resistance that we saw.
Was this the Bastion pair? I think it might have been. Here we go, though. Death Dealer Ray.
The Cloud of Death.
Worry not.
Only one
So, didn't really land very many debuffs.
Yeah, both sides. Arya
Trying to start something?
also unaffected. That's what Hazamarei needs here.
Lots of F-res on both. Janua. We're gonna bite. The one sleeping.
How's this, you arrogant punk?
Arrogant punk. Decent damage, 17k. But here we go. Hazamarai's carry. Up to bat. Arya. 4 focus on deck.
Growing tired of
Stealth
this
With that
barrier.
new EE. Does land a strip, guys. Here comes the activation. Celestine healing. Almost all the damage that was done by Xijing is nullified.
Peyra's still here.
No stun, though. That's a Bastion.
Now that I'm all warmed up.
And Janua activated. You've activated my track.
greater good.
And here we go. Let her rip. Send in the big bird. And there's the activation. Maybe that's why he hid between the pair and the Janua. I guess it didn't matter too much.
Second set of shield on Peyra. That did so much
Xijing,
damage.
I think,
to
is
Arya.
in trouble, though. Yeah, his opener was not strong enough. And Arya here, when she's uncontested, is just showing why she's so strong. Doctor's bag there.
Attack him.
Like I promised.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
there's no real
This is boosted.
answer to deal with the Arya here. This is looking bad for Xijing.
Well, we're sending it. How much damage? She gets a little life steal before the final proc, which is very big. Resist, though. Not a lot. Look at that.
Extra damage from Oath.
And imagine if Haze got a script there, would have even healed more.
Your guard is down.
Extra bite. That's Haze
You
gone.
learned nothing from last
Okay, though, hold up. Things have shifted.
Can Arya take out all 4?
Tywin does not have the stun anymore.
Yeah, flash on cooldown. 3
Just
turns
go for
left.
provoke.
Oh, he did get the provoke.
That's the
So with the Peyra proccing, if she procs a stun, that could be another rage buff on the Tywin.
There's the control coming out.
There it is.
He's still on a 2-turn cooldown though, so besides guaranteed provoke, not too impactful. Guardian Ice Crystal's also topping off the side of Xijing. Arya still 3 turns on her S3. The supports are going to get whittled down until she gets her next activation. Needs to save some souls for a soul burn.
Oh, that duel.
Not bad, extra chip damage.
Hazamarei? Are you still in this?
Get a load of these guys.
Provoke in.
Goodbye, Tywin. Follow-up attack.
Rider?
All right.
You'll make
Here's where they're forced to attack the Arya. She's going to get some lifesteal back as well, barring a... Yeah, resist.
I vow to love you.
Oh, the counter?
We did miss a crit there.
Oh?
That was a big duel. We actually hit 2.
Regret this.
Yeah, every damage matter here. This is going to activate her, though. He also has soul burn.
This.
Here comes the big source, Hazamarei! The beam.
I see fear in your eyes.
And Jenny was out of there!
Frenzy 3, Senya's there. But with no
She
one
has
else!
a skill 3. But don't think it's going to be enough here.
This Arya.
They
Too
were
much
holding.
sustain from that Arya.
And we're getting back into the skill 3. She does have the
Just sit there.
E to go instant 4 focus.
Doesn't your heart belong
Good spirit
Does
toss
it
again.
kill?
Without the
shot.
passive.
Oh, not enough.
And
Oh
it
my
seems
God.
like Arya has done it! Hazamarei will secure the second victory and move on to the main matches! Along with Nezuko from Asia qualifiers.
Ah, he finally smiled. After taking it all, after getting that 2,500, well played, Hazamarei.
Another
Played that.
He just did the anime glasses thing.
He
You know
did
when
that.
they do the glass
The
push up?
ka-ching.
I caught it. Well, look at that Arya, single-handedly, right? All the damage, haste, didn't even rip S3. She just was protected. He did really well played with the S3 soul burn at the end there just for the extra damage. Was able to proc the Genua early so that when he needed it, was able to finalize that kill despite all that big damage.
Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, some highlight from the semifinals.
Life is pain.
And after
This
that,
was
we'll
the-
hear from
first
Hazamarei
match.
a little.
The early aided.
He tried cooking, but looks like it didn't go too well. Was
We
close,
did kind
though.
of like it though, right, Fartsy? I saw the semblance.
It's different. It's different. We
Imagine
like to
picking
see
an Aiden
big
into
risks.
no dark units, and it still almost did well.
Unfortunately, into Genua, it's no good. Maybe in a different circumstance, it would have worked out.
Yeah, you need Arya to fight the Genuas. That's the game plan.
This Genua.
There was that defense break you were talking about that was procced inadvertently, right? From that Tywin,
so-
giving him the activation. It still might have landed regardless, but that could have been a needless debuff we had there.
This Genua game, probably one of the entire tournament highlights.
Yeah.
Was insane.
I think I agree with that. Very exciting.
Runs his course.
And here we go. There was actually a moment here where Xijing was actually kind of taking back control, but he gassed himself out and didn't have enough answers to secure the kill on the Arya. The big thing too is when she gets that counterattack, she gets that lifesteal in between your final hit. Really keeping her topped off.
Hazamarei with some variety today. Defending out
And I think I mentioned it already, G-Clef, but that exclusive equipment they gave to Arya, I think made a huge impact on buffing a unit that was kind of seen as pretty good, but kind of falling out of the meta, to being a big answer here for some of the top problem units.
Yeah, really do want to ask about Ravi, how he thinks about Ravi actually in the meta. I think that will be one of the tough. Not really everybody picking Ravi, but certain players in certain servers really favoring Ravi. Not just against Landy. Some big genuine moments, but I think that at the end, her highlight comes down to Arya.
I could watch that animation all day.
Really a unit that we did not expect to even come out today.
The Arya?
Mm-hmm. Kind of rare.
Seems like a lot of players have been picking up Arya in response to the Genua picks, though, because if you're not controlling him, you don't really have any other answers left to deal with him. So there was like a rise in Arya picks in response to these Genua pickers.
Mm-hmm. Some good games at the end. We do have Nezuko and Hazamarei advancing into the main matches. And well, was there anything else? Because we had 2-0, some quick games in the semifinals. But was there anything else you would like to ask to Hazamarei other than those few questions?
I don't think so. I think you hit the nail on the head with the Ravi.
Yep.
Anything from you, Fartsy?
Agree. Nope.
Yep. Ravi, I think if we can get that translation in, we're getting things ready for that interview. But we did get to see Hazamarei is just having a smile.
It's kind of interesting.
Actually,
our two winners, we have
right
one side Nezuko full free to play, other side Hazamarei, who's been known as having the best gear.
I would like to know what were his thoughts when he saw the Abigail into the Aiden and Moon Bunny pickup, because there was no reason to have those units picked into his draft.
G-Clip, that's a great question. Ask if he knew the... Sorry to jump on it, Fartsy, but you got me excited.
Yeah.
Ask if he knew that the Genua was going to guarantee kill that Aiden with the double hit, regardless of miss or hit.
So many questions on
Okay, if you get to it, you can. But...
So
at least what are his thoughts when that draft happened?
So it might be a little hard to put out all the hero names because the translation might be different in the player's mother tongue, but we will try our best. I will try my best to get that through. So a question about Ravi, Abigail added. A lot of hero questions, but we'll see what happens because I'm pretty sure we want to hear what he feels, how he feels after the win first. And that's it. After the Luna, so today that's it for the Asia, and tomorrow we have Korea. Kind of interesting. I was also reading in chat, a lot of people saying it's kind of insane how this year the meta is quite different, and actually very different depending on the server.
Most definitely, I think from both global and we saw here today in Asia, right? Some varied picks. A lot of meta picks, of course, the Laya, the Senyas, the Haste. But you always see those pop-offs with the Broman, the Specimen Says. We saw Fire Air Mintha today. Aiden solo pick. It was pretty cool.
I think there was that. Yeah, just Sheeping picking up the Aiden today, right?
Just one savior out in. And other than that, last week maybe about 2 times overall.
But this time it was against no dark units, right? In the band protection spot, he had a game plan. It was wild.
So this meta is just everywhere, guys. It's not just a solid, the top 7, top 11 picks. Of course, there are some godly tier picks like Haste, Laya, and a couple of those. It seems like the Asia server not really pre-banning Nezuko Ray as much, but always picking him for a pocket pick when needed. Because other servers, there was just mostly DDR ban, and then eventually you were just working against the tanks with the injury, and this server was
we saw a lot of
ML
Shu, right, come up when all those tanks. I'm actually surprised Asia didn't have a lot of speed and cleave this year around. A lot of them were tank down players too.
Yeah, knowing that Asia server has a lot of speed demons, no one wanted to take the risk to race or cleave besides Nezuko with that last draft there.
Yeah, you're correct. Last year, we go in, turn 1, GG. We had a couple of those games as I mentioned last week, but this meta might not be the best for cleave. We did have some hints of, do you want to race? Do I want to race? Do you want to commit fully? And then, nah, I'll back it down. We had those a little tension between the players,
sprinkle
between the
of
draft,
Ran here
but
and
not all
there.
the way though. Not all the way.
There was potential, but we didn't get to see any of that happen, unfortunately.
But I'm personally a big fan of less cleave, but good meta so far, and I hear that the interview is ready. Let's get to talk to Hazamarei, the second qualifier. Hazamarei, congratulations on your win. You're the second player to qualify for the main matches. How are you feeling right now? 하자메레이 선수 이렇게 메인 매치로 본선으로 진출하게 되었는데 지금 기분이 소감이 어떠신가요?
恭喜你进入决赛，那请问一下，你进入决赛的感想如何呢？
这次进入，因为我是第一次进入到这个就是 WC 的8强，所以也很开心，也很激动。然后一路上遇到的对手都很有实力，就是说可能今天运气比较好，险胜获得了8强的名额。
일단 저희가 8강으로 들어간 거 그리고 이번 대회에 진출이 처음이어가지고 되게 기쁘다고 생각합니다. 그리고 모든 선수가 되게 실력이 좋다고 생각해서 일단 되게 좋은 것 같고요. 그리고 저 또한 운이 되게 좋았던 것 같습니다.
So I'm really glad that I made it into the main matches. First of all, it's been a great time. And all the players have some insane skills, and I'm really grateful that I made it through the tournament. And we have a lot to ask you, but don't actually know how well this will go through. So let's talk about Fire Robbie first. You seem to love picking Fire Robbie. We just have to ask you. And how strong do you think Fire Robbie is at the moment in the meta? And is there any other hero, as like we've seen Arya, some other heroes that you used today that you would like to point out that the other players might not think as strong? 일단 두 번째 문제는 두 번째 질문은 라비, 불 라비가 굉장히 많이 쓰이고 있고 굉장히 많은 영웅을 또 아리아도 그렇고 많이 쓰게 됐는데 이렇게 라비 같은 픽이 지금 메타에 굉장히 좋은 픽인지 그리고 또 다른 좋은 영웅이 있는지 좀 알고 싶습니다.
那感觉你今天打比赛的时候，感觉选了很多孟非，然后也有打了很多艾丽亚。那请问你觉得这个强吗？这个英雄强吗？那或者你还是有其他觉得哪个英雄比较强呢？
我觉得就是罗非是一个，就是在前3手，就是说3、4手。 特别适合3手锁那个 C 位，因为它可以克制目前就是说非常流行的就是各种强力草属性角色。然后我觉得艾丽亚就是单纯的 counter 狗哥的选择。我觉得这个版本最厉害的卡还是暗双子。
일단 제가 라비랑 아리아를 되게 많이 쓰긴 했는데 둘 다 컨트롤에 되게 쓰기 좋고 지금 특히 아리아는 메타에 되게 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yes, you did answer that Fire Robbie and Arya is really good in the meta right now, especially Arya for the counter. I think she's really great. Was the answer from Hazamarei. And let's see. I have a lot to ask you, but we'll keep it short because we're having a lot more players in the main matches now. We do have Rikazo, Xander from Global, Nekoboro from Japan, Oskizu from Europe. Do you have any specific player that you don't want to fight against or a player that you want to fight against in the main matches? 네, 일단 글로벌에는 리카조도 있고 젠도 선수도 있고 일본에서는 네코보로 선수 그리고 유럽에서는 오스키조 선수가 이렇게 본선에 올라가게 되는데 만나고 싶은 선수 아니면 피하고 싶은 선수가 있을까요?
那你到了决赛之后，你会遇到像 Rikazo、Xandro、Nekaburo 跟 Oski 选手。那请问一下，你有没有想要遇到的选手，或是不想遇到的选手呢？
说实话，因为这一次就是说晋级的选手 大多数都是我不认识的，就我认识的那些强力的，就我认为他们实力非常强的，都在预选中就比较可惜，就是说败掉了。所以，目前我没有说特别想遇到的那个对手。感觉可能，我感觉可能就是说后面韩服出来的选手可能会很有实力。
솔직히 잘 모르겠습니다. 왜냐면 제가 잘 한다고 선수들은 앞에서 탈락을 하게 되어서 솔직히 이번에 진출한 선수 중에서는 실력을 잘 모르고 그리고 제가 내일 이제 한국 서버에서 좀 이제 좋은 선수가 나오지 않을까 싶어서 아직은 만나고 싶지 않은 선수가 없습니다.
So Hazamarei's answer was very honestly, I don't actually know. Of course, there are really good players from the previous servers, and also I know there are really good players coming from Korea happening tomorrow. So I don't really have anyone to be picked as a favorite or the opposite way. So really humble words coming from Hazamarei. And the final question: do you have any shout-outs? Anything you want to say before we go into the main matches?
那请问
네, 마지막 질문은 이제 본선에 올라가게 돼 있는데 네, 하고 싶은 말 있으신지?
那请问，因为你进了决赛，那请问有没有最后想要说什么呢？
因为我玩这个《第七史诗》这个游戏已经有了好几年了，然后很荣幸这一次能够进入 WC 的8强，我会使出全力，然后准备夺冠。
일단 제가 8강에 진출하게 되어서 정말 영광이고요. 제가 이 게임을 되게 오랫동안 했습니다. 그래서 제가 최선을 다해 1등을 하겠습니다.
So I'm really grateful and honored to be in the main matches, and I played Epic 7 for such a long time. I will try my best of the best to become the champion. The final words from Hazamarei. Congratulations of being the top 2 from Asia, and best of luck in the main matches. 하자마레이 선수 인터뷰 굉장히 감사하고요. 본선에서 좋은 모습 보여드리면 좋겠습니다.
谢谢你的采访，也恭喜你。
谢谢你，谢谢你，
谢谢。All right, I think I got the most of the questions. Aria apparently really good, as you just said, Pancakes. Wait.
Hello?
I did not hear you guys. Okay, I do hear you guys now. Okay. What'd you say?
Arya is good only because of the Genua stonks. If
Genua
Genua was
stonks.
not around, we would not be seeing any Arya picks otherwise.
Hey, just a hint before we close. My Aria does not do the same damage.
Well, that was the
Gear
best
gap.
geared player in Asia. I think she's a great generic counter, but I think she is very good regardless. I mentioned her new EE that came out not too long ago, really gave her a boost. And I think she is that hyper carry where if you can't answer her, not just into Genua, but she can do a lot of work as well.
Yes, so we're seeing a lot of different heroes, and we've got one more day of the qualifiers. But before we go into tomorrow's, let's just take a look at the final tournament tree. And that's how we finished. A lot more 2-0s. Immediately starting from the quarterfinals. And Nezuko, Hazamarei advancing into the main matches. Now we are just left with 2 more players. We got 6 out of the 8 spots. We'll see what happens.
Not the exact 2 I thought would finish, but you know what? I did think both of these players had a big chance at making it all the way.
Nezuko, the dream of that free-to-play, still survives. And Hazamarei. So, Asia server, we do have the contenders who contested again, who tried last year, still surviving. So, that's a big news for the Asia server. And it was a big shock for Omega to drop down. Yes, Pancake?
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get any new blood coming in to the main matches, so that's unfortunate, but maybe better luck to these newer players next time.
Yeah, that's the tournament tree for Asia. but this is happening tomorrow. The final qualifiers to find out the 2 slots for the main matches. Lots of big names. We try ever. Komyangmi, the KJ, Turtle, No Nations, Mr. Pong, Crying Lord, Unlucky FGO, and Merit. A lot of experienced players coming out in Korea tomorrow.
It's a stacked lineup for sure.
Left and right, all the names that we've seen before. Oh boy, oh boy. And this is gonna be some intense competition. I wonder which 2 games we get to watch for round of 16. That seems like a very hard to choose.
Miami KJ, probably one of them.
Yeah,
If I had to
KJ
guess,
versus
maybe retry.
Hey, Epic AI bot. AI these days are scary. Epic AI bot. What if you have the
I don't
perfect
trust
draft?
AI.
Oh, you don't trust the AI?
No. AI doesn't do a good job at rendering fingers, that's for sure.
Rendering fingers, yes. They can have some missed bones, but pretty sure in late 24, maybe 25, 26, AIs improve every single moment as we speak. And maybe from the bottom, Mr. Pong is another big name. Unlucky FGO, Merit. They also tried out in the qualifiers last year and the year before, so we'll get to see which matches we will get to see in the round of 16. Lots of good games. Lots of great games today. Especially, I was very surprised and honored to see this many heroes. Before today started, we had 96 heroes just from last weekend. And on top of that list, I think we passed 100 for sure. 96 different heroes used into the qualifiers, so which is kind of scary.
We saw a lot of diversity today too. Some players experimenting with the Fire Araminta. We saw a 50-50 on it though. One person pulling it off well, another trying to do the same but unfortunately failing.
I think we got a win for both Broman and Fire Araminta and Spez, but Spez at this point it's not even surprising.
Spez, Araminta, some more Ravi, Million was also there, and some Arya action, which I think we might be seeing a lot more. So we'll see how it goes as we continue tomorrow with the Korea qualifiers as the last one. As this keeps on going until the end of August, guys. Make sure to put in all the password and keep up with the entertainment, because after Korea, New Moon Luna will also be unlocked after we do the group draw and the event matches. So stay tuned for the later matches happening in a few weeks. But tomorrow, we'll continue with the Korea qualifiers. Any final closers? Pancake?
I'm looking forward to seeing how these players play it out tomorrow, because as we saw today, the players that made it to the main matches are the ones with the big names that usually participate in these tournaments a lot, whereas in the other server qualifiers, we saw a lot of new names and a lot of fan favorites not making it.
Exactly. Exciting stories will continue tomorrow. Car 6, any last words?
G-Clef, Artsy, always a joy to cast with you guys. All you at home, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for Korea, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you so much, Our Pancakes and Car 6. I know it's late time in the West. Thank you so much for joining me for an exciting day of Asia qualifiers. But that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you everyone for watching. We love you. Keep enjoying Epic 7 as the event is still on, I believe, for a couple more hours at least, or throughout the weekend. So enjoy Epic 7. We'll see you in the Korea qualifiers. Have an epic day.